Hello, everyone. Welcome to City Hall. It's great to see everyone in here. I'll start out by letting you know that the agenda is going to be a little different. I want to make some changes for the sake of so many folks here. We'll move some things around a little bit. But, Madam Clerk, we are called to order at 1 o'clock. Could you please call the roll?
Mayor Williams.
I'm here.
Mayor Pro Tem Caballero.
Here.
Councilmember Baker.
Here.
Councilmember Burris.
Here.
Councilmember Cook.
Here.
Councilmember Kopak.
Here.
Councilmember Rist. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. I'll now entertain any announcements by council. Mr. Baker.
Just want to say thank you all for everyone who's here and watching at home. Welcome, and welcome to all my colleagues, including my new colleagues, Councilmember Burris and Councilmember Kopak. Looking forward to a productive meeting. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Kopak.
Hello, everyone. Great to be here.
Ms. Burris.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just want to express gratitude to the city staff and my colleagues as I've onboarded this week, and I'm appreciative of all your support and hospitality. I found another Panthers fan in the city manager, so excited about a great season. And thank you all so much.
So it's 3 Panther fans in a row here, because I'm clearly a hopeless romantic, but they are doing much better. Councilmember Rist, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you. Apologies for the tardiness. We doing announcements? Yeah, I just got a couple of things. Good win for the Panthers against the Rams. Huge win. Also want to say, just as I want to acknowledge the city manager, our agenda today is packed with really meaty stuff. We could talk about each of these items, you know, at length. So like, I think giving you the contract authority to actually get the contracts off our agenda and have us actually dig into policy work is good stuff. So thanks for that. Sorry, I'm out of breath since I biked here. The last thing I want to note is, sorry, I'm pulling my nose up here. I did want to give a shout out to the Carolina Theater for their star member soiree last, was it? Tuesday night. Tuesday night, yeah. So the city attorney was there, the mayor was there, Mayor Pro Tem were all there. Fun evening, but there's also some serious stuff. The city owns the Carolina Theater. We contract with the Carolina Theater of Durham to program the building, right? The building turns 100 years old next year, which is great news. And there's lots of exciting programming, but it's also a big responsibility to maintain a 100-year-old facility. We're doing our part of the city. I think we approved a contract maybe a couple cycles ago to replace the HVAC. But the Carolina Theater is also doing their part. So I want to thank Randy McKay, I don't think Randy's here, and their development team, Rebecca Leigh, Abigail Bates, and Tiffany Jeter. So they've launched an aggressive $5.5 million centennial campaign, and they've raised $3.9 million so far. Whew, sorry, I'm just trying to catch my breath. Thanks in large part to a gift from the Barnes Family Foundation. They've also got a year-end campaign where the Barnes Family Foundation is matching donations dollar for dollar. And the point of saying all this is not a fundraising pitch for the Carolina Theater. What I want to say is this is a real model partnership for the city where we got a lot of requests from folks in the community. The Carolina Theater is one of them because we own the building, we got to maintain the building. But they're a model partner. They're being aggressive and entrepreneurial about raising dollars from folks like you all and other community members to meet the needs of the theater for their programming. So I just want to say that's a model partnership and one we should affirm and also support as a great way that we the public and the private sector can work together on community institutions like the Carolina Theater. So thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. It's great to see you tonight. Ms. Cook.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I don't know what time of day it is. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. Those of you watching online, thank you. One quick announcement, which is just to say that participatory budgeting closes this weekend. So if you have not already, please vote. Please tell all of your friends and neighbors to vote. Anyone who is above the age of 13. Anyone who's 13 and older can vote, as long as you live in the city of Durham. So please encourage folks to do that. There are many of us floating around with actual written voting options, but at this point, I don't know any that are coming up this week. So log online, it's super easy to do. And I would encourage everyone to make their voices heard. And those are my announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my new colleagues, council members Kopak and Burris. Good to see you all. I have no further announcements. Thank you.
Thank you. I have unusually very long announcements today that will be sort of into some procedural things. So I'm going to take a unique amount of time to read through this stuff. But yes, it was great to be at the Carolina Theater's soiree and the other maybe 15 galas and receptions and holiday soirees that are coming up, including the 5 tonight. So I think what Museum of Life and Science is tonight, and Habitat for Humanity is tonight, and I have Metro Mayors tonight, and
LB Creek Watershed Association is tonight.
Watershed Association. So yeah, there's a lot. I am in 2 places at one time today. I'm currently sitting in a meeting, 3 places. I'm currently in a meeting with the African American Mayors Association, Board of Trustees right now, and also Metro Mayors, one on Zoom, one in person, but the most important one, I'm here with you all today. That being said, I'd like to address a few things in how we'll be functioning. Decorum. So decorum in the chamber, in the council chambers, and in the community. I'd like to start this meeting off by addressing the elephant in the room. Monday's council meeting was a stain on the great work we continuously do here in the city of Durham. Transitions in leadership should take place with respect and decorum by all those who are in participation for our council meetings. To behave in a manner any other way does nothing but display a lack of civility that we would not tolerate. The people of Durham deserve better. All people of Durham. They deserve a city council meeting where newly elected officials can be sworn in and begin their service without disruption. What transpired on Monday evening during what should have been a celebratory and dignified moment for our city fell short of that standard. These council chambers are a sacred space in our democracy. It is where the people's business is conducted, where difficult decisions are made, and where the future of Durham is shaped. While we absolutely welcome public participation and encourage residents to make their voices heard, there are standards of conduct that must be maintained to ensure this body can function effectively on behalf of all Durham residents. Passionate advocacy is not only welcomed, it is essential to our democratic process. But disruption, discourtesy, and behavior that prevents this council from conducting the people's business crosses a line. When decorum breaks down, it doesn't just disrespect the officials in this chamber, it also disrespects every resident who needs us focused on the critical issues for our city. While we always appreciate nuance, this is not broken down by racial lines, gender lines. This is simple decorum in how we respect each other mutually. So I don't accept excuses on this is just toward Black people. I don't accept excuses toward this is just toward women. And those are some of the things that I've seen and heard. This is simple decorum in how we treat each other respectfully and mutually. So, the City Council is committed to conducting the city's business in a respectful and orderly environment. All attendees are expected to follow the rules of decorum. Disruptions that hinder the meeting may result in removal until the individual can gain composure. And more serious or persistent conduct may result in trespass from the city meetings, as authorized by Chapter 46, Article 8 of the Durham City Code. If necessary, the council will recess until order is restored. And I appreciate everyone for supporting a space where everyone may be heard respectfully. In regards to us, colleagues, we have made some adjustments to the point where we can get more information that we need to discuss, more policy on our agendas. But out of respect for us being able to get through these agendas, we are going to, I'm going to really encourage us to utilize our resource individuals on our agendas. With that being said, I'm going to start allocating time to agenda items, line items, so that we are not spending an hour and a half on a single item. So therefore, it will be on us to do our homework. It will be on us to make sure we reach out to our resource people. So in the interest of ensuring productive, efficient, and equitable council meetings, we're implementing a clearer time allocation for council discussions moving forward. Effective immediately, the following time limits will apply to all item discussions on our agenda, and this is specifically to our general body meetings. I'll allocate 5 minutes for council members, including myself, of course, in our initial remarks, questions, and comments on any agenda item. This allows us sufficient time to thoroughly present positions, ask substantive questions of staff, or raise concerns that require a detailed explanation. There will be a second round, if needed, of 3 minutes. Should a council member wish to speak again on the same item, they will have 3 minutes to respond or to previous comments, ask follow-up questions, or provide additional perspectives based on the discussion that is taking place. And if needed, an additional 1 minute round, we may take as a third and final comment limit to 1 minute. This is intended for brief clarifications, closing remarks, and final thoughts before a vote is called. And lastly, again, as I stated, to ensure efficient and effective council meetings, all council members are expected to thoroughly review the agenda items when agendas are released prior to each meeting. This advanced preparation allows council members to identify questions or concerns early and reach out to the relevant city departments, staff, or the city manager's office for additional resources, background information, or clarification before the meeting. When council members come prepared with answers to preliminary questions, we can focus our limited meeting time on substantive policy discussion and debate rather than basic informational inquiries. This approach respects the time of staff, fellow council members, and community members, and demonstrates our commitment to informed decision-making on behalf of Durham residents. So I appreciate you all for hearing me out on those things. It is for us to be able to get more work done and have more efficient meetings. So with that being said, those are my announcements, and we will get to work. Thank you all. All right, priority items. Mr. Manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. The City Manager's office has a few priority items and then 2 short announcements I'd like to make. Priority items are just to announce that we have presentations today on both 505 West Chapel Hill on the third quarter crime report and also the finance and budget report. Learned just before the meeting that DHA has requested that staff refer item 10 back to the department so that we can incorporate some late changes to that item. So we are requesting that item 10 be referred back to staff. Those are my priority items. Would appreciate your indulgence of 2 quick announcements. The first is an introduction, and I will ask Starla Tanner to come to the podium for a brief introduction. We are very excited to announce and welcome Starla Tanner as our first permanent director of the Community Partnerships and Engagement Department. We are very, thank you. As you know, this is a new department that's carrying on a lot of great work from throughout the city, and it was a crucial hire for us to find someone who had all the requisite skill sets and an incredible plus that we found someone with such great deep history of engagement in Durham and the Durham community and a career that has shown a strong alignment with Durham's values. So I'd like to give Starla an opportunity just to introduce herself briefly, and again, want to say how pleased we are that she's joined our team.
I mean, LinkedIn has did it for you. You're everywhere. Welcome.
Thank you so much again for attending my family and council members. All the new things, right? Thank you. Again, thank you, Manager Ferguson and Mayor Williams and council members. It is my deepest pleasure to be back in Durham a place that I called home for many years, a place that I matriculated through North Carolina Central University, Eagle Pride Amplified. I am glad to be back here. I have a daughter that graduated from DSA and a husband who's a native of Durham who graduated from Durham High and taught at Durham High. And so my roots are here. Granddaughter, grandchildren, family members, stakeholders, community partners, business partners, all of those are already here for me. And so I am excited and ready to work with this new department. I'm honored. I mean, Durham is certainly ready and putting this department together to make sure that we're strengthening our engagement with the community and partners. I've been meeting my team. They are absolutely wonderful. DCM Wimbush has done a great job onboarding me. Today is day 4. And again, I'm pleased to be here. Thank you for such a warm welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. We're so glad to have you. My final announcement is just that we are monitoring our first threat of winter weather, participated in the National Weather Service update at 11:30. And right now, the forecast is only for the potential for about a ½ inch of snow. And if that holds, that would not be anything that would interfere with or impact city operations or city business, but we will, so for all the employees listening right now, no change in our operations tomorrow. However, we will monitor that this evening, and if that needs to be adjusted, we'll make that decision as soon as possible and notify through all our normal channels. But we are watching, and as of right now, the National Weather Service predicts that about a ½ inch of snow, and with fairly warm temperatures recently, the roads shouldn't be too heavily impacted by that. Thank you. That's all my priority items.
Thank you. I'll formally state that if we do get over an inch, then I'll host the first snow fight downtown. And I'll invite everyone. All right. Okay, thank you. All right, Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. It's good to see you. The City Attorney's Office has one priority item this afternoon, and I apologize for not giving you all advance notice of that, which I do try to do, but we would like to request a closed session at the conclusion of all regular business.
Today?
Today, if
Closed session?
possible. And that will be a closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3 for attorney-client consultation to discuss as yet to be filed litigation.
Okay, thank you. I'll do it when we get to it.
Okay.
All right. All right, Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I have our board and committee report. The Participatory Budgeting Steering Committee appointment is, for the category of youth, is Frederica Cadeno. For the Durham Convention and Visitors Bureau Discover Durham appointment is Doug Pender, and those nominations will be put on the next upcoming council agenda. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you so much. All right, at this time, I'll read the administrative consent agenda. Item number 1, Participatory Budgeting Steering Committee appointment. Number 2, Durham Convention and Visitors Bureau Discover Durham appointment. Number 3, Hiring Practices Performance Audit, November 2025.
I'd like to pull that.
Item number 4, Cooperative Group Purchase Contract, Compact Rear Loaders. Item number 5, update on redevelopment of 505 West Chapel Hill Street. Presentation. Item number 6, Tennis Court Lighting Purchase Contract at Whippoorwill Park with Musco Sports Lighting, LLC.
I'd like to pull that.
Mayor Pro Tem, can you continue your duties you already had by writing down what's pulled for me? I can't sneak and look on your notes, so you might take that on too, so. Oh, we got to get you a notepad because I need to look on your notes sometimes. All right. That's what I did with Javier. She sat there, so. Number 7, proposed lease with Durham Regional Association of Realtors Incorporated at 4238 University Drive.
I'd like to pull that one.
Number 8, tennis court lighting purchase contract with Rock Quarry Park with Musco Sports Lighting LLC. Number 9, home subrecipient agreement with Preserving Home for the Homeowner Rehabilitation Program.
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to pull that. I just want to say, this is a big part of our homeowner rehabilitation program. This is a big part of Forever Homes. This is important work to stabilize neighborhoods and preserve existing homes. So thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
To the manager and staff.
Number 10, redevelopment loan agreement with the Durham Housing Authority for the redevelopment of Tribute Rising, refer back to staff. There was a speaker, it's been referred back to staff, so we'll address it when it comes back. Number 11, 2025 third quarter crime report presentation. Number 12, fiscal year 26 Federal Transit Administration, Section 5303 GPO amendment. Number 13, amendment number 1 to contract number 21430 with Schneebel Engineering South PC for professional engineering services for dam inspections and maintenance activities. Number 14, fiscal year 2025-2026 first quarter financial report. This presentation. Number 15, public hearing number 2 on the fiscal year 2024-2025 consolidated annual performance and evaluation report. Number 16, consolidated annexation 3306 Page Road. Number 17, consolidated annexation Hamlin Reserve. Number 18, consolidated annexation Leigh Village Center.
I'd like to pull that one. I'd like to make comments on it, so however I need to do that.
All right. Number 19, downtown Durham Blueprint 2035. Number 20, zoning map change 3404 Page Road Amendment. This is our consent agenda. I will address Citizens Matter, which we have one, Mr. Doug. 13. Okay, 13 is full. All right, and I have one Citizens Matter speaker. Doug Hodges, welcome. One of our community youth lifesavers of giving them amazing work.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate those kind words. I'll keep it short and keep it brief. My name is Doug Hodges. I'm the executive director and founder of Swing Pals. It's a nonprofit in Durham serving underserved youth, helping them build resiliency through mindfulness and golf. And we help them build emotional regulation skills so they can develop the ability to unlock the incredible potential that resides in each and every one of them, so they have the freedom to be. The reason I volunteer my time in Durham, I serve this great city. I probably volunteered 35 to 40,000 hours in the last 14 years. I stand before you because there are many new members of the council. I wanted to introduce myself to you and introduce Swing Pals to you because you may not be aware of Swing Pals and the work we're doing in Durham Public Schools. Appreciate I only have 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes left, so I did make a package up for all the new council members so you're aware of what Swing Pals is. We go into Durham Public Schools. We're a school-based program. We deliver programming inside Durham Public Schools, Neal, Lowe's Grove, Shepherd, Brogden, Githens, and Rogers Her, and we deliver coaching after school at Hillendale Golf Course and in these students' homes. My ask of you is that, well, firstly, I want to thank the council for the support of investing in Hillendale Golf Course to provide Swing Pals more space so we can bring more children to the after-school program. So thank you to the City of Durham and to the council for doing that. My ask of the council is that you review the materials and learn a little bit more about what we do in Swing Pals. And I would like to invite each of you to come to Hillendale to meet with Carl Kimball and myself so you can really understand what Carl Kimball is doing at Hillendale. It really is a crown jewel of Durham. It's got amazing potential. He delivers programming to pediatric cancer patients, to Special Olympics, to veterans. And this is our home. This is Swing Pal's home. And we're investing heavily in ensuring that underserved Durham youth have the opportunity to develop those skills in school and after school. So please, take the materials, new council board members. I thank you for being here. I thank you for allowing me to serve the city. Please come visit with us. I'm going to send you a personal invitation to come join Carl and myself for breakfast at Hillendale so you can fully appreciate the work that he is doing for the community, that Swing Pals is doing for the community, and the huge potential for Hillendale to be a real crown jewel of the city. So thank you very much. May I leave these with you?
To Doug, give it to Madam Clerk over there.
Thank you.
And thank you for your work. I am just trying to now get into golf, and I played because someone invited me the 2 days after the election, and they made me play 18 holes. I'll never do that again.
Well, Mr. Mayor, come see us. We'd be happy to support you.
Gosh. Just for those new to golf out there, 18 holes is not what beginners do. All right. So we are going to, I think this will be fairly quick, then we'll do that one. Well, item number 13 was pulled by.
No, it's just a resource person.
13 is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was, I scratched that. So we'll just start with.
6, 7, and 18 were pulled presentations. 3, 6, 7, 18.
Yeah. I forgot to write down who pulled it. So who pulled number 3? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Waiting for staff. Okay. Oh, there she is.
While she's coming up, who pulled number 6?
Me. And Councilmember Cook pulled number 7 and the public hearing one. I forgot the number on that one.
18 and 5.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Good
Mayor,
afternoon.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Jermaine Brewington. I don't sound like this all the time. Our Director of the Audit Services Department.
No worries, you've had an adventurous time. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good to see you. I was just curious. This was a really helpful report. And we've long heard some of the challenges in HR around hiring. We sometimes get emails as council members from folks who've applied to jobs talking about some kinks within the hiring process. So I appreciated the audit and I appreciated the recommendations. I was just curious, when is council going to get? The table at the end was really helpful around the implementation around recommendations. And so I was just curious when council would get to see an update on those implementations and if it's helping us shorten that 85-day period from, publicizing the job to hiring.
So the Audit Services Department gets a quarterly update. And so they will receive an update in January and they will receive another update in April. That doesn't really necessarily come to council, but we can get you that information if you would like.
I would love to see that. And then I'm curious, because this came up for, maybe it was a year or two ago, around lifeguards. Is there going to be a conversation around if there's targeted jobs within the organization that don't need that kind of full, what we had heard from folks is like the application is quite long, it's onerous, especially for that type of job. And so was curious if there was any conversations on I get that there's a standard now, but is there going to be conversations around, and this is probably a conversation more for HR than for audit. We don't have a HR director quite yet. But if we can expect to see some of those kind of nuanced approaches depending on the type of job.
So we do have a representative from HR. I'd like to bring James up to answer that question.
Thank you, and those are all my questions.
Hi, I'm Jim O'Donnell. I'm the HR manager in charge of talent management and acquisition. And I believe the crux of the question was whether or not we're able to tweak each application toward specific jobs?
No, not necessarily each application, just types of jobs. So like what a lifeguard needs to do or what they need to prove is very different than another type of job, and is our process too onerous for specific job titles, essentially.
From what I understand about lifeguards, there are very specific certifications that need CPR and life-saving certifications, so I'm not sure that those can be bypassed. No.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying, I'm said employee, right? I'm applying to, or said applicant, I'm applying to a certain type of job. Does it make sense if my application for a life type, like a lifeguard or something like that, where it's very clear, do you have the certifications? You have some of those, whatever kinds of questions, the automatic kind of, I forgot what it was called in the
Screening
report.
question.
But what we have heard previously is that there's certain job titles in the organization and that it is very difficult because it's a very long application. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, at least, to have the same process for all different job titles, especially if the responsibilities are lower or higher, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't know if I'm not making sense, but I think that folks can get the gist of what I'm saying.
Just to, hopefully, I get it this time. Yeah, there is an option to bypass putting in your education and your work experience. So a candidate can take, so to speak, a short path if they wanted to, attach a resume or attach any additional information onto the application and shorten up the process.
Thank you. And then as a council member, I would love to see how implementation of those recommendations are going.
Thank you.
We'll definitely follow up with that information. I'll just follow on. A few council members have raised questions to me before about certain types of positions and whether or not the standard screening and standard application process across the city is necessitated. Without making any firm commitments, I'll just say I think that continues to be an area that we'll investigate to make sure the process is as efficient as possible. It's a balance between making sure that we treat everyone fairly and make sure that we don't apply certain standards to some employees and not to others, but also that we're not unduly burdening the process with review and information requirements that then hinder us getting the great candidates we need. So I'd like to commend the current work of the Human Resources Department, who I think understands that balance pretty carefully, but also to acknowledge that there will continue to be a need to focus on that. And with our incoming Human Resources Director, we will continue that conversation and look for improvements wherever we can.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say thanks to Dr. Brewington and the Audit Services team for this latest report. As you know, I'm a proud member of ASOC, wearing my proud ASOC swag, right? But I think this is really important. I hope my new colleagues and everyone on the council, as well as the public, recognize that we have these reports almost every other work session, these audits, these process audits that ASOC does, that Audit Services does. And I think what's important here is that, I mean, we hear the comments from citizens, oh, it takes too long with the process of HR. But the truth is, as your report shows, this is a complicated process, right? And there's a lot of things we're getting right about the hiring process, and some things we're not quite right on. And that time to fill piece is we're not quite there. And so I think what you've given us is a really nuanced understanding of how the practice works and how we can improve that. So I just want to thank you for that, for giving us the real nuanced details, because a lot of times folks, you know, it's great or it's bad, but I think the nuance is what really matters. And what we do as a council and as a city government really is around this kind of nuance, right? That's really the reality. It's not all bad, but there's things we can improve. So thanks for that nuanced understanding. I look forward to working with you, the manager, and actually part of the recommendations you had is that this is not just on HR, right? There are also departments that have their own hiring practices that are also part of what's delaying things. So look forward to working with your staff, the manager staff, and HR to make sure we get this right and we do improve that time to fill metric. And I look forward to getting data from the staff about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Item number 6, also Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. This is just really quick, and I think it refers to both items 6 and 8 because it's both of them are lighting contracts. There have been conversations at JCCPC, at Joint City County Planning around. Oh, I'm going to wait for staff. Hold on. That might be planning stuff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Madam Pro Tem, members of council, city leadership. My name is Mike Boyd, and I am the project manager over these 2 locations.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Just really quickly, there's been conversations at Joint City County Planning with the updated UDO around lighting standards and dark sky initiatives. And so I was curious about, have there been conversations with planning when we're doing these lighting projects that are led by Parks and Rec? Or in this one, yeah. All right, yeah.
To that response, let me introduce Dina Neely. She's with Musco Lighting. She's a senior field consultant with them. She'll explain.
Good afternoon. Thank you all very much for your time today. I'm also known as the Light Lady. So if you can't remember my name, you go remember that. So currently in the state of North Carolina, there are 0 parks, fields that have gone through the Dark Sky Organization certification. So Dark Sky, real quick, was organized in 1998. It's a nonprofit organization that really seeks to protect the night sky from sky glow. Musco, right along with that in our 50 years, has had that same mission. So up to this point, we haven't put any of the designs through the certification. There's 2 different levels of certification, phase 1 and phase 2. It's something that's initiated by the city, and we work right alongside you with the design. Phase 1 certification simply says the design is dark sky approved. Phase 2, you actually bring out folks from the Dark Sky Organization, and they verify that what we said it was going to look like actually gets delivered. So, excuse me. With that being said, understand that my first LED project with you was in 2012. So all of our fixtures that we've used from that point on with regards to LED are the same fixtures that we would use for the dark sky certification. What dark sky does is simply pull it in much tighter. So it eliminates lighting potentially out to the parking lot, anything beyond that 150 feet is going to be just dark. And then the glare gets reduced down to about 1,000 candela. So I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but yes, that's something we could take a look at your request.
Thank you, colleagues. I know this is a conversation that hasn't gone much further than JCCPC, but it is something that I am interested in doing, and it has been, those conversations have started in the new UDO update, and so not sure what we need to decide here, but as we get these kinds of contracts, it's going to matter what kind of lighting we put in our park facilities.
Yeah, thanks for those comments, Mayor Pro Tem. And thanks, I'm glad to have the light lady here as well. Again, this is an issue of like, this is about balancing various needs across the city, right? So I have one foot in the bird world and the New York Bird Alliance, understand the importance of dark sky lighting for migratory birds. Also have a big foot in the tennis side. So I've played on these courts at Whippoorwill and at Rock Quarry. They're in need of new lighting. And those courts are used by recreational players, competitive players, instructional play, all that stuff. We're having a meeting, I think, a couple weeks, I and the tennis community with DPR, because there's increasing demands for tennis court space for the folks who play tennis. And so these are trying to balance this is exactly what our job is on the council. And I look forward to working with you and my colleagues and sort of figuring out a way we can meet all these goals. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd and Madam Light Lady, for being here. So just want to make sure I understand. You said that the fixtures you've been using since 2012 are the same ones that would be used to be able to comply with a dark skies certification or initiative. Does that mean if they're already installed, the adjustments can be made, or does that determination need to be made pre-installation?
Determination needs to be made pre-installation because oftentimes what will occur is we will use additional poles, sources of light, in order to shorten that aiming point out onto the courts. And so the technology is the same, but the number of poles, the location of the poles, addition of underground circuitry, additional cost might get incurred in order to make that be in compliance. Plus, not to mention, your control link is also a part of dark sky organizations' need to make sure that lights are not on when they shouldn't be on. And Control Link is a product of Musco that you have on over 50 different facilities. And that makes sure that lights aren't on in the middle of the night when they shouldn't be burning.
Are you, Madam Light Lady, are you familiar with the Lease Association? So we are, somehow I was selected to speak in London. They flew me over there and I was a panelist for it. And our city department provided me all of the information to brag on in Durham. I'm interested in looking further into this, but we have access to a lot of international resources around this. So I would love to connect with you to bring those resources to us. It caught me out of left field, but whenever I get a chance to brag on the city, I do. But that was an interesting time being amongst cities from around the world talking about lighting. And Durham is quoted as lighting as an amenity and lighting as a utility, the necessity of both. And so I'd love to just bring that conversation back up and see what resources we could utilize from this organization.
Consider 99% of North America and Europe is living under light pollution. So that's what they're trying to get a handle on.
Yep.
Thank you. And this is probably a question for you, Mr. Manager, but what would we need to do to give that direction, and would there be costs associated that we would need to know about?
If this has been, thank you for the question, Councilmember Cook. If this has been a topic of discussion at JCCPC, I'd follow the process coming out of JCCPC to bring recommendations forward to the full council. This is also something I think we'd want to do in coordination with Durham County, just seeing as how our land use regulations, we try and do in concert with them, would bring those forward. Once council gave us direction, we would take whatever steps necessary to implement that. I suspect if this were something that the council were to adopt, I am given comfort, and I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Caballero brought this to my attention a couple of days ago so we could be prepared for the questions. It gave me comfort that the fixtures themselves can be adjusted to light to dark sky compliance. The mounting of those fixtures and the aiming of those fixtures. So my preference would be that this item move forward so that we can implement the product, and then if that direction is received, that we would bring council options for what it would take to go back and bring existing facilities into compliance. At this time, I don't know that we have designs available or what the delay might be, and I'll ask the project manager if council's intention were to delay to redo the design for dark sky compliance. Could you give us a sense of what that might look like so they can have a decision about that?
I would say it would be 60 to 90 days.
Just to follow up, what I thought I understood from, I'm sorry, I did forget. You said Light Lady 17 times, and then I did forget your actual name. Okay, sorry. Your response to Councilmember Kopach's question sounded like that it would have to be done pre-installation in order to meet those guidelines. And so that's, I guess, why I'm asking. We've got these two pretty expensive projects on the agenda today. And so it doesn't sound like it can be done retroactively. So I guess that was my concern.
I think my implication was it could be done retroactively. I did not mean to imply it would be done without cost, that there might be additional cost to go back and retrofit or reinstall. But given that guidance has not yet been given to staff, this project was not designed to that standard at this time.
Yeah, we would need to redesign.
Could I know that Bo Dobrinsky from Planning is here, and I'm just curious because I was wondering what happened after the presentation and direction, because it does impact UDO, the UDO update.
Yeah, Bo Dobrinsky, Planning and Development. As Mayor Pro Tem Caballero mentioned, this was a memo and an item that came forward to the Joint City County Planning Committee, where we talked about our current code and the proposed draft and how they currently align with dark sky certification and what that would look like if we wanted to move forward with that. At that time, the discussion was, citywide wouldn't necessarily be appropriate, but we did have a discussion about how city-owned parcels and our projects certainly may look at having some of those projects or parks look at certification at that time. In terms of the guidance that may come forward as a part of the new UDO, I don't expect let me back up. Our lighting ordinance, current and proposed, will align with many of the standards that are set aside for dark sky certification. But in terms of specific requirements on parks, we're including additional ones as well that will ensure that they will reduce glare more so than today, but it is not currently drafted so that every single park, existing or proposed, would necessarily meet those qualifications. I think as was mentioned, there's a whole lot of other factors besides just the ordinance requirements that would play into that. And so the UDO alone wouldn't ensure that.
What goes into the design process? And if you could break down a cost analysis of design versus, I just don't want us, if we're going to be going to change this, why would we go forward right now and then have to go and redesign and reconfigure and pay that cost if we can do it right the first time? So I'm just trying to get a little clarity on that.
And certainly for new projects going forward, we could put it through that filter and say, is this an appropriate use? And is it good for the community to design these tennis courts, these soccer fields, the different play, the different level of play, all comes into factor. So certainly going forward, it's something that we can, as Musco, we provide the engineering. If you said go today, I would go back to our engineers, have them put that filter through on the engineering design, make sure that we know that that's something that would get approved, give it back to the project manager, and then have him take steps to move forward with that phase 1 certification process. So the cost, Musco, that's just what we do. So we will design it until it's right to get it approved by Dark Sky.
Okay. Any other questions? Say again?
You're good with that?
I'm good. I'm more so asking my questions intentionally. Just sometimes we're so bureaucratic that we tend to be like, I don't know, moving with so much momentum that we can't make an adjustment. I also don't want to get caught up in government contracting. No offense to you all, but it's like planning a wedding. You know, you buy toilet tissue for a wedding, it's $100. You buy toilet tissue from home, it's $5. So I just do not want to get into the price inflation on something that I may be ignorant on that seems like something simple. So that's why I was asking what goes into the design. Is it something that we can do now to meet what we're looking to do? I just don't want to later go back and say, all right, now we're going to, redesign and meet these standards when we are in a pivotal moment right now on an agenda about to make a decision that's very close to $1 million. It's almost the same cost of an election.
Hello, Stacy Poston, City of Durham General Services Department. A couple of other things for consideration. So we have a funded CIP for this activity, and there's various funding sources that have been approved for this. We know we've got a project that's fully funded. Musco is holding pricing for us this year. There are some price increases coming in the next calendar year. So if we made a determination that we needed to go back and do redesign, we would probably be looking at higher pricing from the vendor. Additionally, there are going to be additional poles needed to achieve the dark sky things. So for instance, if right now we need 1 pole, we might need 1.5. As we look at that, we have trenching and lighting and poles and all of those sort of things. So I think while, additionally, we would need to go to the third-party organization and have them, look at the designs and certification. And so there's another player in this factor. So I think sort of all those things together cumulatively are going to be, additive to the schedules, and we'd be looking at more like, a 4 to 6 month adventure in order to get past and get more funding and, get more pricing and sort of go through these things. So I would just offer that for council's consideration.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Let's go back.
I guess question for the vendor and question for staff. Wondering what the relative cost of redesign now and making the changes pre-installation versus once you have an installation, making adjustments. To that, to circle back and meet dark skies. And for staff, just wondering about just sort of process right now, like this is something that hasn't been implemented as a policy. Do we have the discretion on individual contract to add an additional stipulation at this point in time that isn't currently a criteria that was being reviewed for? So those are my 2 questions.
So the incremental cost on Whippoorwill, for example, right now we're utilizing 6 poles. And my 23 years of doing this makes me think that most likely we'll have to add 3 additional poles in order to make that work. I can't confirm that until we push it through that engineering evaluative process. If that were to occur.
And if I can interrupt, so when you said make that work, that would be to design the lights to what appears to be the new
dark sky
standard we're moving towards.
Certification, in order to be able to pass that certification. So 20, 30% potentially.
And is that the same if you build it in versus if you have to come back and retrofit and add it after? I understand there may be some cost increases due to pricing in the new year, but that aside.
It will always be less expensive to do it on the front side. Period.
So I'll answer the second part of your question, Councilmember Kopak. Obviously, we bring these items to council for your direction and feedback, and if council would like this project designed to a different standard, that's the prerogative of the council. Our baseline is going to be to use the rules that are in place now when we're screening projects, developing projects, and bringing them forward. And as dark sky was a conversation but not a policy directive, and this project has been in the works for some time, most of the work on this project predated any of those conversations, and so was designed to that standard. But it is within council's prerogative to make this change. Would just acknowledge that staff normally won't be trying to guess where council's going most of the time. I think we hope if we see concerns about potential policies that might be coming down the pike, we'll try and raise those where possible. But in instances like this, this was developed under the guidelines that we have now. So it is certainly within council's prerogative to do so. I guess for context, it might be helpful with the vendor present to talk a little bit about, should council move forward without mandating the dark sky compliance? Can you just talk in general about how these fixtures as designed do or don't come close to what you consider to be good practice, good hygiene in terms of dark sky? I know frequently in conversations around green buildings, we talk about the fact, just in different conversations, that you can design a really green building and not necessarily go for LEED certification. I'm wondering if dark sky is similar. Do you consider your products, or can you describe how your products comply with dark sky philosophies? And does this product, if they move forward, does it severely violate dark sky principles, or would you consider it largely compliant but not to the standard that dark sky puts forward? I think that context would be helpful.
Absolutely. So it is in large part very compliant with it. So the first dark sky project happened in Arizona with Musco, and it was one where they required, it was an observatory, sports lighting facility was getting installed 25 miles away. The observatory folks didn't want to ruin the night sky with the soccer complex. And so that's where dark sky and Musco first came together. And it was through the technology that we put on every single City of Durham project. Those same fixtures, they're fully shielded, which means LED is a really intense light source. And so imagine when you're driving down the road, a mile away if somebody has their bright headlights on, correct? Or you think you do. With LED, it may be they're on low, they're just really brighter. So by pulling the photometrics and that shielding down to protect the eyes from the perimeter, adjoining neighbors, playability, et cetera, that's not only in compliance with your UDO, but it's in compliance with Dark Sky Organization, which says there can be zero uplight above 90 degrees horizontal.
Thank you, colleagues, for raising this important issue. I think at this stage, I support the contract as is and moving forward with it. As I said, I appreciate my colleagues raising this. I would be open to exploring moving forward. What does that look like with dark skies? With an informed background on any decisions that we make and any policy changes that we make. Or if we can move forward with we're getting pretty close, we're getting closer to what dark skies is, maybe that's an option as well as we move forward. So definitely open to having that policy conversation. I think at this stage, I support the existing contract, and I appreciate the expertise that you bring to this, and the fact that while this may not be dark skies compliant, that it is getting close to what that is. The LEED silver or the LEED gold, without stated having that. So thank you for being here and for providing that information to us.
Thank you. I was just about to pretty much make those same remarks. I think we're close for the weighing everything out. Also, I'd like to, if dark sky compliance is going to be a part of our future, then we'll enact our practice at that point. But right now, we're close. That works for me. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I just say, not for today, but can we just bring that back because to planning staff, it's both and, it's what your UDO is, but there's other pieces of that. And the reason this came up is because there was a rezoning, and we are trying to push for parks near, yeah, I mean, it's part of our comp plan, is that goal. And so it's not just about, it's also about public health and lighting. There's a lot of research around how lighting affects endocrine systems and other things. So I would like to at least think about having that conversation. What are the steps? Because some parts are in the UDO, some parts are around a certification. There's different pieces to it. Heard what colleagues said about the contract. I'm comfortable with that, but I don't want to not return to the conversation. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you all. Item number 7, Councilmember Cook.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. This is an item from General Services. My name is Selena Jones from the Real Estate Division.
Thank you for being here. I just was wondering about this parcel of land, and I know it's kind of a large, but also maybe kind of an awkward parcel of land. We've had some conversations about paper streets. We also had a presentation maybe about a year and a half ago of like city-owned land and whether we could put housing, for example, on those plots. And I'm just wondering if this piece of land, because it's been encumbered by a lease, has been included in those conversations, and why maybe it was determined that it wouldn't be a good use for other city practices.
Okay. Yes, it was included in a parcel inventory analysis, I think like in 2024. And at that time, it was classified with a future land use of transit opportunities. So while we do have a 5-year lease, if it's later determined that we want to reevaluate the property for use for affordable housing, we do have an out in the lease agreement that's hyper-focused on right-of-way and transit. And then additionally, we have the option to deny any requests to extend the lease beyond the initial 5-year term.
Yeah, I mean, 5 years seems like it's a long lease, and it's rent controlled, right? It's a rent controlled lease. And I guess I'm just wondering like how we got, was there a conversation about potentially using that before signing this new 5-year lease? Was there
Yes, so we took into consideration the findings of that property analysis. And so if it's later determined that this property would potentially fit housing, then it would take, a few years to make that determination and do the proper designs associated with that. So we did take that into consideration, which is why we opted for a 5-year term instead of a 10-year term for the initial term.
Okay, and was there conversation about having an even shorter term, or 5 years feels like the standard?
5 years kind of felt like the standard.
Okay.
For a lease of this nature.
And is there going to be, are we going to start, because by what you're saying, by the timing, it would take like a few years to maybe think about this. So is that something that we will be starting for this plot of land?
Don't believe that that's the current plan, but if it's decided by the city that this property becomes in that package of properties we're looking at or reevaluating for housing, then we would.
Okay, and I saw Stacy kind of popping up. Maybe could you just talk a little bit about like which parcels of land are kind of in that list and maybe why this one would or would not be in it right now, especially because it is encumbered. What I don't want to happen is that like we think about it and then it gets added last minute and then like we sign a new lease and then it's encumbered again, right? Like it just feels like I don't want to get off cycle, right?
Sure, makes a lot of sense. So Stacy Poston, General Services Department. So we had a package of properties that we worked on and with HRA advisors that we presented to council, and council declared surplus. So there were plus or minus approximately 20 properties in that parcel, in that package of properties. This one is a piece of property that we purchased as a part of light rail, because we were gonna need like an off-ramp over there. Once the light rail once we decided we were not going to do light rail, we had this 2-acre parcel with this sort of strange shape that was under a lease that was being used by the Durham Association of Realtors for parking for their facility. And so there is an opportunity, and we did initial studies where we were going to have the ability to put 20 to 30 units of housing on this property under the current UDO. I think as we think about adopting a new UDO, there's an opportunity to have up to an 8-story building on this parcel. So if the UDO became adopted and we wanted to do some pre-design work or some development work, there's an opportunity in the next couple of years to look at the funding source for that. Is it part of our strategy? Is it something the housing department would want to do? Is this their priority location? Would we want to issue a solicitation on that? All those things can happen even as the existing lease is in existence. There is an out in the lease. The language says for transportation or right-of-way. So if we wanted to put affordable housing on here, parking is a transportation function. So there is an out for us should we decide prior to the 5-year term to get out of the lease.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yes.
Those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much. All right, and number 18, you wanted to make comments about that?
I do, yes. Sorry, let me pull them up. So 18 is a textual development plan. It's just under 90 acres, and there is no traffic impact analysis that is part of it. This is, and I don't know if Bo or somebody else wants to pop up and talk about this, but I watched the Planning Commission meeting again about it last night. Commissioner Kopak actually asked the question about the traffic impact analysis. There was some commentary about how it's going to be done at site plan and in phases, and there were several comments made about it being an owner applicant as opposed to a developer applicant, which I haven't found anything in the UDO that separates those two or has different requirements for those. And the traffic impact analysis is required for all changes in zoning that, and I can read the language, I've got it up, but all changes in zoning that meet a certain threshold, which implicates in my mind that we would have to determine if a project meets that threshold because we have to know whether we have to do a traffic impact analysis or not. This did have numbers associated with it at the beginning of its life, and then those numbers were actually taken out later. But even with the range that was talked about by the applicant's agent, it far surpasses the need for a traffic impact analysis, and I'm concerned that it's coming before us without one. And so I'm just raising it right now because I don't think that, in my reading, there doesn't seem to be an exception for anything that's met here. I think we're well over the threshold of needing it, and if we don't know, then we need to figure out if we're over the threshold of needing it, and then I just don't want it to be on our agenda to be making a decision if it's not complying with the UDO.
Sure. So whether the assemblage is one owner or multiple owners, I think that was just in the context of them not knowing the uses that would be proposed, which those uses, of course, would be what provides the generated trips. The TIAs would be required at site plan. TIAs are submitted all the time for by right development, those requirements are met at that time. So in this instance, they don't have those generated trips. They don't have the number because there's not specific uses. For the particular zoning district that is proposed, there's a lot of flexibility in terms of what could be built. Design district, right? It's mix of uses, could be fairly dense, could not be. And so the anticipation is that the TIAs would be submitted at the site plan stage. Yeah.
3.3.1 says, unless exempted below, a traffic impact analysis shall be, which is an operative word, shall be required for changes of use to determine if roadway improvements will be required. It then goes on to talk about when, or there's exemptions for when it's not done, but it talks about a development plan or any plan to change the zoning. And this is a plan to change the zoning. I know it's a textual development plan, but it is still a plan to change the zoning. And like I said, there were numbers associated with it originally, but my reading of this is shall be required. And so I'm just concerned that we're getting this shall be required without the required traffic impact analysis. I don't know of any reason why this project should be exempted. So it's concerning to me that we're going to be voting on it.
Sure. We did vet this, and I don't want to put Madam Attorney on the spot here, but we did go through this exercise as a part of the process, and so I can certainly go back and provide the confirmation to you. I mean, obviously, we wouldn't want to bring anything that wasn't compliant forward. So I don't know if Madam Attorney, do you have any, if you can recall the decision point on that?
I'm not going to advise from the dais.
I understand. Yeah. But we can follow up on that.
Yeah, I mean, and I've actually read some of the correspondence, actually. And it's interesting because your department actually asked for a traffic impact analysis and stated that it was needed on this project. And then there was a project resubmitted. Then the density was taken out of it, right? The number of uses were removed from the project, but they were there originally, and that was why your staff had prompted the request for a traffic impact analysis. And then even in the presentation, there was a range given for just residential, and even that would put it over the threshold. So, yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to hear some thoughts on it, but at this point, I mean, the project seems really good. To me, I'm like feeling very leery of voting on it and having it on our agenda with this piece that feels like pretty not compliant.
I understand. And those conversations were obviously centered around the accuracy of those numbers and if it would be appropriate to tie requirements to the numbers that the range that wouldn't actually be committed right through because of the various uses.
Yeah, and I think that my concern too is like a more extensive concern, which is that if we are requiring, our UDO requires a traffic impact analysis, but we're saying, hey, if you don't give us numbers, then we won't require you to do one at all, then it would be advantageous for developers not to give us numbers at all if for some reason they did not want to perform a traffic impact analysis. So this is allowing a loophole which like does not seem to be allowable in the code that I think is problematic for the extent.
Yeah, I think
beyond this project, I should say.
The difference being just the proposed district being a design district form-based rather than residential developments that are typically where the commitment around density is very clearly a basis for much of the district itself. Since this was a design district, it's obviously much more flexible in terms of those uses. So
I'm going to chime in.
That's the difference.
We're getting really into the weeds on a case that's going to be a public hearing.
Yeah, and I mean, my concern is that it should not be a public hearing, so that's why I'm bringing it now.
As of right now, it's in queue for it, and I don't want to get us in trouble. I feel like we're getting really close to that because we're getting the details of the public hearing without the actual applicant. So I want to bring us to a close on this one, and I'll ask that we kind of follow up there. Because we're getting into a public hearing right now, and it's not officially a public hearing.
Yeah, my issue is around the legality of having the public hearing without a proper mechanism. So I'm just trying to make sure that we are not opening ourselves up for liability in 10 days from now.
Okay, thank you. All right, colleagues, I'm going to make sure we go ahead and close discussion on this one. But I'll ask that you follow up with the attorney's office and the planning department for those questions. And I think that was a good example also of why we're really careful and how deep we go into public hearings. I mean, not public hearings, but the cases during work session. We don't want to get ourselves in trouble here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get to number 5. Update on redevelopment of 505 West Chapel Hill Street.
To talk about the redevelopment of 505 West Chapel Hill Street. I have with me today Mark Kubacik from HRNA Advisors, who's going to be presenting to you. We also have Kathleen Turner from Preservation North Carolina, who's going to also be presenting to you today, and we're available as staff to answer questions. I also believe the Parks and Rec Department is here, as well as the Planning Department, to ask her any questions that y'all may have. And with that, I will pass it over to Mark, and we're going to make this microphone a little higher for him. All right, there we go. All right, Mark, off you go.
Thank you. Appreciate the help on infrastructure. Hello, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Mr. City Manager. It's a pleasure to be in front of you again today, and happy to be entering into this conversation, reopening the conversation on 505 West Chapel Hill Street. This presentation, there are a number of parts to it, and so we'll be going into some amount of detail. I understand that, we're trying to move things along. This is a longer presentation, so happy to entertain questions and provide additional context where helpful. We've done a lot of analysis thinking about how to move forward from the disposition planning that we were going through up through this last June. And so I think there's a lot of analysis that's been done, a lot of considerations, a lot of trade-offs. We're happy to discuss those in detail. I'll provide an introduction, provide a little bit of context of why we're here today and what were some of the points, reiterate some of the points that Council asked us to review for this conversation. Provide some additional development context, that part of which we've already discussed previously, but some of which will be new, again, grounding our approach and how we're thinking about recommendations in the current development context. There is I think, a meaningful conversation here about what we're prioritizing in the short term and how that reflects for the long-term potential of the site. And so in a lot of the scenarios that we'll be discussing today, there'll be this weighing of considerations and trade-offs between what we're proposing today and what impacts it has in the future for 505 West Chapel Hill Street. So there's a lot of again, detail in that, and we'll go into it in as much detail as we can. But notably, I think as we get into this conversation, there's so many scenarios that we could have considered. We wanted the scenarios to reflect, I think, what we've heard from you in previous conversations. And so I think, again, just in considering the variety of scenarios and trade-offs, I think we're trying to ground it in the priorities that we've heard from you over the course of the 2 or 3 years that we've been working on this iteration of repurposing and redeveloping the site. So quickly, to provide a little bit of context, I know we have new council members, so I'll go very quickly through the history of this site, which has included 8 years of planning and soliciting developers for consideration for redevelopment of the site. There were 6 priorities that included everything from affordable housing, preservation of the building, retail, an active retail environment, commercial development upwards of 250,000 square feet, inclusion of the heritage of the Hayti Cultural District and that neighborhood and community, as well as some revenue opportunity for the city. All of these have been in consideration as a part of this process. HRNA Advisors, my name is Mark Kubacik, I'm a director with HRNA Advisors. We are a real estate, economic development, and public policy advisory firm. We've been working with the city for the 8 years, going through this process, trying to find a developer. We have run into COVID, we've run into cost increases, capital cost increases, a number of challenges that have made the prospect of redeveloping the site more and more difficult. And so in June of 2025, we worked with the city and ultimately considered ending negotiations with the most recent chosen developer to advance redevelopment. In doing so, we considered these 4 potential paths forward in thinking about both short-term and long-term improvements of the site, which included pausing any further efforts to redevelop the site, considering some form of site investment and activation, pursuing smaller scale redevelopment, or at that stage, continuing negotiations. Council decided to end negotiations. So that brings us here. And the nature of our presentation really focuses on these items: site activation, smaller scale redevelopment with a focus on Milton small and affordable housing. In consideration of all those things are surface parking, open space, and really the future of the site. And so that is the focus of today's conversation. We are hoping to focus your attention on building preservation, interim activation for the site, smaller scale redevelopment in the short term, with a lens on what this council and city prioritizes and believes the potential for the site to be in the future. And so as we get into the development context that we see today, so one of the benefits of having evaluated so many developer proposals on this site is that we've gotten a lot of data on what it costs to develop different types of uses and potentially introduce different types of uses into this site. What you see on the screen here is our analysis of those terms that have been presented to us over time. And so when we evaluate the potential cost to not only to develop, but also the potential cost to the city in being a development and supporting development on the site, we want to understand what the potential upside and or city contribution would be to make a site or development plan viable. And so because we've received so many proposals, we've seen the conditions that would support everything from market rate housing to affordable housing, office, lab, commercial development, retail. So everything you see on the screen here is indicative of what it would require to develop these uses and make them viable for a developer to move forward with that type of development. The only use that is currently viable from a financial perspective, that means no additional city support. And for all of these numbers that you see on the screen, it's important to just understand that the basis of our analysis was an assumption that the city would be effectively donating the land, right? So the city would not receive anything in return for the land. Given that, the only use that receives any sort of positive land value would be low-rise market rate housing. So beyond that, when we start to think about, we know that affordable housing has been a priority for this council, and we've seen, I think, especially going back to June and the most recent proposal, the request for subsidy, which at that stage was around $87 million. $40 million of that $87 million subsidy request was to make affordable housing viable as a part of that development plan. And as you can see here, when we take out some of the other subsidies that are there, LIHTC, when we start to remove other potential sources that could be involved in making affordable housing viable, that still creates a need for additional city subsidy. And so in all of these uses, there is a requirement for city subsidy, and we factored in what it would potentially, the impact of potential tax credits or other subsidy uses from either a state or federal level to support development on the site. So I think the cutaway point here is that unless it's low-rise market rate housing, the city will need to participate in financial support of redevelopment of any of these individual uses to pursue development in the short term. And in addition to that, when we think about development conditions and everything I mentioned from cost increases to capital cost increases, economic uncertainty, these are all projects that are at one point considered to be viable and entered planning stages with the city, with the county. They are all paused. And this is not all that strange. I work in cities across the country. Most of them are facing this exact set of conditions, right? And increasing costs, increasing capital costs, even with interest rates coming down, broader economic uncertainty make it difficult for developers to see a straight line path forward to advancing development. And so altogether, given these concerns, cost increases, questions, I think there are a lot of suggestions that broader scale redevelopment of the site is difficult to do at this time. Juxtapose that, or at least provide the context that I think there's always been a consideration that greater density on this site is envisioned by the community. It's envisioned by our planning department. All developers have come forward and put forth proposals for density that includes buildings that go as high as 27 stories, introducing hundreds of affordable housing units, hundreds of thousands of square feet of commercial space on the whole 4 acres, including open space and meeting all the other community priorities that have been issued as a part of these solicitations. In the revised UDO, as I currently understand it, the suggestion is that this site will be zoned to support buildings upwards of 30 stories. With the inclusion of affordable housing, that could go higher. So there's a belief that this site has the potential to deliver a certain amount of density. And that's including a requirement to include acreage set aside for amenity space, which really, I think, aligns with the open space requirements that we had baked into the RFP from the last 2 go-arounds at the very least. So I think there's a strong suggestion and belief that there is an aspiration to develop density, hundreds of affordable housing units, commercial space, community space, et cetera, as a part of the vision for this site. So it's this, I think, alignment or misalignment of current development conditions and what is being proposed. And I think it's this trade-off that we have to consider and evaluate today. Yes.
Real quick, on the second bullet point about surface parking, can you explain that one?
Yes, so this is, part of our conversation today is going to involve consideration around surface parking and how it gets incorporated into the site plan. This is just to point out that based on how the UDO is currently written, you can't extend surface parking to the road. Right now, I believe there's a sidewalk and a patch of grass that currently prevents surface parking from extending to the road. So this is just to say that depending on how you were to orient the site, if you were to extend surface parking, that would be considered a nonconformity, which is not in alignment with the code. But Bo, if I got anything wrong there, please let me know. Okay. Right.
And that's under the current code, but would be ameliorated under the draft proposed, or the other way around?
In the future code.
Okay, thanks.
Great. So we're going to talk about some short-term options. Before we get into it, I just want to provide a preview of our recommendations so we can have those front of mind as we discuss the different options we'll be presenting. The city staff is recommending to not advance full site redevelopment at this time. We believe that advancing development would require significant subsidies and that there is a risk of underdeveloping the site based on current conditions compared to what could be developed and what is, I think, always envisioned as a part of this process being developed on this site. As Stacy mentioned, Kathleen Turner from Preservation North Carolina is here. They have put forward, in our last meeting, they put forward a letter for consideration for Preservation North Carolina to play a role in finding a developer who could rehabilitate the Milton Small building. And so our recommendation is to permit staff to enter into negotiations with Preservation North Carolina and subdivide the site to enable the preservation of the building separate of the remaining acreage on the site. And then in addition, we'll talk about interim activation, the benefits of it, where it comes from, why we're putting it forward for consideration, but ultimately recommending pursuing interim activation while preparing the site for longer term redevelopment. So with that, there are a few short-term scenarios. We'll talk about them. We'll run through some of the trade-offs. We want to connect them to longer-term scenarios, which we'll present later in this conversation. For each of these, based on our conversation from last June, I think we understood that council wanted to see what does it look like to advance building preservation. And so just as a baseline, each of these scenarios will include the preservation of the building. This isn't a decision. This is just how we wanted to approach considerations for site planning, right? Through these 3 scenarios, starting with scenario 1, in a lot of ways, we're treating this as a baseline scenario. It's a null hypothesis of sorts. If we're assuming that each scenario preserves the building, I think scenario 1 suggests the lowest scale intervention. Preserve the building, set aside surface parking to support that use, and then otherwise do nothing. Scenario 2 suggests a path forward with interim activation. You are delivering some sort of enhanced programming, making an investment in the site to facilitate activation, bringing people to the site. Or, again, based on what we heard from council, priorities around affordable housing, entertaining what it would look like to introduce low to mid-scale affordable housing. Very much in that scenario, we're trying to tie this to where we believe the market sits today and what would most likely be feasible. So, starting with the building preservation, again, this being the sort of lowest scale intervention for the site redevelopment, preserving the building, you would maintain the remainder of the site for development outside of the parking that's needed to support the Milton Small building. Because this is the lowest scale of intervention, it is the lowest scale of activation. You preserve the building, you return it to use, whatever that building generates provides the activation on site. And at least in the short term, leads to an underutilization of the site, given that, again, it is the lowest scale of activation. We've considered lots of different uses for the building over the course of the 8 years. We've talked about market rate housing, affordable housing, hotel, office. This suggests that developers see a versatility to the building, and this can be repurposed in many ways. Kathleen can speak a little bit more about the different uses and how they'll work with that, and Preservation North Carolina can move forward with moving towards the preservation of the building. In 2023, the city commissioned a study. How much would it cost to return the building to use? But that report is now 2 years old. So we've taken the cost outcomes from that study, inflated them, adjusted them based on the cost increases that I think we've seen. And then there's a little bit of variability. Each use will require a different cost to bring back to market. So our estimate is that in order to rehabilitate the building, the overall cost for this will be around $25 to $30 million. That is the overall cost of the building. I think we've seen from the most recent round of developer proposals that for you to do that, the city would likely still need to provide subsidy. Even in the case where it's affordable housing and you can access some form of low-income housing tax credits and historic building preservation subsidies, there's likely still a need to subsidize further by the city. So, yeah.
I try to wait, but I want to just ask while we're on this, does that mean rehab as in occupying, amenitize, or is it just getting it back to code?
That's a good question. When we evaluated this, there was an element of it that was bringing it back to shell form and then also bringing it back to use. This reflects the cost to bring the building back to use. So the overall cost of improving the building and some version of the tenant improvements are always negotiated, right? So any sort of finishes or investments in sort of the internal environment of the building, that is sort of pending further, conversation, negotiation. And
just the other side of that question, do we know what, I know the decision around preserving or versus not preserving was a topic of discussion. Do we know that cost compared, the cost comparative there? If we...
As in like the cost to demolish the building?
Demolishing, yeah.
So if I remember correctly, the cost was about $2 million, roughly $2 million. Yeah, I know several years ago, right? So they're subject to similar cost inflation considerations.
So to demolish the building is $2 million. To bring it back up to code and use is between 25 and 30 million.
Right.
Okay.
Is that demolish and build a comparable building?
For the $2 million would be to remove the building and effectively have a clean slate.
Okay.
The 25 to 30 million represents taking the building as it is and returning it to some form of productive use.
I think you had done it modeling off of like a hotel, for example, right?
That is the baseline because that's the most recent evaluation for the building.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if I understand your question, you're trying to get a good comp to compare the cost to get it to, in this case, a hotel with or without preservation, which wouldn't be just demo, would be demo plus construction of a new hotel.
Well,
compared with preservation.
Yeah, so
to get it back
for
to.
me, I'm looking at, we choose to maintain the building, preserve it, get it back up to code, that shows us 25 to 30 million. Versus if we were to demolish it and have a blank slate of 4.5 acres and do back to the original master plan development, what that cost contribution would be for just that portion of the site. Because
if I can jump in too, so the 25 to 30 million is not the cost of the city, that's total cost.
Total cost.
So you were saying there would be some city subsidy. Can you give a range? Assume a hotel is the baseline sort of model. What would be the city subsidy there?
So from the last round, I can provide the People's projected that the cost to return to a hotel would be about $25 million. They requested $3.7 million in subsidy. Now, that's based on a certain set of assumptions. Those assumptions could change, right? So in a new market, it could be a different number. I do want to make that clear. But that's, I think, a baseline for what was considered previously.
So comparing apples to apples, so it's like $2 million to demolish it, or like 3 something maybe to sort of, or subsidy to like actually do the renovation, right? So that's the apples to apples.
Well, if it's demolished, then there's no subsidy required from us.
No, if it's demolished, then it's demolished, but the city would need to bear the cost of.
You got to pay that. So it's either,
demolition.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's if we maintain the land lease at 99?
Assuming the city maintains ownership of the land.
Okay.
Yeah, and the building.
Thank you so much. That took care of one of my questions. But I do want to back up for a moment where you talk about the market conditions in downtown for a building. You list those 5 properties out. Those are our market rate properties as well?
I believe so.
Okay, so none including affordable housing for that.
I don't remember if any of those in particular have affordable housing. I will say, though, that if they include affordable housing, again, the financing becomes more complicated.
Okay. And then my second question to you is, in reading, I see that it was only mentioned about the 9% LIHTC. Why wasn't there any explanation of 4%?
And that's a great question, because each of the developers, even when we reviewed these back in 2023, there was sort of a breakdown of who offered 4% versus who required 9%. Before we were done, it all trended towards 9%. So I think the takeaway that we had was that you cannot, or the expectation was those development plans could not be realized without 9% LIHTC.
Okay. And then further exploration of that is, were there any considerations for community partners to help offset that? If there's anything that was out, like DHIC or just any other groups that we know have, or Duke has contributed, I think to Willard Street was a $5 million investment. So just want to know, like, were those considerations made in your research process?
So I can say that when Peoples was exploring how to finance some of these, there were considerations for partnerships around, could they access vouchers for certain levels of affordability? They certainly, tested the market to understand whether community partners were there to enhance the viability of the development. I won't speculate as to whether or not there are others that could be currently applied. I think, if there are partners out there who are interested in investing in these to bring costs down for developers, I think that's a, fabulous approach. But yeah, anything that we haven't heard anything necessarily around that. So I think that'd be speculation at this point.
All right. And then you know of any developments in Durham that where we previously used the 9% LIHTC?
Several? Oh, no.
Hey, Stacy Poston, General Services. I'm happy to get that information for you. I do not have it top of hand.
I know I have a list. I don't think we have any recently. And so it just feels like we're leaving money on the table. So I just want to acknowledge that there are resources to support us in making our affordable housing goals happen. But I just feels like in reading this document, it didn't feel very objective. So I just want to make sure that we are actually just being really transparent so folks can make an informed decision about what we want to see at that site as well.
Thank you. If I could add one additional point of clarification, as we were talking about what subsidy would be required under a hotel model, looking at 3.4 million versus the 2 million to demolish. The 2 million is our sort of first pass at what we know. What we don't know is then what the subsidy would be required to redevelop that piece. So it's a plus number. It's not just 3.4 plus 2. It's 2 plus whatever the subsidy that would be required for whatever the thing would be in the future, right? Whether it's parking or something else. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to stop asking questions, but you get your presentation, then ask the rest of my questions. Go ahead.
Right. So, again, I mentioned that Preservation North Carolina is present, and Kathleen will come up and add some context to this. We've received a proposal from them to really take ownership of the marketing and developer selection associated with the Milton Small building. And so they have a plan. It's attached in all the packets and public materials that were issued. Just to simplify what their approach would be, they would negotiate an option to purchase agreement with the city. Once that's complete, the Preservation North Carolina would have the right to market the site to developers and also to do so more publicly, ultimately coming to a place where they can evaluate different visions for purchasing and redeveloping or rehabilitating the building, and then ultimately, once they find a developer, once terms are solidified with the city, exercising an option with the city to sell the building for future rehabilitation and returning the building to use. And in understanding what Preservation North Carolina requires in order to do that work, in addition to signing the option agreement, they would require really all the due diligence that's been done on the site, surveying the property, having access to the surface lot for future construction staging, any sort of reports, environmental assessments, cost estimates, et cetera, anything that's been done to sort of evaluate the potential for the building. With this, I'm going to ask Kathleen to come up and just explain to you all a little bit about Preservation North Carolina and what they intend to do.
Thank you, Mark and Stacy, and good afternoon, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Caballero, members of council and staff. We really appreciate this opportunity to discuss with you some ideas and proposals that we have introduced over time and think that this is a very timely way for us to really look forward on a path forward for the home security life insurance building. As Mark mentioned, the details of this, I'm going to have to adjust this a little bit. The details of more details were included in the proposal packet. So I'm just going to give you a brief overview. First, a little bit about us. We were founded in 1939. We're a statewide nonprofit whose mission is to protect and promote buildings, landscapes, and sites important to the diverse people of North Carolina. We're nationally recognized for our Endangered Historic Properties program. Many of these buildings have been government-owned structures, and so we've been working with local governments for decades now. Local governments and other public agencies oftentimes end up with historic properties either because they were originally built as municipal or county structures, or they end up with them. Under a typical government real estate disposition, sale is handled through sealed bids, negotiated offers with upset bid periods, public auctions, or exchanges. These methods can create uncertainty, especially when the property is historic, and an upset bid may result in an unintended use or destruction. Disposition of historic properties like the former Home Security Life Insurance Building requires special care to ensure that the preservation of the historic structure happens and that it respects its surroundings and that results in a new use that benefits the community. In 1979, the General Assembly passed a bill that allows local governments to handle the sale of historic surplus properties in a more thoughtful way by selling them to nonprofit preservation or conservation organizations at a negotiated price rather than through the protracted bidding process and the uncertainty that that might result in. I've provided in your packet an excerpt of State Statute 160A 266 so that you can dive into that if you're having trouble sleeping. But the general gist is it allows for sale by private negotiation to a nonprofit preservation organization, and that organization can then dispose of the property so long as protective covenants or a preservation easement is attached during the transfer, and this provides your certainty that it will go into the public good and be around for future generations. Through this process, conditions of the property's sale can be developed and a sympathetic purchaser found without the uncertainty that surrounds the bidding process. Preservation North Carolina has purchased and resold dozens of historic public properties across the state, resulting in tens of millions of dollars of local investment in many of these communities that it's sorely needed. And these are a variety of projects, and I'm just going to give you an idea of some of the building types we've worked with over time. And they also show not just a variety, but the condition issues of some of the properties that we've worked with and how they've become meaningful contributors to the local communities. Here's one that should be familiar to y'all. This was an early one that we worked with, frankly, and it's a stunning building and serves as law offices and is up for sale, by the way, so if anybody is interested. Many were developed as affordable housing, multi-use, just a myriad of uses. This is a slow clicker. I was going to just breeze right through this. This is in Lumberton and the Maria Parham Hospital. Both of these structures are affordable or workforce housing. The Wilrick Hotel in Sanford, stunning building, and it was a wreck and is now a beautiful landmark and contributing to the downtown of Sanford. Schools, most recent, Dunbar School in Lexington, that is now underway as workforce housing in that community. And then here is an example of condition issues. We are not shy about the buildings that we take on, and nonetheless, their outcomes are extremely positive, become a point of pride in the community. Now, a little bit about how this process works. Again, more detailed information was included for you to look at, but first we negotiate and finalize terms of the option to purchase, typically with the city manager or county manager's office and staff, and it includes property details, option period, option price, and any other relevant factors and contingencies. A sample of that option to purchase agreement was in your packets. Once an option to purchase agreement is executed, we advertise the property in local and state national media, on our website, outside websites. It runs the gamut. PNC has a network of vetted developers that we've worked with successfully that come with historic preservation experience. This is not the first time they've taken these things on, and they generally have the financial and resource wherewithal to finish the job. Preservation North Carolina provides information to prospective buyers and takes them through the property, and we oftentimes also use city representatives or staff if approved by the city. Preservation North Carolina evaluates the prospective purchasers as to their experience with historic properties, the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation, and historic tax credits, willingness to purchase the property subject to protective covenants, and a rehabilitation agreement. Their proposed use to ensure compatibility or other considerations is required, and financial capacity to undertake the project. Once an experienced preservation-minded buyer is identified, we exercise our option with the city and acquire the property with basic covenants as prescribed by the state statute, and then we place more specific, customized protective covenants on the property in our transfer to the developer. And I just wanted to show you some images of this building, archival images from when it was first built, to just really demonstrate what an architectural and cultural asset it is to Durham and the state of North Carolina. It was the first Miesian high-rise built in the state. Milton Small was a North Carolina architect, hired by 2 national and international architects out of New York to handle the local job, and they used very high-quality materials. And this is a landmark building, if ever there was one, in North Carolina, situated next to another landmark building that has been successfully rehabilitated, the North Carolina Mutual Building. So that basically covers what we wanted to bring to your attention. And again, the details were included in your packets, and I thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Kathleen. So that covers the first, again, scenario, really baseline scenario, preservation of the building. Next, we want to put forth in front of you a scenario that considers interim activation of the site. And so this is preserving the building and making available space to utilize for some form of interim activation until the site is really ready for larger scale redevelopment. This, I think, ideally would reflect community-oriented programming that reflects the needs of what community have spoken and articulated, whether it's in the recent Open Space Comprehensive Plan or through an understanding of what types of spaces they're looking for to promote events and activities. I think there's a really good thesis here. We've seen it executed nationally of how to use interim activation to create site value and change the brand that a site has. And so we'll go through a little bit of that. I think naturally with interim activation, that means some version of open space investments that will require some degree of public investment and oversight by the city for the land that it owns. And then I should point out that obviously when you introduce open space or activation, community will get attached to it. And so in the future, there needs to be a consideration for if you pursue interim activation and then in the future at some point think to redevelop the site, there will be questions about what do you do with the programming that takes place there, the space itself, does it move somewhere else? What does the transition look like? So we've seen this hold up projects elsewhere, and so I do want to present that to council for consideration. I want to move through these fairly quickly, but I think, again, this is a formula that we've seen used in different cities across the country. When there's a site and there's a desire to bring people to the site, activate a site, sometimes it's a parking lot, sometimes it's a patch of grass, but this is an attempt by cities or landowners to bring programming and activities as a way to showcase what could be the future of a site. Prove to developers, prove to investors that there's potential to take what could be a parking lot or a patch of grass and turn it into something more meaningful. You can attract tenants that can be retailers, pop-up retailers today that could eventually occupy brick and mortar space in the future. Make over the brand of the site and potentially create a demand and potential investment that could remake the site in the future. There are lots of approaches to activation. everything from permanent installation to events. I think in some ways the model of Durham Central Park is instructive. Farmers markets, food truck rodeos, other types of events, concerts, movie nights that suggest that you can have temporary programming, activated space, and make it beloved alongside of types of investments like landscape that make it unique and can bring people to the site for lots of reasons. There's a planning process that if the city were to decide to move forward with this, creating a vision, defining a budget, understanding who your partners might be, curating something that fits the vision for the site, and then ultimately beginning activation. We've seen this, again, national examples, and some are more active, some are more passive. Sports fields, mobile parks, pop-up parks, landscape, food truck rodeos, public art, furniture, community beer gardens, or other food and beverage type activations. There are lots of examples where open space or activation can bring energy to a site while also maintaining flexibility for the long term. Again, you can draw from Durham Parks and Rec's recent comprehensive plan to draw ideas from what people across the community have requested and align future activation with what the community has already asked for. And I think it's worth pointing out that the scale of activation can vary. So we've seen smaller scale activations, anywhere from $0 to a few $100,000 of upfront capital investment, and then lower scale operating costs. But depending on how much you want to invest, there's an opportunity to go higher and bring more activation to the site. Various approaches have worked in different places, and we're happy to go through a few of them. The Lawn on D, which is a roughly 3-acre site in Boston, Massachusetts, one of the up-and-coming districts in Boston, the Seaport District. They had this patch of land. They didn't know what to do with it. They installed grass. They installed furniture. And now it's one of the most activated pieces in all of Boston. Since they installed this really a piece of open space with furniture, they've seen over 500,000 square feet of new development take place within about a quarter mile around the area. And this was initially owned by the Convention Center Authority in Boston. So a public authority that moved forward with redevelopment of that space and contributed to broader activation and reinvestment. The farmers.
Is that one permanent or temporary? The
Good question. It has been made permanent because it's so popular. Yeah. Moving forward to the farmers market in San Antonio, this was a property owner who bought a significant piece of land, wanted some form of activation to create excitement and buzz. I think it's arguable, but in San Antonio, I think most folks would say this is the hottest real estate market or sub-market within the city. And it started with this farmers market introduction. And since it was introduced in 2010, it's contributed to delivering over 700,000 square feet of new development from a multitude of uses. So just to give you a sense of what this could be, here are some graphics that show you, I think, popular local activations and how that compares to the site itself, and specifically the area activation, which is around 80,000 square feet. If we were to overlay the Durham Central Park Farmers Market, you can see that it would fit within the space with additional space to boot. If we were to look at the other examples from San Antonio, Boston, we also included a small activation in San Francisco called the Proxy Theater, which is repurposed a parking lot. And that Proxy and Pearl Street both fit within the area for activation. Lawn on D is a little bit larger, but Lawn on D being about 3 acres is about the same scale for the entirety of the site. And all of these images are being provided by Durham Parks and Recreation. Also the suggestion that you can break the area up into different program areas. And so just to give you a sense of the range of activations that could be introduced. So moving into affordable housing. Again, this was something that council brought. They wanted to understand, you all wanted to understand what it could look like to introduce affordable housing on site. And so moving from interim activation to consideration for what development today could look like. Again, we wanted to reflect, I think, what we've learned from the market today. So in this scenario, we're again preserving the Milton Small building. There is the presumptive delivery of affordable housing to meet the community needs that have been articulated, and then introducing surface parking to minimize cost. There's a real push-pull here of when you introduce housing, you need on-site parking, and this is actually a restriction with low-income housing tax credits. We'll go into some of that in a little bit. But so as you introduce more housing and more units, you also need more parking. And so as you add more units, you take up more space with more parking. And so there's a natural limitation to the amount of density that you can introduce on a 4-acre site. And as I understand it, NCHFA, the North Carolina Housing Finance Authority, really prefers having parking on site. And so not across the street, not elsewhere, but having it on site. And so there's this, yeah, please.
Is there a ratio of parking, like determining how many spaces per unit? Can you expound upon that? If there's one.
So in these images, we're using a baseline of 1 space per unit. In terms of how fungible that is, I would ask for anything on the UDO or.
So it's something that you can negotiate as a part of the QAP with NCHFA. So I have heard that it has been negotiated down to a 0.9 or 0.8 ratio as a part of the early discussions that Peoples was having with NCHFA, which is a previous developer that we were in conversation with. But generally, it's 1.2 as a standard.
So is there any consideration that that spot is close to a railway station as well as our bus terminal? So is there any impact on that when thinking about the building of housing there at that place?
Yeah, I think what happens is as developers develop their projects, they have those conversations with NCHFA and try to make those cases, whether it's, if they're doing micro housing, for instance, you might not need as many parking spaces. So that's all something that developers discuss with NCHFA as a part of the tax credit process.
I prefer we wait to the end, but if you have a burning question on a particular slide, then you can ask.
I think it's a quick one. So in terms of the options around parking, that also depends on whether, if we're doing low-income housing, if it's a 9% versus a 4% tax credit. But as you said, you felt like the more likely option was the 9%, but if it's 4%, there's more flexibility, right?
Yeah, okay. Absolutely, yes. 4% carries more flexibility. Again, I think we were in the conversations, we were in the negotiations. Everything ended up trending towards 9% because they needed more support. Yeah. Great. So some considerations. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Cook.
Can you just go back to one slide, sorry?
Yes.
So that little spot, the black dots in the corner, this is the idea that otherwise we would potentially put parking here and we will not be able to put parking here.
Right, I mean, parking provides a natural limitation. So that's part of it, the parking component, but also, again, we wanted to reflect as much as we could what the market would bear and what we see as viable. As you go above 5 or 6 stories, you enter into a different level of construction materials, which increases cost per unit, which increases your need for subsidy. So reflecting current conditions, what we're trying to say is if the city were to pursue affordable housing today, under better development conditions, you may be able, where there's better financing, lower cost, you can build taller and there may not be the same sort of financing constraints.
Okay, so when you say density loss to surface parking limitations, that's maybe not exactly accurate.
No. There's still the trade-off of density of space to parking. That's included here. But in addition to that, there's also, from a financing perspective, as you go taller, the subsidy also increases. And so that's another trade-off and another consideration that, again, as you introduce more density, there are other costs that move alongside that in parallel.
Okay, that graphic's not super clear, but I'm following what you're saying.
The implication is, I think we understand the desire that we have heard from council and the community is to build as much affordable housing as possible. I think what this graphic is intended to show is that in dense development scenarios, when the economics would allow for structured parking to be possible, more dense affordable housing would be possible. When considering surface parking only, the difference between the massing showed by the dashed black lines and the actual building is the constraint. That is the amount of affordable housing that could be parked on that site with surface parking. So the difference is the density of the affordable housing product and the amount of units limited by the existing surface parking on the lot. Am I saying that correct? Okay.
I think so. We're assuming surface parking here. There is an alternative where structured parking could be introduced. That also increases the costs borne on the site. And if you remember, I know we have new council members, when we were negotiating with Peoples, this became a point. They wanted to introduce structured parking. There's a cost associated with introducing the structured parking, which led to higher subsidy requests. At the end of the day, in order to make that work, so much of it was built into how the city could support that development, and it was by purchasing, effectively, structured parking, which drove up the subsidy request.
And just one more question. So was there a rationale for in option 3, the affordable housing to be located in the southeast corner? whereas in the proposals that were given previously by developers, most of them located on the west side, I think the northwest corner. Was there any reason for that, or was this is just a mock-up?
It's a mock-up. We wanted to show, I mean, initially we had the parking on the western side of the site just because it was most proximate to the Milton Small Building. And so we thought just reasonably you'd likely extend the parking, connect it down the site as you introduced affordable housing. I don't think you'd want to have two separate parking lots in that way. But again, just a mock-up concept. Yep. Great. So we've talked about the 9%. I do want to reiterate this. We spoke with developers. 2 of the 3 developers who proposed for the RFP proposed 9% credits. Peoples initially only proposed 4. As negotiations went on, they changed their position to 9% credits. This is how they were planning to subsidize the proposed density of affordable housing. In addition to that, we also saw beyond the credits requests for subsidy. And so I think adding to the point that even with the highest level of low-income housing tax credits, there was additional requests from the city to support development to make it viable, not respective of any other community partners who could have provided some sort of gap financing. We've talked a little bit about the LIHTC, but so around the 9%, there are a lot of restrictions about parking, where parking sits, whether it's displaced. As I understand it, there's a 15-year compliance period. So that parking would need to remain there for 15 years. So in some ways, when we think about future redevelopment options, it doesn't necessarily preclude them, but it does suggest that it's on a timeline. And so when those compliance timelines end, is it a good time to develop? And what other sort of restrictions are in place to ensure future affordability? These are considerations for, again, how affordable housing is maintained long-term. Yes.
And again, just briefly, the third bullet point about the technical requirements of LIHTC that would make it difficult to deliver truly mixed use. Can you just give just a reminder of with that?
No, thank you, Councilman Briss. So from a mixed income standpoint, I think what we heard from developers is because the 4% is much more flexible, it's much more easily applied to mixed income buildings. When you get to 9%, it's much harder to apply those credits to mixed income, and it leads towards more strictly affordable housing buildings. It's not, we did hear, it's not impossible, but technically it becomes very difficult to apply 9% housing tax, 9% low-income housing tax credits to mixed income buildings. Because of the restrictions that are in place with 9% credits.
So what, can you, I don't want to go way deep, but.
Yeah, I myself am not an expert on the application of 9% credits. This is what we heard from developers. And I should say affordable housing developers specifically. Okay. We wanted to provide some additional context here. Since we started this process 8 years ago, there's been, at that time, as I understand it, because I wasn't on this project when the project began, there was not a lot of affordable housing downtown. In fact, I think it was very much envisioned that this would be the first frontier into downtown affordable housing. And so we wanted to provide the context that since this kicked off in 2018, city, county have done a really great job of investing in delivering affordable housing downtown to the tune of around 1,000 units either built or in the pipeline. In addition to the public investment in affordable housing for downtown, there's also been a similar focus and concentration citywide. Investment from, again, city, county in new units, in preserving units that were about to pass through their affordability covenants, and or rezoning units from developer agreements that were in place, reaching higher density, or other sort of agreement details to create new affordable housing units by virtue of their agreements. So it's a long and short way of saying, since 2018, as you can see on the screen, 1,000 or so units planned or built in downtown, with over 4,600 units planned, built, invested in, public action taken to support over 4,600 units citywide. Yes?
But just to clarify, this is a result of, I remember, the RAD conversion as well as a downtown Durham, I think it's DDNP that happened. So what we're essentially doing is like we had DHA affordable housing downtown and we're renovating those housing units, but they had to come back one-to-one, right? So we're actually essentially replacing a lot of housing from our DHA housing stock. I think this kind of gets lost a little bit when we had the $95 million housing bond and how it kind of works together.
Yeah.
I believe the numbers, though, do go beyond RAD conversions. So I know RAD conversions may be inclusive in those numbers, but a number of the projects, and we'd be happy to break that down by project, and we can ask Housing and Neighborhood Services to provide that. A good number, the Forever Home Durham bond program was not exclusively the RAD conversion. There was a number of other projects. So if council would like that data, we can get it.
Right, and Mr. Snell's not here anymore, but I know we just, I sort of cited this data at a recent meeting. There's more units at Liberty and Commerce Street now, or in the pipeline than there were before. So it's, in addition to the replacing units, there also are more. No, some that's mixed, but all below 80%. So it's not like, yeah.
And then in addition to this, this is information provided by General Services. These are parcels that through some initial analysis are identified as other parcels that are downtown that could also support affordable housing, and varying size, and some of these are assemblages of different order. But I think there's a suggestion that these sites could also be studied for additional affordable housing beyond the 505 West Chapel Hill Street site, in case affordable housing today doesn't fit in the same way that folks expect. So, part of this analysis, and I see that I have a minute left, so I don't, is it?
You're good.
Okay. All right.
I was texting the clerk to have more time, but.
I was going to speed through these. Thank you. So in evaluating the short-term options, we also wanted to give a sense of how this connects to the long-term and different considerations of how the site's been positioned over time. And again, I think it, in many ways, in advancing this work, looking for council's guidance on how do we think about this relationship between the two. So you see the three short-term scenarios on the left as presented. On the right, these are three concepts that we came up with, and this is working across many city departments to think about what the site could be in the future. Try to have sort of an open perspective as to what it could be, and in many ways in shaping this moving forward, again, looking to council to provide guidance as to how you interpret the long-term potential for the site. The first one that we want to offer as a suggestion is taking interim activation and effectively translating it into a signature park of some kind on the western side of downtown. I, again, speak to a number of examples nationwide of how open space has been used to generate value, create activity, become, in some ways, a town square for either a downtown or a part of a downtown. As I understand, I think there are a lot of developments, parcels on the western side of downtown that could be considered underutilized or underdeveloped. Could this investment be a jumpstart to other activity on the west end of downtown? And so taking the activation that you would invest in as a part of interim activation, making it more permanent, repurposing this site as a focal point of the west end. I think the ideal outcome is you create that signature park. I think some of the drawbacks would be that you don't achieve the density that you set out to achieve on this site going back to 2018. And again, because it becomes effectively a park, now it's, unless you find a different operator for it or somehow make it private, this requires city investment and city oversight. And so in considering how the short-term scenarios connect to that long-term scenario option, scenarios 1 and 2, the preservation and interim activation, do lend towards it. Once you develop the affordable housing and build the associated parking, that really takes up the space on the site. So there is no opportunity to develop that sort of signature open space, although as shown in the graphic, there is enough space for a little bit of green space on the site. Probably akin to what we had in the, required as part of the RFP process previously. The next is, in many ways, I think most aligned with what the priorities were going into this last round of developer solicitation, thinking about how we could use, how the city can use this site to attract some form of headquarter tenant, office or lab tenant that would support a major commercial space alongside high density residential mix of market rate and low income units. So again, pursuing that mixed income building. Again, this is in the future, very far in the future, where development conditions improve. And again, to support the uses, you would have the structured parking to meet the density on site. And so this, I think, shows, again, the mix of uses that were always envisioned. You deliver the sort of on-site user activation through different parts of the day, with the con being that, again, I think we saw the challenges with office and lab uses. I think there are lots of suggestions that this isn't achievable in the near future unless conditions change dramatically. So taking in part that I think this achieves the initial vision, but is likely far off. And again, how we achieve that, I think that number one, that relatively clean site option where only the building is preserved, that you can connect that to a future where that West End commercial hub scenario 5 is realized. With the interim activation, again, you preserve that space. So again, you have the flexibility to develop it. It's again, because of the space restrictions from option 3, it's just not very conceivable without a certain amount of tear down and rebuild, so additional cost to realize option 5. And then scenario 6 is really, I think, centralizing residential, understanding that there's an office market that may not come back for a long time, but thinking about how this site can advance other city objectives around retail or entertainment anchors. And so this could be, again, some different types of entertainment spaces. This could be a grocery store. This could be other types of amenities that are really attractive for downtown. But in thinking forward in that, it's difficult to understand what that type of anchor would be. What fits in this market? I think retail and entertainment, this fluctuates, especially now, more so than other uses. And so what those needs could be might change over time, and what fits this site may not be clear at this moment. And then I think speaking again to the residential density, absent significant subsidy, that's likely not achievable in the near term. And so again, I think around this long-term scenario 1 with the building preservation, scenario 2 with the interim activation, both lend themselves with certain flexibility to the realization of this vision. Again, pursuing affordable housing now ties up a lot of restrictions around how the site is oriented. And so you just can't deliver that form of density in the same way. Although again, compliance periods end and there could be costs to deconstruct and reconstruct. The city can bear those costs if they choose to, but it would be difficult. Just a quick summary of the different options. And then to close, I think we just want to reiterate the recommendations that we put forward at the beginning, and then we're happy to take your questions. At this stage, city staff recommends that the city does not move forward into advancing full site redevelopment at the time based on market conditions, based on what we imagine, based on all the developer proposals we've seen, significant subsidy requirements, and potentially, I think, moving now, you are potentially sacrificing more units down the line, more residential development down the line, greater density down the line for a site that I think everyone to this point, and including the current UDO planning process, considers this to be a site that could bear that level of density. We heard from Preservation North Carolina, and they put forward an agreement in front of you to think about how they would reposition the building. The recommendation is to move forward in negotiations and understand what some of those terms could be and work towards an agreement. And that would include creating enough flexibility on the site and subdividing the site for access to Preservation North Carolina to move forward with the rehabilitation. And then also pursuing interim activation at this time to bring activity to the site. And with that, any questions we are happy to field.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for listening.
This is a lot of information, but definitely needed. Madam Clerk, can you put 15 minutes on the clock, please?
Mayor, if I could just add 60 seconds of kind of closing the loop, especially for the benefit of our new council members.
16 minutes on the clock.
Thank you. So I want to connect the dots back to our June conversation. I think this is how this presentation started and circle back. So we took direction in June that I've translated for all of you that what we heard was, number 1, stop negotiating with Peoples. Number 2, pursue immediate conversations with Preservation NC to look at what their ability to market the site would be. Number 3, to consider interim and master plan considerations for the site. So to do a little blue sky thinking. And then to bring back, and as a through line through all of that, to consider the possibility for the site to support affordable housing now or in the future. What we've attempted to bring back to you today was that full range, the short-term options that allow consideration of the Milton Small Building and affordable housing now, and long-term considerations that respond to your direction to do some master planning. That's what we've attempted to lay out. We have provided recommendations based on things we have heard from the council. Those recommendations are simply our best attempt to react to what we've heard. I want to make it clear that all 6 of the scenarios that we showed you today are scenarios we're prepared to move forward with, regardless of whether or not they reflect our recommendations. And so we're happy to answer questions about any of those scenarios, but wanted to frame that because I think this is the best way we could find to be responsive to the various elements of the direction we got from council in June. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, colleagues. Mr. Baker, you want to start us off?
First of all, thank you so much for that incredibly in-depth presentation and all the work that you've put into this. It's a very complex issue and one that our entire community has been watching, that has been playing out for years, that has gone through numerous RFPs, that has gone through COVID and hot markets and slow markets. So there's a lot of moving pieces here, and I appreciate all the analysis that's gone into it. I wonder if we could pull up again the site-specific development conditions slide. It's one of the earlier slides in development context. And I'll just start asking my question here. So
we'll get there.
So we're looking at the high-rise market rate housing, low-rise, high-rise affordable, et cetera. Obviously, the market that we're in right now is challenging, is odd. We saw you presented all of the projects in downtown that are currently paused for those reasons and various reasons, high risk, all of that. We do know that affordable housing is in demand. Even if office isn't in demand, even if market rate housing, we're at record levels of vacancy. And so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think part of what was appealing, I don't know, 3-4 years ago in that market was that we could build some of these other uses on the site, and that would, on that same site, help subsidize the affordable housing.
Right.
The demand has, we'll call it demand, but the market has changed for all of these things. The market might not have changed for affordable housing. We still have a large demand for affordable housing in our city. And I appreciate your presentation about all of the units that have gone into downtown with the caveat presented by Councilmember Burris. So just wanted to walk through that. So some of this is almost a timing issue. We could make a deal on the site where portions of the site pay for the affordable housing. We could also proceed where we pay up front for affordable housing and the rest of the site remains developable into the future. So part of this is, correct me if I'm wrong, if you have anything to add there.
No, I think it's a really important observation that we've seen with this site, how cycles change. Cycles will change in the future. I know right now it feels like costs are high and that'll never change, but I think this last 8 years can show you how quickly that dynamic can change. I also think it's worth drawing on an important discrepancy, the difference between demand and feasibility, right? I couldn't agree more. In every major city in America, there's demand for affordable housing at every AMI bracket, across every housing type. But the feasibility of that is what's called into question. And that's why you see a lot of movement towards creating new sources to find supportive financing and subsidies to create and support affordable housing. So there is great demand, and it's really just a question of feasibility. And the city can go forward and build whatever it chooses to build. What we're seeing right now is that that's a not insignificant, or forgive me, that's a double negative, a significant subsidy lift to do so.
So previously, we were able to, in the pro formas, look at subsidizing that affordable housing with other uses on the site, market rate uses on the site. Can you just very briefly, what are the pro forma inputs that are causing the issues with the change in the current market with affordable housing, which is in demand?
Yeah, we confirmed this with the planning department. There's real estate data that suggests this. When costs increase, rents need to increase comparably, right? And on the market rate side. And so what we've seen is a period where construction costs have well outpaced the rent increases that are associated with it. And so in order, again, like 4 or 5 years ago, we could say market rate housing, given the great demand, will help subsidize the need for affordable housing. I think what we've seen is that, and there are also great indicators around absorption for new multifamily rental spaces downtown has slowed down. It's given pause to other developers. Another one of the reasons why those developments haven't moved forward. So there's not as much demand for downtown multifamily. The rents aren't increasing fast enough to keep up with the costs. So that makes, against construction cost increases, against net interest rate increases over time. I know they're coming down, but they haven't offset where they were before. And so given that, and that rent hasn't kept up with those increasing costs on the market rate side, that when that turns that side of the pro forma red, and affordable was already red as well, it's just additional subsidy that's needed to make it work. And as I understand it, there's really no pathway to subsidize market rate housing. So again, with great subsidy, this is achievable. But again, that's, to your point, current market cycle.
Okay, I appreciate that. So, and so that comes back to kind of other things subsidizing the affordable housing, throw in kind of material costs.
And it's worth saying that, you know, again, the market rate, low scale market rate housing has a positive land value. And so, you know, there is an area where that you don't need subsidy to make market rate happen. But again, it's the question of the trade-off of delivering that kind of housing and sacrificing the density that was envisioned and also authorized for the site.
Okay, thank you. I've got one question for Preservation North Carolina. So the numbers that we were presented just now on restoration of the Milton Small Building, I think, which came from Peoples, I think it was $3.7 million. You have a lot of experience in this area. Are those numbers that you would necessarily agree with? Public subsidy, sorry.
Oh, public subsidy. Well, I'm not sure. I mean, I would have to look at their pro forma and what they were factoring in and what they weren't factoring in. If they were factoring in federal and state historic tax credits, you know, that provides tremendous equity to a project where you can't get in new construction, for example. So if you break down what Mark presented, cost per square foot, even if you look at, you know, the $25 to $30 million, you're looking at $350 to $375 a square foot, which is still half of new construction. That's before you factor in demolition costs, which that $2 million from several years ago is pretty stale and doesn't even factor in the 2,500,000 tons of debris that you'd be carting off to somewhere. So we need to take a closer look at apples to apples. And new construction is going to, you know, be a much higher cost.
Yeah,
than that.
Of course.
So,
no, of course.
So yeah, I'd have to look at really, you know.
Yeah,
I mean, they had a bare
we'll get into the
bones
weeds.
pro
Yeah,
forma.
you'd have to do some analysis, of course.
Condition issues.
I was just chatting with someone who's done numerous historic preservation projects throughout North Carolina, who was very surprised to hear that number being so large of public subsidy. So it
struck me as high too. But again, it depends on the use. So if you're going to do something that's more higher intensive in terms of plumbing, individual units and so forth are going to be much more expensive than if you do, you know, the lower hanging fruit of office, for which we've already lamented the softening market, right? But so, you know, a mix of uses would change that trajectory again. So again, it just depends on what the uses are.
So, and assuming we would move forward with having staff engage with you all, you would look at all we definitely of uses, including affordable housing.
Yeah, okay. I think Mark and I were joking around, you know, use agnostic. I mean, really, what we're looking for, ultimately, Preservation of North Carolina is looking for a project that meets the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation, right? You know, use the historic materials, you know, in kind and that sort of thing, but be able to rehabilitate it for a new use, which includes, as you saw in my presentation, you know, upfitting it for residential or hotel or first floor restaurant, which it was at one point. You know, the lower hanging fruit is utilizing the building for what it was originally built for. So again, it's all over the map. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll just make some initial comments, but I really want to hear what other colleagues have to say. I fully agree with the analysis that we shouldn't advance to full site redevelopment at this time. I fully agree with permitting city staff to enter into negotiations with Preservation North Carolina. I'm interested in what comes back from that. I'm hopeful, especially based on some of the conversations I've had with other folks who do historic preservation work. I would say one difference that I have with the recommendations is that I am interested in looking at some additional short-term, the scenario with short-term affordable housing. And part of the reason is because this site has seen numerous attempts to go through full redevelopment in a hot market, and it hasn't happened. And we know that affordable housing is in demand. I think it would be worth our time to do a deeper dive and explore what is possible around affordable housing. So those are my additions to the recommendations that have been provided. But overall, I just want to say thank you so much for the presentation and the analysis, and I look forward to the additional questions and comments by my colleagues.
Yeah, I'll second. Thank you to the years of work that has gone into this by HRNA, by city staff, by community residents who've advocated along the way. And also just thank you for your patience as we've gone through this process, and there's been so many changes. And so I'm glad this is coming before us again here today. Like many of you, I followed this for a long time as a community member, and also went back and rewatched the June 5th work session and really tried to pay close attention to the discussion. And I want to thank the heroic effort by staff to try and translate the direction and the discussion, because I'll say, transparently, as somebody, who was looking at that is still off this body, it did not close in a way to me that seemed like really clear and concise direction on what the option should be going forward. And when I kind of listened closely and sort of, documented and even heat mapped what I heard in terms of comments from all the members of the council on that day, and also reflecting on what I see as my priorities for this, I do think there's room for, there's opportunity for improvement for options that do reflect what I heard at that time. Maybe folks, feel differently about, how they heard that discussion, but how I heard that discussion about what should be included. And I think that, at the core of it, at the crux of it, it gets down to what Councilmember Baker said, is having an option that includes affordable housing in the short term, but also connects into a longer term option that, does reflect other priorities of the council, and we've heard from the community. I don't know this for sure. I wonder if that affordable housing, development is placed in the northwest corner, if that changes how you think about long-term commercial development opportunities. It's something to think about, but I would like to think, because, there were the three options, only the third one included affordable housing, and that one is the only option that did not connect into a future option that was desirable, and maybe that's just the reality, but I would like to ask staff to work with HRNA, and I can get back to a question of process to make a request, right? To look at what the short-term activation option for affordable housing is that also allows us to look at priorities into the future. And when I listened to what council members said, every member of the council said that affordable housing was, a number one priority, tied with, others perhaps, but was up there as something that we wanted, folks wanted to see. But it does not look like the options that presented, really provide that clear pathway forward for that. And in fact, seem to weight the preservation piece much higher in terms of the work being done. And granted, I would really like to see the preservation of the Milton Small Building and have that be built in as part of this plan, but it looked like the options reflected that as the overall top priority versus what I heard in council comments is that the affordability piece was the number one priority, and I'd love to see a way to have those work together. So those are some initial reflections and comments. At the right time, I'd like to suggest more specifically to try and get really crystal clear about what that might look like and get reactions from my fellow council members so there isn't any doubt. And I have some other comments or questions, but yes, thank
you.
Is there a hand up? Okay, I just saw a hand up. I wasn't sure if you were trying to ask me to wrap up, so. Okay. Second, in terms of the preservation piece, I had a couple questions. And just in terms of like the evaluation of the sale to Preservation North Carolina, you know, what I heard as some of the important benefits of doing that are avoiding a protracted government process, bringing needed investments into communities, and access to a network of developers. And so my question is, are those things that the city does not have access to? And therefore, in order to have access to those benefits, the sale would be the way forward for preservation? You know, and are those the reasons why we would make this sale? Or is it because we feel like it would be more effectively delivered than perhaps the city would be prepared to deliver? And so it's a question I think is a combination for preservation and perhaps staff about like the reasons why we would make that decision.
Preservation North Carolina is just offering a pathway forward. I mean, you all have been involved in this, you know, the city has, and looking at this site, the Milton Small Building, et al., for more than 8 years now. And certainly, you know, you've had the ability to do that all along. What we're suggesting is, because this is what we know how to do, we know who to go to do it. We know the financing nuances to get this project done. We know what to look for. If we can help problem solve this portion of the larger site so that you can focus on the complexities of the other site, of the other portion of the site, that's what we're offering to do, is to try to get this ox cart that's been stuck in the ditch for a good long while. The government surplus property statute allows for a local government to say, here, Preservation North Carolina, do what you do, help us out here so we can focus on this other area. That's all we're saying.
I'll just add for context, I think as this came forward to council in June, we had not been in conversations with Preservation North Carolina. I think there are people who gave feedback to us that the development proposals that had come forward in prior iterations that included renovation of the Milton Small Building were underperforming as far as the potential outcomes for the Milton Small Building because we were not dealing specifically with a historic preservation community and developers who had historic preservation expertise. I believe one of the propositions the Preservation NC brought forward is that they do have that expertise and they have that network working with developers who have specific expertise, and that as a broker on behalf of the city, they would be more successful than the city had been in going out to master developers who were looking at the whole site and including historic preservation as a subset of the development. So I think to your prior comment about whether or not these scenarios reflect an interpretation that historic preservation was the primary focus of the council, I would not say that that's direction that I took. I think however, what this reflects is that what we brought as a primary concern for council in June is that a decision about historic preservation needs to be imminent, because a decision to delay a decision about historic preservation leads to further deterioration of the building. So the options, there is an option that council could direct us not to perceive preservation of the building. That is not on there as a preference of staff, but rather council's direction at that time was, we are interested in what Historic Preservation North Carolina has brought forward. We'd like to continue that conversation, and that's what came back today. So there absolutely is an option for council to direct us not to preserve the building. We don't preserve that as, we did not perceive that as your primary or council's primary interest, but one that did need a decision right away because the building continues to deteriorate.
Ms. Burris.
I just want to thank you all for your patience and time as we've navigated this. And I'm nervous too. It's my first work session. So I just wanted to really appreciate you for allowing me to lean in. I do just ask a question. I think it may be from Ms. Poston. So just want to know if you provide any context or details or at a later point around the vacancy rate for commercial spaces in downtown Durham, particularly those newer buildings that we're building. How, on average, how long do they remain vacant, and how long does it take for you all to occupy and find a retailer for those spaces as well?
I'm going to encourage Nicole Thompson from DEI to come and speak to that, because I think she has some of those statistics that are more current.
Hi, Nicole Thompson, Downtown Durham Incorporated. Vacancy right now in downtown Durham sits at, let me get this right, occupancy is about 85%. That is not terrible. Back before COVID, we were at 97%, and that wasn't good because we didn't have a lot of product. But we're trending right now about 85%.
And sorry to put you on the spot, Nicole. Thank you so much for that information.
Sure. That's it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to turn it back over to my good friend Stacy.
So no, it's not anything. I just want to express that I am really passionate about affordable housing at this site, just for everyone to hear. And I think this is the ideal location for affordable housing due to such close proximity to the Amtrak station, which I ride a lot, as well as the bus terminal, which some folks may ride, the bus. So I really want to focus on that. But thinking about how the interconnectivity and how this sustains businesses downtown. So thinking about that we want people to be able to actually walk to work, people who actually live in close proximity to it enjoy school. We're hearing a lot about how downtowns become so highly inaccessible to people. So just really want to consider and uplift that. We want to make sure that we have these mixed income and make sure we have housing at this point. I think is really an optimal moment for our council.
Thank you. Mr. Rist.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm gonna have more questions. So I think as you were alluding to earlier, I think this question of timing is a big question, right? Yeah. And we've got a lot of folks in the room. We care a lot about affordable housing now on this site, and I think you've given a pretty clear recommendation that if we do the sort of low-rise affordable housing now, that we're gonna prevent some opportunities for future development, right? So I wonder if you can break that down and sort of give us a sense of when you had that sort of the image there's the orange and the kind of black hashing. Sure. What are because I think this ultimately, because we talked a lot about this back before. I think the developer peoples had 92 affordable units. We were pushing for more, 120. So in that schematic there, how many total units are we talking about?
I mean, that
roughly, sort of a range.
Roughly. So I get that's only in the orange building. Right. Yeah. I think we had that at about 5 or 6 stories, and so our best interpretation is that's about 100 units.
Okay. And then in the sort of the long-term scenario where there's more dense development, where there's housing, potentially mixed housing, how many of that sort of larger schematic that includes a mix of uses, how many total units there might be affordable? Just again, roughly a range.
Sure. I think what we've seen, and the only way I can really contextualize this is by looking at what we've seen previously, which was, about 300 to 400 units introduced on site with about 80 to all, I think we've seen as high as 101 units baked in. And that was again, market conditions, how you trade off between market rate and affordable. We also saw from Peoples how that number increased, right? And so
300 or 400, yeah.
And so you can increase the number of affordable housing units, of course, and then it's just a question of where the financing comes from then to support that, right? Because rents will come down, you'll need to find either upfront construction costs to offset what you're losing in revenue down the line.
Or subsidy. Yeah.
Or some form of subsidy, right? And People's talked about, there were conversations about vouchers, because I think initially they had some 30% AMI. So again, there are lots of ways to assemble that financing to make it viable.
But again, so in that long-term scenario, there could be anywhere from 100 to 300 years, right? It all depends on, initial costs, subsidies, so forth.
Right, and then I do, on the revised UDO slide in particular, I think one of the first bullet's really important because right now, as I understand it, it's zoned to go up to 30 stories. If you deliver affordable housing on the site as part of the plan, you can go, I don't know if there's actually a height limit beyond the 30 stories. So I don't want to say it's infinite, unlimited, that feels out of scale, but I think there's a suggestion that in the future, again, if it becomes a hot market again, that you could introduce a significant number of affordable housing on site as part of a mixed income approach. Again, if we go back 4 or 5 years, there were developers who put forward that exact set of programming options.
I have one more question, but I wonder if Bo could come up real quick, because I want to ask about this whole issue of density. So just kind of checking, so this is the downtown design district, right? This parcel.
Budrinsky planning, yes, that's downtown core.
And so what does the downtown design district say? I know it talks a lot about walkability and transit and pedestrian friendly. Like, what does it say about density, if anything?
It's form-based, and so it's regulated by height and not number of units.
So it could be dense, and it could be higher, or it's form-based. It all depends on form.
It could be dense, could be higher. In some ways, some of the requirements in the code encourage that. Yeah, with minimum podium heights. Now, not extremely high, but yeah, it encourages a more dense development.
Okay, thanks. And then like my last question, because I'm hearing some of my colleagues saying, hey, can we, interest in preserving Milton Small, which I'm a big fan of. I think that makes sense for our city. I think we hear a lot of feedback that like Durham is growing fast. This stuff is all looks the same. And so I think preserving a uniquely, as Kathleen said, this Miesian sort of like architecture, preserving that in Durham as we're changing and getting more modern to sort of preserve some of this existing high quality, amazing, unique stuff makes sense. But I also hear concerns on the staff that we talked about back in June, and we're talking about now about like affordability. And so what you've given us in that schematic was sort of like 100 units, but that may block any further denser development on the site in this district. I guess I'm wondering, is there a middle ground? Like, if we did 40 to 50 units, right? Would that sort of allow us to have some amount of housing there, still activate open space, and still not completely frustrate our efforts to develop this more densely long term?
Yeah, I mean, it becomes a little bit of a puzzle exercise. How many units? How does that translate to parking? What kind of parking? What's in the Milton Small building, right? Because different uses will necessitate different parking expectations. So it's a little bit of, how you skin the cat, right? And what are the details that you pull together to consider what the future of the site is? And also with, the changing number of units, does that change the scale of development? Does that change whether you pursue 9% or 4%? Like these are all the little levers that change when you reconsider the site. So I think my answer is, I think we can sort of talk to people who plan sites every day and think about how these things are laid out to get to a deeper answer on something like that. But I think it's the question is always going to, like, as you move these different pieces, there are other sort of implications of how that impacts your financing, how it impacts density, how it impacts the site's use. So it's really how all the details come together. I know that's not a clear ansar, but
No, I think that makes sense, yeah.
There are a lot of trade-offs here, yeah.
I guess for me, because this is our like fifth crack at this, or sixth one or whatever.
We've gone through three. Yeah.
And so my concern is that every time we've done this, we wanted everything. We wanted the sort of like the everything bagel, right? And so my concern is if we try to do everything right now again, that we could frustrate our efforts to get the sort of long-term what we want on the site. So that's a big concern for me. So, yeah. Thanks.
Ms. Cook?
So a lot of my questions have been asked already, but this is maybe a staff question, Stacy. So what do the next steps look like if we do move forward with preservation and see like what, I know like previously we had like, y'all would come back to us with items and then we would decide if we were actually going to contract. What are those steps that look like that? What does that process look like here?
Sure. I think based on the motions that we've gotten in front of council today, we would engage in a conversation with them to enter into the documents that would allow them to advertise on our behalf for a 12-month period. The manager would be able to go ahead and execute those documents, and we'd be able to go ahead and allow them to begin to try to find a development partner. At the point at which they found a development partner or partners that they believed would be, the appropriate developer to have conversations with us about, we would then be bringing those proposals or proposal back to council for consideration. So for instance, if we entered into a contract for them for 12 months, they, in month 4, they had already kind of done some pre-work on the ground, which I think they probably have, and came to us with a developer proposal, then we would engage in conversations about that, try to frame that up in a way that we could bring that back to council. And then if council was amenable to the framework for that, we would then, sort of execute formal documents. So if it was going to be X particular thing for X particular time, we would do that. At that time also, if we need to subdivide the parcel, we would be working, to subdivide the parcel off based on what would be needed and what parking was appropriate for whatever the potential use was. So I think there's some pieces that kind of work together, but it would allow them to go ahead and execute documents with the city so they could begin advertising this on our behalf.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think, so previously when
I was just asking Catherine if she would like to add anything to that as well, if I've got that framed up correctly.
Okay, so that's okay. I mean, that was good. I mean, that was what I was asking. And I'm more interested from the city side. Should I just, previously when we did our original conversation with Peoples, the baseline was that we will be working with Peoples moving forward. Like, we're just going to have a conversation about specifics. And so if we moved forward today, would we be locked into moving forward with a proposal from Preservation and see, understanding that we have some flexibility in terms of what that looks like? Or is it not, is it totally dissimilar in process?
So we would be entering into a contract with Preservation North Carolina, which they would be marketing on our behalf. They would then go and identify a developer they thought would be the appropriate partner to redevelop that building. We would then have to come back and say, okay, in order for this developer to redevelop this building, this is what the developer would need to have, or the parts and pieces related to that. We would need to come to council to do the activity because we need to do a double closing, of recording the restrictions for the historic piece, and then doing some kind of deal that allows us to move forward and advance that. So,
okay.
I think for further clarification, council, can have some, obviously have input on whatever. We work with local governments who want to have very little and let the staff deal with it, and those who want to be more involved. But really what we're looking at is an option to purchase agreement with Preservation North Carolina, who would be the buyer of this property. So, so beyond that, getting back to the benefit to council members' COPAC question, really what the attractive thing for developers is the certainty of being able to go through the expense and the time of due diligence and know that it will yield something at the end. They will be able to go to closing. We've had local governments who, they definitely want to meet the developers and know what's going to be, but at the front end is what we really want to dialogue with staff and council on, of what's going to go into that option, understanding the expectations. And that way we can just streamline that process and activate this site as soon as we identify an experienced vetted developer. And I hope that makes sense to y'all.
Yes, I mean, it has opened up a few more questions for me, which is, so we would then be moving into an option to sell the land. And then, I mean, I hear you saying that y'all work with local governments, and that's awesome, but I'm just like, what legal say do we have over the use of the land once it is sold? Nothing.
That would be a zoning question,
right?
Probably.
Well, I mean,
I think what we're really interested in is what will work on that site. The more conditions we put on the site, the more roadblocks you're going to get to finding someone to take on the project, and that probably is applied to the entire 4-acre site.
Totally.
And that's part of the complexity of what's been happening over the last several years. We're offering an opportunity for one corner of this site to open it up and get it done. And this is not mutually exclusive from the priorities and visions laid out from the city. In fact, this building can check all those boxes. You've got a landmark building, placemaking, that sort of thing. And a lot of the projects we work on are housing, many of them affordable housing. If it pencils out and it works, great. If there's another use that works great and benefits the community as well, we want to keep that door open as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the part that's giving me a bit of pause, to be honest. And it's nothing, and I don't want it to feel personal because, you know, you are not going to be doing Preservation North Carolina for the rest of time. And honestly, we've seen this go on for a long period and like, whatever. Anyway, this is not, it's not personal to y'all, but it does give me a little bit of pause. We had a whole long conversation about not wanting to turn the land over to Peoples at the time. That was a big request of theirs, was to sell the land, and we were very staunch about not selling the land. And I think that you're right, that part of that does put up roadblocks for us because there are so many unknowns, and there's councils that change, as we're seeing here, and priorities change. And so I'm sure that that does not make any developer feel super excited. But yeah, it's just causing me a little bit of pause because I'm like, okay, like I would really like to see this building preserved, and sounds like that's probably the most cost-effective method. But the reality of it is that we could come back and we could hear instead that what's required is a really large subsidy in order to build what we'd like to see on the land. And then it might not be the smartest choice for us moving forward, right? Like if we come back and I found that affordable housing sounds like what most people up here are kind of interested in seeing, but if that doesn't make sense with the developer on this, for this building, or if it does make sense, but the subsidy is massive in order to create that, then like, I feel like that puts us kind of into a weird position where we sort of have to choose something that maybe doesn't align with our priorities due to cost. So that's a concern for me, but I'm willing to kind of hear what others have to say and think about it a little bit more. I guess this is a consultant question. I'm really stuck on the parking. To me, and I've heard from a lot of different folks who've worked in affordable housing, and it does feel like maybe the parking isn't quite as restricted as it's being put. I mean, it's like a third of the site on the first, well, on almost all of the options, actually. It's about a third of the site from the design. And so I was just wondering, like, what conversations were had about, or you said that earlier that y'all talked to affordable housing developers. I'm curious about those conversations and what they entailed.
Yeah, well, so especially with the images, I can go back to at least one of them so we can know what we're referring to. Sorry. Here. So what we did was we understood the variability of the uses from office to hotel to residential. What would different typical parking ratios look like? And so what we did was we used the parking as it's currently allocated on the site and reflected an average of those parking ratios for the number of spaces that you see sort of offset on the western side. We're not, I should say that, in developing these, again, these are concepts where we're, when we start talking about the additional parking that are needed to support either the open space activation in the future looking concept or the affordable housing, it's an approximation of roughly 100 units, add roughly a space per unit. So I don't want anything to be sort of attributed here as like super precise in terms of its design or layout. However, we are trying our best to, again, steer close to what we see from developers and the expectations of how much parking they want to have on site. So in terms of its design and how it's laid out, we're going by rules of thumb, not by precision architecture design. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
Can I ask a clarifying question that I think gets at what you're asking? So I think one of the key questions that I'm hearing thematically from several council members is diving into this this presumption that the low-rise affordable housing developers place an expectation on parking. So I think the question for you is what data did you use to reach that conclusion? Are there examples you can provide? Because I think the question is, could we not find some more creative solution with less parking? And I think that sounds really critical for the conversation that council's having. So just as much information as you have about why we think around a space per unit is what pencils for affordable housing developers, because it sounds like some council members are hearing that they're not sure that that's the case.
Yeah, I think we've seen more flexibility around parking ratios, especially recently, connections to transit, absolutely true. A lot of this is something that gets negotiated and also something that when developers go for financing, they're subject to certain restrictions. I can't speak to what conversations developers have had on this site with lenders and what their expectations are for on-site parking to ensure the success of the uses that are on the site. But again, we're going based on, I think, what we understand, what we've heard from developers about typical parking allocations. I think we've seen across the country, there are cities that are leveraging like public parking that are near sites, right? And that's within their zoning codes, within their expectations. I am totally for reducing parking expectations or creating more efficient design. But I think, again, in some ways, this is reflective of how we understand how developers would prefer to move forward in terms of minimizing costs while also thinking about how the city subsidizes, which is surface parking is the cheapest. Again, I think we've seen plenty of examples across different cities of how to look differently at those parking restrictions and or like typical allocations.
Yeah, for me, and I want to echo what I've heard actually several of my colleagues, I think Councilmember Burris and Kopak stated it previously, which is that I feel like we've all sort of got this interest in affordable housing, and it feels like we have one option that doesn't really have a lot of details. And this was my concern back in August or September, the last time, and y'all were not here, but I brought this up because I wanted to have more specifics on affordable housing. When it got to this point, we were having this conversation about parceling off and activation. So for me, I'm still looking for that additional level. I know that y'all have done a bit of a dive on affordable housing, and I just want to appreciate that because you heard that that was an interest in the council, but we didn't maybe give clear direction or whatever about having options, like multiple options around affordable housing or doing a deep dive with an affordable housing developer and seeing what those details would actually look like when hashed out. So I'm prepared to support that as a movement forward. And I have one more question, but it's back to the sale of the land, sorry. Just the plot of land where the building exists, just the building? What are we looking at?
So we would work, the consideration would be to parcel off the building and the land for that corner piece so that Preservation North Carolina could market that piece on the city's behalf.
Okay, because earlier you said that we didn't have to do, whether we were going to segment out, we didn't have to do that till later. But if we're having to talk about a sale of a part, we're talking about segmenting today, potentially. Yes.
Yes. Okay. I do believe that, so the UDO, so the parking, so the rub about all of this stuff we're talking about today is really this parking piece. So I want to kind of just crystallize a couple of these parking pieces. So the UDO does not, because of where this is located, require us to have any parking. Lenders want to have parking so that they can have tenants at these buildings so that the tenants can park at the place and go into and have occupancy, right? So the lenders like to have more parking so that they can have less risk because they have units that are rented to tenants. When we think about also NCHFA is going to want to have parking, right? So they are going to require parking. So if we imagine that orange box as it's currently there is 100 units, somewhere between 0.8 and 1.2 parking spaces will be required for a 4% or a 9% tax credit. If you add 100 units on this site, we are essentially saying that the part where the orange is and the part to the left of the orange, that half of the site, that 2 acres of this site is going to be required to build that 100 units of housing and to park that. If we don't do it that way, we can build a parking garage that the city could pay for because it has a public benefit, but there is a significant cost for that. So if we came back to us with a housing-focused activity, it would look like the optionality of structured parking. It would look like carving off the lower end of that parcel for 100 unit or whatever the number of units is, and the accompanying parking required by a private lender and by NHFA, or we could look at something which is do not do affordable housing development on this because of that consideration, right? So this is the rub that we have been trying to sort out. And so I think what we tried to do today in this presentation is to show that friction, optionality around other things besides doing that orange affordable housing. So if that's helpful, that's part of the rub we've really been trying to sort through, and it is the challenge, right?
Yeah, and I hear you. I think for me, I'm looking for more detail around that. Particularly, I'm thinking about the city's most recent project of Willard Street and the parking situation there, which is not remotely close to sizable surface lot that we're looking at for this project. So for me, I'm looking for more information, and I'm going to leave my comments at that.
Okay. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I appreciate all the information, and I really appreciate the conversation about the rub of parking, because that's essentially what it is. It doesn't really matter what our UDO states, because this has come up over and over again with what's required of 4% and 9% tax credit projects, which is the only way, with additional subsidy, let's be clear, there's probably going to be additional subsidy besides the 9%, and we get one of those a year. Durham gets one of those a year. We actually don't have any identified subsidy right now. So that's number 2. And I think that for me, the urgency around the deterioration of the building makes sense. I'm not a huge fan of parceling out the site, but I understand that that's going to be a requirement. If there was a way to just do a 100-year lease or whatever, and then it just gets reverted back to city ownership or something. I have no idea if Preservation North Carolina has ever structured anything like that, but I'd be curious. I understand from an investment standpoint, people want to see it, but in 100 years, your investment would have had to be updated anyway. So that's why I think a longer, looking at that tool, I'm interested in, even if it hasn't been done before, lots of things haven't been done before. But I think my concern is we're going to end up with 2 acres of parking in prime downtown real estate. That's it. If we move forward with the current idea of affordable housing, and let's be clear, I keep hearing affordable housing now. There is no now, because we don't have an identified funding source. If we had money, we would be putting it somewhere already. We don't have an identified funding source to put an affordable housing project. It would have to be probably through a bond, which means you have to build a bond together, you have to bundle it, you have to identify what it is. The county is going to be putting a bond soon. We just passed a bond last year. So you have to time these things, and you have to have it in a time where folks, I would say economically, are feeling pinched. You don't want to risk putting a bond, especially on housing, in front of voters that they're going to turn down. And so those are all the real constraints. I think the idea of, while I don't love it, I'm at least open to the idea of moving forward with the preservation part, however it turns out, because I get the risk of the deterioration of the building. That seems like a very real risk. On the programming of things, I am open to kind of I don't want a park here, because if we put a park here, we're never going to get housing here. Let's be real. Once somebody's seen something green and nice downtown, it doesn't matter that, 10 years ago or 5 years ago. I think it's great to activate the space so that it's not unappealing. But I don't want to do whatever San Antonio, or I don't remember which one, that pretty slide that somebody had, that then exactly, it was supposed to be interim open space, then people got it and they're like, no, we want this forever. If some of the site is dedicated to open space, that's great, but we have to meet our housing goals. I think that the adoption of the new UDO actually gives us even greater flexibility on what we can accomplish on this site. And then at some point, that also gives us greater flexibility on additional affordable housing units and being able to potentially put some structured parking on here, not surface parking. So those are all, I think, the reality that we are facing, and I'll just say it sucks. I understand that it sucks, especially for those who've been advocating for housing. I think I remember taking the poll as a community member back in 2017 before I was on council, and I'm the only one left from that era. So I think this is my 4th go around on this thing. I think that the complexity of the site speaks for itself. I always point back. We did have a developer who did meet all of our goals back 5 years ago, and it didn't go forward because the market reality in that moment was already chaotic, and it's only gotten more chaotic. So that's where I'm at. I understand the urgency that's met. I'm hearing it. I get it. But I am not comfortable, and I get that I might be one of, and there's 7 of us, and I might be the one who's like, no, I'm not doing it that way. But I want more, and more to me means, okay, let's move forward on the historic piece of this because of the pressure of the deterioration of the building. And we really have to think through what does that rest of that site look like and what our options are. And I just want to, if that's where we land, I really do want to stress whatever we do as activation of the space, it really has to be lent as this is really interim so that we're not being clear with residents of what's to come. 200 affordable units is better than 100, even if it means I got to wait a couple more years.
So in terms of the funding source, I think that's an important conversation. And so is that definitive that there is no existing funding source? Is there not $5 million of non-designated forever home funds? I mean, just curious, because I know that there's programs that we haven't been able to spend down, right? Yep. Because they haven't been able to really find a market in the community. People want to demand them, but in terms of the ability to designate, that's a no.
Yeah, every single dollar that we have, either with the dedicated housing fund, Forever Home Durham, or CDBG dollars. So the kind of pool of money that we have is allocated, meaning maybe it's not built, but it is a dollar tied to a project.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have a follow-up question for you. So
Absolutely.
just to, based on this presentation, since it doesn't feel like we have thoroughly explored the options for the creation of affordable housing, so just trying to get around how we are at a hard no when it feels like we didn't do a deep dive into what the funding possibilities or structure look like. So just a little bit more context since you are the most senior person here.
I'm saying that I think that the reason that we're getting something that we feel uncomfortable with is because the work has been done, the analysis has been done by staff, and they're showing us that's the last few slides in a way that I really actually appreciate, because it's hard to, as much as we may desire a thing, the analysis has actually been done, and the analysis is that matrix at the end is if this, then this. And the if this, then this is if we move forward with the low-rise affordable housing, that's it. It's going to be parking and that for the next generation and whatever gets put on the historic site. That's been my interpretation.
And a concern related to Mayor Pro Tem's comments, is you talk about the clear benefits, right, of having more units, right, and 200 units however many years from now versus 100 units now, but the question of how much those will cost, and will we end up spending the same amount for just how that's going to shake out, and if it's going to be basically spending the same amount of money. Or a lot more money, relative to the number of units that we get. So based on just the time value of waiting,
Yeah, and that's we've been waiting, it's in this way. It's
a lot more expensive now because.
Right, and a few years ago, interest rates might come back down. Now we have tariffs. Now we have different parts of our, macroeconomic issues that we didn't create, and there's also not necessarily clear signs on the other side of what's going to happen. So it's a risk either way, but I think that in this case, what I do know, because we've had to deal with the parking issue to the point that Stacy made is not because of our own land use policies. It's because of the constraints that are put from other entities, and that is a real. It could be that they give us some more flexibility. Sometimes that happens, but that's up to an organization that we don't control at all.
I think what was,
I'm just going to say, you know, obviously affordable housing is such a huge concern, right? This was the part of the discussion in June, it's still the discussion now. I think the data that you all provided about affordable housing in Durham was really helpful. So in the last like 8 years, we've delivered, what is it, like 4,000 plus some odd units, right? So that's like 500 or 600 affordable units per year, if I do the math properly, right? And so for me, it is a numbers game, right? So would we essentially, for 20% of that production we've been doing every year, and with additional dedicated housing fund, additional funds for public housing redevelopment, we're going to keep doing that, and proffers as well. We're going to keep doing that. So would we, for 20% of our production in 1 year, dramatically influence what the future of that site is? As you said, with like, you know, Milton Small affordable housing and half of it parking. Would we do that for 20% of the production we've been doing every year for the last 8 years? Tough trade-off for me.
We have speakers on this issue, yeah?
Yeah, quite a few.
Okay, so we don't have to make a decision quite yet. I mean, I just, to counter your point, and I understand like not wanting to block us off, but for me, this is why I keep saying that I don't feel like I have enough information, because we don't really have a projection on what it would take to build in the future, and we also don't really have a good sense of what it would take to build now, because we really haven't broken it down. We've just gotten this, we probably will need a 9% LIHTC, but like, that's as much detail as we've gotten because that deep dive wasn't done. And for me, I'm like, 100 units now is better if they're done more cost effectively. And then in 10 years, we find that we literally are out of the market for building any units at all, right? Like what might happen, which just happened on this site, is that like we've changed direction 3 different times and we have no units. Whereas if we had built 8 years ago, there's like the possibility that we would already have people housed. And so I understand that it's a tough trade-off, but for me, it's like we've got folks who are imminently facing homelessness right now. And we do have potentially added, but to me, like we don't know the breakdown of all of those numbers that we got. Some added stuff in downtown Durham, but like we've got this space, it's close to a transit that everyone wants to see affordable housing on. And so like, if we have more information about what it looks like right now to build those 100 units, that really might be a better policy decision for us than waiting to see if we hopefully can maybe build 200 in the future. So, I mean, to me, it's like I don't have enough information to like make a determination here, so.
a question for me would be like, based on what you're hearing in this discussion and the desire for potentially more information about an option that has affordable housing now, if you could pull up the slide actually with options 1 through 6 would be helpful. You know, just to think about how to interpret this. Yeah, and with the arrows. Okay, yeah, the last one, thank you. So, you know, I guess is the way that I should interpret this is that like option 3 is basically the short-term and the long-term scenario, and there's nothing to build off of that in your current estimation if 100 units are placed anywhere on this site because of the parking needs? Or is there some other future that could be considered where there is something else that can be done on the site with like a really rapid consideration of what that other option might be?
So it's possible. I mentioned before the LIHTC compliance period, which is 15 years. So the restrictions around parking that Stacy, I think very, very clearly spoke to, a lot of that's tied up into that compliance period, right? And so that parking needs to be maintained. It can't be displaced.
Unless it's a 4% LIHTC and there's just more subsidy from the city that's required.
That could be a trade-off, yes.
Because it'd be helpful to have that before to see, how much would it cost? And then be able to weigh that and say, okay, well, maybe it's really not worth it, right? But like, at least to be able to consider that, if the city were able to find a path forward with the developer with a 4% LIHTC, you had more flexibility around the parking, and then could you, leave because what we're talking about is optionality. Like, could we leave open in the future the option to do other things as the world changes? And is there something that builds on 3 that provides us some optionality, even if it leads to some trade-offs that we don't want to accept?
So I can speak to going back to, I think, what we saw from Peoples, the introduction of structured parking and what that meant for the site. And so in a lot of ways, like part of, they moved from a 4% to a 9%. Part of the reason for that was the increase in the number of units and the cost to deliver each of those units. Part of that was the additional need to park those units. Part of it was the changing site plan where we wanted to locate affordable housing and what that meant for the density of the building, which led to increasing costs. Anyway, what I'm getting at is that, again, I really want to speak to how these factors interrelate and the costs that are associated with them and how difficult it makes evaluating the changing factors that you're describing. To the question about cost and how do you, is there a future from 3 to one of the long-term scenarios, or at least the denser ones with development? Sure.
Right, but a scenario in the future that allows, some open space, some commercials, something else, right?
So, I mean, again, it's all in the approach, right? So if 4% LIHTC is less cumbersome to overcome some of these, parking displacement issues, certainly, and then you need to invest in that delta. I don't know what that delta is offhand. We can go look back at the numbers that we have from 2024, so that would already be a little outdated, but they would give some perspective. Either the city or somebody else would have to close that gap. There's also the sort of like practical consideration of building taller on a site like this, which is naturally limited by costs to either deconstruct or build on top of an existing building, which gets into a whole lot of other complicated construction approaches and issues. So the answer is yes, it's probably really expensive, to be simple.
Mr. Manager.
So I want to try and create some paths forward for council. Obviously, we presented some recommendations today. We presented 6 options, any of which you could tell us to pursue. And then I think there's been a fair amount of discussion that all comes back to what about affordable housing now, and testing these assumptions about what sorts of restrictions that places going forward. If I were to translate and try to just be as transparent as possible, I think I hear council saying, we hear you, but we're not sure we believe that those restrictions exist. And so I think what I would offer, if that is the prevailing sentiment of council, that you refer this back to us for a deeper dive on short-term affordable housing options, and I hear an interest in a full vetting of the matters around parking supply, and what evidence. I think we brought summary evidence of our conversations. Our consultants, who don't have a dog in the fight, but whose job it is to just kind of understand the market, brought us their evidence. If there are specific developers that you'd like us to talk to, developers that you've heard from who believe that we're making inaccurate assumptions, and we bring forward a future agenda item that captures that information for council, with more information about comments that Ms. Poston has made about what we believe to be the requirements of the North Carolina Housing Finance, the requirements of vendors. Because I think what I'm hearing from council members is you're not prepared at this point to rely on the presumptions that we've made about Councilmember Kopach's question, which is scenario 3 seems in the math that we have done seems to preclude future scenarios. And I think that's what I hear council really wanting to test, and feeling discomfort that you accepting that at this point. So a path forward would be for council to direct us to show the math, to basically come back with either other outside experts who you would like us to talk to, or that we identify, who come back and say, this is what we are basing our information on, and certainly to develop different scenarios if that comes back and says, no, you don't need the parking. Therefore, you could do X in a current affordable housing makeup and leave a certain amount of the site for future development. And we would certainly, obviously that sounds like the winner for council is that you get a both and. Obviously, we don't think there is a both and that's why we brought you the recommendation here. But I want council to feel confident in that and not, not presume that that is something that is generated by the staff or promoted by the staff. I want to find the people who inform your decision making that you would find reliable in that space. So that would be an option. Certainly, along with that, we would seek direction on whether or not you want us to do any of the recommended steps on the Milton Small building. Certainly happy to go in another direction, but I want to offer you that we are certainly prepared to provide more of the information that it sounds like council continues to discuss and be concerned about.
I mean, could we put some boundaries on that? Like about what the level of request is, level of time, level of detail? Because I don't want to leave it open-ended to go out and have to, because I'll say that this has been a super helpful presentation. I do believe what has been shared, it's more getting a question of like what would need to be true in order to have an option to weigh against the others, to really prioritize the thing that, we've all said that we want to prioritize, which is the affordability piece. And so is it like setting a certain amount of time that will be spent and no more? Is it like, a level of analysis that we go into? Is the answer just it's a boatload of money and that's enough, But like, I think it would be helpful to know what would need to be true for an option that would extend from option 3.
My best offer at this point would be we would go to people we have worked with and who are active in the development space and seek their, kind of their voluntary feedback and to sort of create a little bit of a advisory council of affordable housing developers who have delivered projects in Durham, who have been partnered with the city or who have been partnered with other people who deliver affordable housing projects. Lay out this conversation for them, show them the site, tell them some of the assumptions we've been working under, ask them if they agree or disagree with those assumptions. I would welcome, I know we have a number of advocacy groups in the room who maintain those conversations as well. I would welcome them to bring those experts to us. I don't at this point. I'm not able to predict how long that is. I certainly understand the urgency of getting it back as quickly as possible. We have a new housing director starting on Monday, and we can make it a top priority for them to help convene these conversations. But I don't envision that being hiring a consultant, putting more money into it. But I do think we could at least have the conversation with affordable housing developers to say, these were our assumptions. Council wants to make sure or wants to understand if those assumptions are valid or not valid. Would you be willing to inform that conversation for them? And certainly would welcome you guys telling us who you would like in the room for that conversation.
Well, I don't, actually, if I look at the recommendations from staff, I don't think we're that far apart, actually. I mean, you've recommended not advancing full site redevelopment. I think we're all in agreement there, right? You would recommend permitting staff to enter into negotiations with preservation. See, I think since we're all on board with that. 3 is subdividing the site. That would be part of that process. And then 4 is pursue interim activation while preparing for longer term redevelopment. I think we're essentially in this phased redevelopment piece. And I think what we're saying is we want to continue these conversations about that interim activation, which would include, if the numbers make sense, some level of affordable housing that we want to investigate with folks. And whether we can do that in a way that doesn't involve a whole lot of parking there. Seems to me that's kind of where we are.
And that's pretty much what I was about to say after listening to everyone. And speakers, I am going to get to you, and then we'll take a break after that. But I just want to be a bit just very direct about this. But I do have some questions just for public consumption and myself as well to the consultant maybe. Going back to the very beginning, we sold this whole plot of land. What is that value?
What was the proposed?
If we just outright sold this plot of land, what would be that value?
Ooh, I mean, today,
Stacey may know that.
Yeah.
So we have some appraisals. Let me get my notebook out. Give me a second. So we have had a number of appraisals on this property. I think I want to give you the accurate number. So we've had 3 appraisals on the property. 2012, it was $9.3 million for the land and the building. In 2021, it was $17.3 million. In 2022, the appraised value was $17.5. Now, we have tax values, which we have not fully vetted, but the current tax value for 2025, the land alone is 33 million and change, and the building is 5.6, which I believe is maybe not totally accurate because they haven't. So if the tax value held, current value of the land and the building is 38.8 million.
All right, so land and building, 38 plus million. But we've chosen to retain the land. We've chosen to keep the land into a lease, right?
So
I'm saying if we were to develop on it and we were saying like, we were basically maintain ownership and work with a partner to build and develop the property.
In the previous scenario, correct.
Yep.
In the current preservation North Carolina scenario, we're proposing selling a portion of that land as a public benefit.
All right, to PNC, Preservation North Carolina. So what would be in this for your organization? What would, and I don't mean that to be in an invasive way, but you know, what could you, I think this question may have been asked earlier, what could you provide that the city could not in regarding, I guess you would be like our broker, like do we need to sell the property for us to get out of it what you're gonna do for us?
Preservation North Carolina is not a real estate firm. We would not be acting as a broker or an agent. We're a nonprofit that fits within the state statute as defined. So we are able to get an option which then the city would convey the building to us, subject to minimal protective covenants, and then we would convey the building with stronger covenants to our buyer. The benefit, as suggested a little earlier, would be to provide the lion's share of certainty for at least this portion of this 4-acre site that can be activated sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
You know, the value of that would be subject to negotiation and several varying factors. But we appreciate.
And then there are tax credits we get out of, I mean, that would assist with this, correct?
There are tax credits that a for-profit developer would be able to earn in order to facilitate the development of the building. As a local government, you all wouldn't be able to benefit from that, unfortunately. Yeah.
Right, and you would be able to help find that specialist in that type of development.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
All right. So what I'm looking at here is, and I just wanted to put that both sides out there. What I'm struggling with is I feel like we're only looking at, you know, just this site. And I feel like we're only looking at just this building. Now, I can get into what are the possibilities of this building. You know, I'm thinking micro apartments and condos, you know, just smaller footprints. It's right there in downtown Durham. The flexibility or creativity we can get around that, you know, and that's if the building is preserved, right? But what my hang up is this is very close to the head of the rail trail. It is a lot of development that's going to be happening in this part of downtown. And I think the worst type of buyer is an impulsive buyer, where you just buy it, just boom, I just want it right now because we need it. You know, rather than having a little patience and you know, this land is going to provide us significant dividends. It really will, because it's in the heart of a growing city. There is no such thing as we may not get anything in the future. Not in Durham. So I feel really confident that, you know, we have a responsibility to make this responsible decision, rather than, you know, just I'm not in favor of taking a little bit here just because we need it. We've gotten a lot more than we had when we first bought this on board. Thousands of units, and there are thousands of units in the pipeline, and we're going to continue to get more. We have a new UDO that's going to be completed soon, which is going to give us a lot more flexibility here. What I do not want to do is make an impulsive decision and stuck with a bunch of parking just to say, look what we did. We did 100 affordable units. And just because we're saying affordable units does not mean it's affordable to build. It's going to cost the same thing. It just means that we're going to have more supplements to go with it, and we're going to have to pay for that. And I don't want to get in the habit of continuing to bond our way through things because that has invisible debt. That debt service is going to cost. We don't talk about that, but that is what's driving our taxes as well. So I don't want to say, look what we did. We did a few affordable units, and then you have to pay for it on the back end, and you start pricing people out. So you can look at an asset and say, look what I did, while you watch them leave the city because they can't afford to stay here. So my point is, it's all connected. It is complex. There is a lot of nuance with it. And I just rather be, and I know there's a lot of urgency around getting this done, but I also believe that, you know, housing is one option. It's the most important option right now, but it's one option of what we need. We have teenagers right now that don't feel welcome downtown. And this is a beautiful site to be able to do housing, the hotel if you want. It's a lot we can do with it. But I don't want to be impulsive in a bad market. So I don't want to, you know, we pay our staff, pay professionals to get the best information possible. I don't want to, and colleagues, I'm not saying any of us are doing this, but it felt like we were about to go there, Mr. Manager, based on your comments. I don't want to get in the habit of making it seem like we don't trust our staff to do the job. So I trust you all. I trust information, but also, you know, if my colleagues want more information, I think it's a matter of, you know, just getting more concrete information so that we can, you know, make those informed decisions. But I'm looking at, you know, the trajectory of Durham. I'm looking at all the things we need. I'm looking at what's possible. What is the bigger picture? I'm a little hung up on the fact we're just looking at one. We're looking at this site in a vacuum. And also, you know, we haven't talked to State Employees Credit Union and what they're going to do with their site. We haven't talked to BB&T, Truist, and what they're going to do with their site. We have residential around it. You know, we have the Mutual Tower right there. You know, who are the potential partners that are adjacent, like right adjacent to it? Have we brought them to the conversation? You know, I would love to have this building preserved and, you know, tell a continued story of the Mutual Tower. You know, it's so much more we can do than just impulsively get settled with a bunch of parking, surface parking, when that could actually be activated space for something. And it could be more than just where someone is, you know, I don't want to get in the whole, like, look, I did 100 affordable housing and then be happy with it. 100 affordable housing units, and when it could be hundreds more, mixed in with, you know, other housing types and other housing income levels. I do not want another McDougal Terrace or another Cornwallis. The federal government just put one level of homes and they just neglected people. And the people who live there don't deserve that. That's why we're moving them out into better living conditions. We don't need that again. And to be honest with you, it always ends up being the same type of people. And they look just like me. So I think we deserve something nice. And I think we have an opportunity to do it. And that's what I hope we can do here. So I'd like to go ahead and, we don't have a lot of speakers, but I do want to make sure we give our speakers some time here, and then we'll take a break and we'll go through our other two presentations plus closed session. After we get direction, right. Let me go ahead and. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call the speakers up. James Blake, Mick Rayner, Jane Williams. Then I'll call the other two after that. Three.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem.
Good afternoon.
My name is James Blake. I'm the pastor of Fisher Memorial United Holy Church, a member of Durham CAN, and a member of the strategy team of Durham CAN. Here today to emphasize that we are here in support of affordable housing for the site at 505. We've been working with this site since about 2017 with the promise that there would be affordable housing on this site. And so as a pastor, I have a unique experience in that at the corner of Fayetteville, and Umstead, I have a group of homeless or unhoused people who are building fires every day to stay warm during the night or even during the day. And there is absolutely nothing that we can do about getting them off that property, because every time we move them off the property, they come back to the property. And one of the things that stems for us is that there is not enough housing in Durham, and not just for those who are unhoused, but for those who are working in Durham and cannot afford to live in Durham. They are living in cities outside of Durham and driving in each and every day to come to work, but they cannot live in the city in which they work. That is a problem that we have here in the city of Durham, and the only way that we're going to do that is to have some affordable housing. Now, often we say the word affordable. The question is affordable for whom? And oftentimes, that does not preclude those who look like me, as it is affordable housing. So we are saying today, just as we said years ago, that there needs to be affordable housing on the 505 West Chapel Hill Street site.
Thank you. Mick Rayner.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Pro Tem, council members, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Mick Rayner. I'm one of the pastors at Duke Memorial United Methodist. As you may know, that's directly across from the 505 site. In our faith tradition, we are in the first week of Advent, a time of waiting and expectation. But Advent consists of 4 Sundays. Our congregation and our community have been waiting for 8 years, looking across the street from our sanctuary at a vacant lot. A lot with a promise of hope, of new neighbors, new opportunities for our city. Alongside Durham Can and many other organizations here today, we have been advocating to use a portion of the 505 site to build affordable housing. The need for affordable housing has continued to grow. At our church, we have a ministry that helps with rent or utility requests. Since I've been there, those requests have gone from 7 or 8 a month to 18 to 20 a month. We are in an affordable housing crisis. At Duke Memorial at 504 West Chapel Hill Street, we are seeing people being turned away each month for rent assistance as they look at 505 West Chapel Hill Street directly across the street from them at a vacant lot that could be used for safe, clean, and affordable housing to 100 or more families as soon as possible. This could be done through using LIHTC's funds, by not waiting on the restoration of the Milton Spall building, but instead continuing to push forward, because we cannot afford to delay. There are folks who literally cannot afford for us to delay. Today is a new day. Each of you in some way have said yes to building affordable housing, and 6 weeks ago at Can's Candidate Assembly, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Kopak, and Councilmember Burris each said yes to the question of, will you vote to direct city staff to fast track the construction at 505 by a qualified affordable housing developer of at least 100 units of affordable at 60% AMI. Now, we are encouraged by the questions that are being asked today, by that yes to that question. And we are inviting, as a congregation directly across the street and as your community, to turn that yes into positive action, to act on what is possible for affordable housing today, for 100 affordable units as soon as possible. Thank you.
Jane Williams. And after Jane Williams, Whip Gully, Julian Patterson, and Nicole Thompson.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, thanks for your time. Thanks, Stacy. On behalf of the Coalition of Affordable Housing and Transit, the Walk-In Ministry of First Presbyterian Church, and the 505 Consortium, I want to express our deep appreciation to the council for making affordable housing the #1 priority at 505 West Chapel Hill. The council reaffirmed their support last year in directing a developer to significantly increase the number of affordable units. It is important for the site plan for the property and affordable housing developers can be very effective in an overall plan. And they're creative solutions, and I'd like to suggest that we be creative in this. If we go down Main Street and we look at what the county did, they had a parking issue, they had an affordable housing issue. So they built a parking deck and wrapped it with affordable housing. I would ask for us to look at creative solutions, because with it, they addressed both of these issues, and they were also effective with the use of that land. So the proposal of number 3 does not follow the council's number 1 priority at 505. Our request is simple and straightforward: to fast track the exploration of affordable housing on the site. And today, we actually have with us in the audience Greg Warren, who has 30 years of experience with affordable housing building, and I would suggest that he be one of the people who's consulted in putting together this task force that's going to look at affordable housing on the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Interesting comment. Stacey, do we know who owns that land? Does the county own that land, or they, where Ms. Williams was just speaking of? They own it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Both sides? Okay, good. Mayor, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, thank you.
You still look just as young as your picture in the hallway.
Not at all, but I appreciate you that. Flattery will get you everywhere. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you, and special round of congratulations to newly elected members of the council. Appreciate your public service, as with the whole of the council. I had prepared remarks, and I'm going to skip over a lot of that and summarize very briefly, because I feel like I've come a week after the Super Bowl finished to New Orleans, and people are saying, well, what do you think is going to happen in the game? Because we're coming after, a couple hours of presentation, council comments back and forth, and asked to say things to you. So let me try and just, at this late date, at this late moment, share a couple of things. You've got a lot of information that's come your way. We appreciate, as Jane said, the many years that this council has said, number 1 top priority is affordable housing. And we're hopeful that it continues to be the case, but it's not clear. We're disappointed and bewildered by, frankly, the staff and consultants' report, because as we read them, we think they misleadingly and negatively slant against affordable housing. Let me give you a couple of quick examples. You've heard some about how the report conflates the 4% and the 9% LIHTC. They're very different things. And one has a lot of competition and requirements and limitations, and the other one doesn't. And they're not the same. And yet you read the report, and I give examples in which you'll see in the remarks about how they appear to say that they all have great difficulty. So affordable housing is going to be very difficult. Also, the numbers in the chart about affordable housing units since 2018 in there, I got information from the Housing Authority about just 4 of those units. And what is clear is that they've included in new affordable housing units both affordable housing units that don't meet the city's policy definition of affordable housing, because they're over 60% AMI, and then a good number of them that are replacement units. That is, we tore down some units, we replaced them. Those are not new units. Those are replacement units, and you can't count them as new additions. And in these 4 examples, there's almost 400 new units counted in to the 1,000. That really shouldn't be. That's something that you all can look into and get figures from DHA and see if that's really the case or not. So I would suggest to you, the chart showing other city properties that you could go build affordable housing, sure. But the chance in the future that you might build affordable housing doesn't mean you shouldn't do something now if you can. And we're hopeful that the council will say, we want to take steps now. And I appreciate the manager's efforts to try and find some way to do that. Mr. Manager, I would hope there's a couple, just like you have Preservation North Carolina, there's a couple of good housing developers that you all have worked with that are here. Sit down with 1 or 2 of them. You don't need council, just ask each one of them or one of them. We want to get the best shot at affordable housing we can get, the best opportunity. And so see what you can develop that really in good faith says, let's try and make something happen here, and then come back and see if council likes it or not. So we're grateful for all your work. Look forward to continue to work with you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Julianne Patterson, Executive Director of Preservation Durham. Good afternoon, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Caballero, and the Durham City Council. Welcome to our new council members, Burris and Kopak. Preservation Durham is here today to support the staff recommendation to subdivide the site and begin negotiations with Preservation North Carolina on an option to purchase agreement for the historic home security life building. This is the path we advocated for this summer when negotiations with Peebles ended, and we continue to believe it's the best way to ensure the building receives the specialized attention it deserves and frees up the rest of the site for development in line with other stated priorities like affordable housing. I feel like the conversation has gone around in a bunch of different ways, so my comments, I'm changing them. But I think what we have asked for and what Preservation North Carolina has presented is really just make this a little bit more of a simple process, subdivide out the historic building, have Preservation North Carolina work with that, just commit to the rehab and subdivision of that site. It does not limit future development on the rest of the site. In fact, we believe that subdividing allows the rehab of the historic building to move forward unencumbered by the rest of the site. And we believe that that also allows looking at further development options for affordable housing on the rest of the parcel. It'll make that a clearer thing to look at and talk with affordable housing developers directly on. I did have a question, I think for Mark, on the rehab cost of 25 to 30 million. Does that incorporate the historic tax credits?
It's just a cost item.
Okay, so incorporating the historic tax credits, which I keep coming and talking about, which if Preservation North Carolina is involved would not be optional. That would be a required part of that process, working and utilizing the Secretary of the Interior standards, brings that rehab cost down to 16 to 20 million. And that is it's not a 4%, it's not a 9% credit, it's not competitive. It is a 35% historic tax credit. And that is only available if the historic building remains there. So that, I think, using real numbers to evaluate the rehab of this building and kind of what we're looking at is important. And I think engaging Preservation North Carolina's expertise ensures that the tax credits will be used, and that minimizes the costs and need for public subsidy. And then finally, we also believe that it puts the preservation focus in experienced hands with a nonprofit community partner, bringing them to the table. And to the question of like what's in it for them, this is just mission alignment. They do this work all the time. And I'm grateful that Kathleen is still willing to work on this. She has been with Preservation North Carolina much longer than this period, and I am done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that's why I asked that question, just to put it on the record, there's going to be values in this, you know, and if preservation is one of the values, then just want to make sure we all hear it. I do have to poll the council. I know that there are like 20 galas and things going on tonight. I don't know who's going, who's not, and who's going where. Do you all want me to order food?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, is everyone is going to eat? Okay. Chelsea and I.
Everyone's eating?
Yeah.
Some Koki?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll
So go
order.
ahead and
Thank
go ahead
you.
and place the order. Colleagues, let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. One more speaker and then we'll take a break.
Make them give you dinner too.
I know. Nicole Thompson, Downtown Durham Incorporated. And I'm so glad I'm coming after you all know that you're getting ready to be fed. So that's good. I just have a few quick moments, quick comments. I've not spoken before you all about this particular parcel, but in February of 2017, I arrived in Durham in this position. And I believe in March or April of that year, I had one of my first meetings, and it was about this piece of property, and what to do with this property. And I think Stacy was at that meeting. We sat around and we talked, what could we do? What should we do? What could we do? What can we do? Throughout that entire conversation, and over the last 8, almost 9 years, it has always been that it has been a catalytic opportunity for Durham and for downtown. It sits in a place that you drive by, you see as you're coming in, as you leave, whether it's on Chapel Hill Street or whether it's 147. I ask you all to think big. What is next for Durham? Some of you all have heard that question, but what is next for Durham? What is next for downtown? This site gives you the opportunity to think big, to think beyond the boundary of Chapel Hill Street, Gregson, Jackson, and Duke. And I'll just remind you that 2 one-way roads that parallel, sit on either side, that make mobility a challenge right now. But think big about what this site could do for future development in downtown, how it could partner with the expansion of the American Tobacco Campus, Phase 3, whatever you want to call it. Sure, that hasn't happened yet, but it doesn't mean that it's not. We're in a moment here. It's just a moment. It's not the be-all, end-all. This is just a moment as we look at what our downtowns, and this is not just unique to Durham, but what our downtowns become in this new world. And you all could lead the way, as you all have done time and time again, going back to having a Black Wall Street in downtown that was successful, given that it was a terrible reason that we had to have it. Building a stadium in downtown, keeping the Bulls in downtown, building a DPAC in downtown, creating spaces. Think big about what you can do and how what you do on this site helps trigger what happens at the Mutual Building. There's developable land around that site. Be very clear, I'm not saying that building's going anywhere, very clear. But there is land around that sits adjacent to what happens here. It could be so much more. And your question is probably like, what, Nicole? I don't know, but it needs to be thought about as intentionally as it was thought about 8 years ago. And DDI asked that we sit and work with the city on how to do that because we have a blueprint that you all heard about. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, we'll come back at 4:55, yeah. Final answer. All right, guys, let's bring it back, please. Take. So it's been a lot of rich discussion around this, and I've really appreciated it. And just, listening to everyone. The good thing is I don't think we're too far off base. Okay, I can stop rambling, and now she's here. I was going to ramble until Javier walked back in, Mayor Pro Tem walked back in, because she took the notes down. If you will, go ahead and give us a consensus of what you heard based on what our direction will be for next steps, and we can debate to see if that's what we're actually all saying.
Thank you. And we were doing the very important thing of making sure our new council colleagues know where the snacks are, which is, we've learned how we get along so much better when we get snacks. What I heard that I felt there was at least consensus around was moving forward with Preservation North Carolina on that path. And then there were essentially, and this is I think what Councilmember Kopak said, which was the option 3. Sorry, y'all, I got to pull up my presentation. The option 3, but with the idea that to get more information on testing the affordability presumptions that were made and the parking presumptions that were made, and that staff would then pull together kind of a small advisory group to do some more investigation on those assumptions that were made in the presentation to us. Based on conversations from speakers, there was also a suggestion of adding Mr. Warren if he's amenable to that group. And my suggestion is maybe adding Nicole Thompson from DDI to that working group or that advisory council as well. But the idea was that they would come back to council, unclear on timeline, but I think sooner rather than later. And I think maybe that's the one question that I have. Specifically testing both the what are really the parameters around affordability and what is parking really going to be there, or at least a better understanding. That is where I landed, but not sure what others were.
So how does that relate to the 3, of the 4 staff recommendations? The first 3 are all about not doing full site redevelopment.
Yeah,
and the second 2 are essentially related to Preservation North Carolina and Milton Small. So those.
Yeah, so it was basically the pursue interim activation while preparing for longer term development. I'm interpreting the pursue interim activation as, instead of just interim activation, pursue affordable housing, but also considering preparing for long-term redevelopment. That folks did not feel that the case against affordable housing was made as strongly, affordable housing now, that folks thought that needed to be, basically folks were challenging that and they wanted more information, and what we needed to have was both a better understanding of what the parking requirements actually are, and how does that affect the affordable housing project. And Councilmember, I'm going to call on Councilmember Cook and then you, Councilmember Rist. Go ahead.
Just 2 questions. The first one is, what I'm hoping to see is multiple options for affordable housing now with a long-term option, and I just don't want to limit us to just the issue on parking, or the option that's listed as number 3, because I just don't feel like that one.
What do you mean by long-term? Can you?
Yeah, I mean, I want to, with number 3 sort of being the guideline of we are interested in our short-term interest is in affordable housing, but seeing what options are available to us there, not just sort of understanding the parking, although I do think that that's a big part of it, but also getting ideas from staff about solutions for affordable builds, more specific. I don't want to limit it to the parking issue, I guess is what I'm saying.
Sorry, and I didn't mean to limit to the parking issues. I'm saying that determining the parking issues helps us understand the affordability, whatever comes from that. You can't get to the affordability question without figuring out the parking question first, I guess.
Sure, I just want to make sure that it was clear that I was looking for something more broad, and then also.
Can I ask a clarifying question real quick? When you say that, I think the thing is that we're not going into contract with anyone, so we're
Right.
not going to have any real numbers. And so when you say I want more information, I think the question becomes, what is the information that would be sufficient?
Yes, thank you for asking that, because I think that is more clear than what I was saying, which is that I would love for staff to sit down with affordable housing developers and see what our options are moving forward. That's what I would like to see.
And can I ask what you mean by options?
What if we were to choose, if we want to get to 100 units, like we could pursue a 4%, or if we pursued a 9%, it would look like this, et cetera, et cetera. So like
So
I want
pursuing different types of LIHTC.
Yes, or whatever it would, or if it's just
Whatever
a city
subsidy?
subsidy, right?
Okay.
Yeah. That's my interest, is having them sit down with an affordable housing provider, because I know they did, but not with an eye towards having that have multiple options around it. So, and then my second question is, do we have an amount of land that is for the Preservation Durham or Preservation North Carolina piece, or is that something that comes back? Like, what are the parameters?
Aren't they gonna?
Can you come to the mic, please?
Kathleen Turner, Preservation North Carolina. We were proposing initially an acre which encompasses the building, as well as surrounding architectural landscape features, as well as driveway into basement and sub-basement.
Do folks feel comfortable with that? Can we just do a thumbs up with the acre that the preservation folks were saying? I've got 3. I'm looking at a couple more because that doesn't.
In terms of how much would be included if that is the decision.
Correct. So on the historic preservation piece, what we are deciding is that we are moving forward with North Carolina, Preservation North Carolina. That only means that they move us down a process. Eventually, that does mean subdividing the parcel, if that's what we decide to do, but we actually have to have an understanding of what part of the parcel, and what they're saying is it would need to be an acre. If we're comfortable with that, then that part has been determined, that yes, we are going to move forward with Preservation North Carolina, at least investigating further subdividing the lot. And I'm getting a head nod from Ms. Poston, so I'm going to say that is that one recommendation. If folks could say yay, nay, or we need further discussion so we know, and then I can call on folks if we want further discussion.
Within that acre, that's like considering the parking as well. You all might want to stay close to the mic till we get through this, by the way.
Yes, that does encompass some potential surface parking, but the land behind the building is integral into driveways, into the basement and sub-basement. I've seen some preliminary drawings from way back in the day that could possibly integrate some minimal parking in the basement. So that acre, after talking to planning department and others, it seemed like it worked for that site. Any smaller, you start constraining in that building and its rehabilitation, and future use would really have to lean on structured parking provided by others.
Thank you. So it seems like an acre is sufficient for what Preservation North Carolina is envisioning. Are folks comfortable with that recommendation, or do we need to have further discussion? Just give a thumbs up, down, or?
I'm good with that.
Okay, so on the Preservation North Carolina, does staff have what they need?
So I think if we could do approximately an acre, that could be helpful. I want to make sure that DOT one-way entering that piece and the subdivision could work. So just approximately 1 acre, generally in that area.
Okay, so approximately 1 acre would be what would be subdivided, and we would be moving forward with that conversation with Preservation North Carolina. We're all good? Okay.
And before we move on, so Stacy, can you confirm for me, in order to move that forward, that will come back as a separate agenda item for council's consideration to exercise the option. And there maybe details in that conversation that aren't being settled today, but that come back before the council for adoption to move forward. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. On the question of affordability, what I have heard from colleagues is that they would like, to the manager's point earlier, a small advisory group that is working with staff to further test out the affordability question, meaning subsidy stack. Is the 9% something that would work, or 4% or something? And even if it's just broad numbers, what would the city subsidy maybe have to be? And again, we understand that it's broad, but that there was at least something a little bit more thorough than what we have currently. And Councilmember Kopak, I see you, and I think Councilmember Burris, I think I see you too. Councilmember Burris, I think you.
Thank you.
I think that, to me, that makes sense. I think testing these assumptions around like 4%, 9%, what's city subsidy, how many units, right? Parking, all that kind of stuff. That makes sense to me. I want to make sure that it's, and we're talking about some kind of working group, some kind of folks, Greg Warren, potentially Nicole and others involved in that. For me, it's important to frame this properly. So we're not looking long-term. This is still like what we can do in the immediate term, short and immediate term, to do affordable housing as part of 3. So I want to make sure this doesn't get too big for that group.
Thank you. Can I ask a clarification really quick on that? When folks say affordable housing now, we know that doesn't mean now. So what is the time parameter for that? 2 years, 3 years? I think that was going to help this group decide, real options.
I think it's contingent upon the information presented. So when we have more information about the LIHTC and all those other things, and we can probably give a more defined timeline. So I don't feel comfortable making that, as we know the market and what everyone else has uplifted already. So we don't have a magic wand to say, we know obviously it's not going to happen tomorrow, but we do need to see based on, and we also need to understand the LIHTCs are how the competitive grants. And so if we're looking at that, you may not receive it in this cycle. So I think it's going to take us to have additional information to make that informed decision.
Are we at least comfortable with under 5 years?
I mean, I would say as soon as practicable, right? Yeah. It's less a question of specific timing, even though we want to move quickly, but more about prioritization. And it's a decision if that is something that we do first, that it may have a trade-off where we don't get something else that we want, more so than the specific timing. And that's one thing I want to kind of amend or add to your summation of this recommendation, is that I think in exploring the different stack options of having affordability done, as a priority, how much of the site do we think that takes up? Because then that helps us to evaluate how much is left over or not at all, which then preempts some of the other long-term thinking we might want to do. So it's like with the affordable housing stack options, like how much might be left to activate in some way in the future, I think would be important to see.
Councilmember Rist.
Yeah, I think that all makes sense. I also think having some kind of, seems to me like, end of the first quarter, this group comes back to us. So it's not like, this is not a 6-9 month, it's like first quarter of next year.
I was going to put a secondary timeline. I would propose that if it's something, to Councilmember Burris's point, the 9% are competitive. There's a clear prioritization that's already happened on some of those things. So I actually think we need to do an under or over 5. So we're saying that we would want something to move forward within under 5 years, and that would be the maximum length. Councilmember Burris.
To go back to the advisory group formation, can we be sure to include someone from Durham Can, maybe one of the pastors, to be a part of that group as well?
Yes, I believe Mr. Warren is also part of Durham Can, but I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, but just in addition, to make sure from the clergy caucus there's someone who's also a part of that group as well.
And they've all left, so I'm hoping that staff is capturing. Okay, so we've heard a recommendation from somebody from the clergy caucus of Durham Can, Mr. Warren and Ms. Thompson.
Let's do this. Colleagues, if you all have suggestions, let me know, and staff, I can give those names to you, because we do want to make sure it's just not whoever raised their hand. Want to make sure it's a legitimately formed task force.
It seems like the specific task here is based on technical skills around understanding of affordable housing development. And so I want to make sure it doesn't grow into like a broader stakeholder group about input into this process, because we've had those opportunities. I think if it's somebody, and we have CAN folks who are also, I think, very well-informed. But, in terms of sending suggestions to you, I just wanted to, since you raised that, to have parameters. It's like, this is about answering an affordable housing question, is how I would see it if others.
Correct. So, for example, I would suggest someone like Sherrod Banks, who he's an attorney that does only affordable housing. I also want to get a little clarification. We're saying affordable housing as soon as possible. That doesn't mean just affordable units, correct?
I think that depends on the conversation, but it seems like, yes, just affordable units.
We haven't discussed AMI though.
Yeah, I don't know who's going to do that.
So when I proposed this, here's what I was trying to get at. We brought forward a construct today that I think was based on a presumption that we saw to be based in fact, and that was this notion of short-term decisions and long-term decisions. And we brought a recommendation based on a presumption that we made that long-term decisions precluded, that the long-term options precluded one of the short-term options. And I think that presumption has been debated. And so my intention in the advisory group is primarily to test those assumptions and to bring you the feedback from that group. So my primary goal is to give you the information you need from experts in the field that come back and say staff was right or staff was wrong, or we disagree with staff and we believe if you move forward with an RFP, this is what you'll be able to do. And critical to that, and what I would like to be part of the objective, is to be talking to those developers about what their vision for a project might look like and how much of the site would it control, because that was what we were bringing forward as a concern. Because this question is, can we do more later or are we deciding now? And that's that first recommendation about, are you master planning or not? Our presumption coming in was that affordable housing plus Milton Small speaks for the site. I think that is that question. And so I think that is a question we are trying to answer for you, because many of you have said, I'd like to do affordable housing now, but I do think we can do more later. And so I think we want to lean into that. If the mandate is also, and we'd like to know all the different types of affordable housing, I would just say that is a larger scope that might take longer, and we're happy to do that too. But that is more of almost like an RFP process or an RFQ process where we are. So I think the shorter question is testing these assumptions and saying, and so we can ask the 4%, 9% questions, but for me, I think we're trying to help you answer the question, does affordable housing lock up the site or not? Because I think that, respectfully, and I've told several of you, this isn't a defensive thing for me. It's just like, if that's the question, let us answer that question with more people and more voices in the room, not just the consultants that we've relied on and the staff, but let's bring some of the developers who I think are contributing to this conversation and talking to CAN and that CAN is talking to, and let us build out that dialogue and then revisit the question of whether or not you want to move forward with more information.
Thank you, Councilmember Kopak.
And I think the important question is, does affordable housing plus Milton Small Building preservation lock up the site? Because I think another important presumption that we're making is that in any scenario we're doing the preservation, and it may be that we're making a choice as a council, which we have to acknowledge transparently, that that may preclude us from being able to do the affordable housing. And I hate being able to choose between my children. I don't have any favorite children. And in this case, preservation and affordability are two things I feel very strongly about. But, if we are, because of the urgency of acting on the Milton Small Building, we may be in a position where we are, prioritizing that explicitly over the affordability piece. And so I just think we need to be clear about that. So,
I mean, I think the recommendation is pretty clear. We can do preservation and affordability. It may lock up the site. we may be able to do preservation now and affordability long-term that wouldn't lock up the site. So I don't think there's necessarily a trade-off between preservation and affordability. I think we can do both, but it may like, with the recommendation from the experts is it may take up the whole site. We have to, but I was just gonna say also, if part of this is, as Bo is describing it, is kind of testing this assumption, right? I think someone, either someone from NCHFA or someone who has clear awareness of like what those requirements are, because that's as I looked real quick online, there's clear requirements about whatever type A units or whatever that are in addition to whatever our local regs or local ordinances say about parking, they have clear requirements for spaces. And so we need to know what those exactly are.
That's what I was getting at earlier. I know that there are some legitimate associations within those restrictions. Yeah, so I think we'll rely on you guys to do that. I don't want to do an all-call.
Guidance, or do you?
Well, I mean, what I'm speaking specifically to is this group of folks that look at this technical assumption or assessment. I'm not going to do an all-call of suggest. I'll just rely on you guys to do that. And just to put on record that I've said this before, I don't want us to be overly prescriptive and then have all of this, expectations that we can make so many things happen. If we're saying that it's going to be only affordable housing, do know our subsidy is going to go higher. So we can't restrict the developer to just build what we want and not expect them to put market rate on and balance it out. I mean, they got to get something out of it themselves. They have to all.
I think that's where we actually are getting too prescriptive. That's why staff's going to come back. Manager Ferguson, do you feel like you have enough based on what
I don't know if that's possible.
I believe that, you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to summarize I'd like to confer with staff after, summarize a process for you all and send it out. Happy to make that available publicly as well to say this is how we'd proceed. What I think I hear is that what I think I'd like to propose is we meet with affordable housing developers, have a representative from CAN. You've asked for DDI to be represented, that we test the major assumptions coming forward. The part where that sounds different than what some of you said is that we explore a variety of opportunities for affordable housing, which sounds more like a discussion of mix of uses, mix of financing mechanisms, and we have approached this more from a space planning perspective. And so if the desire is to have a more thorough analysis of how this site can support affordable housing, I'd like that to be the direction, and therefore we could lean into more of what would look like an RFP process on offering as much of the site as an affordable housing developer might want to use to be able to provide the most options to council about what those products look like. To me, those are two different things. We are prepared to do either, and I would like council's direction on which you want.
Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that sounds like part A and part B. I do think that you can't do one without doing the other. So you've laid it out a couple times, the approach that you all would take as next steps. It seems like something that you could act on relatively quickly. And then the longer piece is the exploration of actual development of the affordable housing. But we wouldn't want to pursue that if that locked down the rest of the site. We couldn't do anything with the rest of the block. Right? I think that I'm saying what everyone agrees with. So kind of part A is quick, is our understanding correct? Is our hope correct that we could potentially, from a physical standpoint, develop some affordable housing on, let's say, another acre, using the rest of the site for parking short term, and then, for example, in the future, build a parking deck, park the affordable housing there, develop something great that's abutting Chapel Hill Street or something like that moving forward. So part A, part B, I think coming back more urgently and more quickly with the answer to that first big question of, does it preclude other things from the rest of the site?
When I imagine this will be also part of it is I think there were questions about, well, don't we have some resources to do this? So like being clear with us about like what resources might be available, if any, right now to do this. as well. That's got to be.
I think I'm going to rely on staff from General Services, from Housing and Neighborhood Services, and our connections with the community, and rely on the participation of folks in our community. I'm just talking about staff time at this point. I don't envision us commissioning any funded studies to support this.
No, but I just mean bringing in the sort of like the sort of the dollar side of it as well, to sort of, we'll get some.
I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, there'll be a range of costs or whatever, and then like, what do we currently have that could support that, and what would we need to?
Yes, I think critical to the discussion of how much site is required, we are making assumptions about structured parking versus surface parking. I think because of the extreme costs of structured parking, I think we can come back. I mean, you can definitely support housing with a smaller footprint if you build structured parking, which is very expensive. And so bringing back numbers is what I hear you saying on, if we propose a smaller footprint due to structured parking, can we tell you what that would cost and what the subsidy would need to go up because of that? Is that what you're asking?
I wasn't even going to structured parking. Even just the cost to do whatever they're testing I'm assuming some kind of city subsidy.
Yes.
How much that would be, and do we have those dollars now, or do we need to find those dollars to do that? Like where?
Yes.
Anyone else? Councilmember Cook.
Yeah, I just want to say, I understand the concern, and I think that every time you keep saying that it might be an RFP, Javier next to me is doing a sharp intake of breath, and I don't think anyone really wants to see that. For me, what I'm looking for is like comps, right? Like, I know that we have information on other sites that have been developed and that sort of thing, like exactly what Councilmember Baker has said, like what of the site will we need to use? What are like cost-effective options? Theoretically, I know that obviously, like if we were then to move into like putting a bid out for a developer, that we would have to make different decisions. But if we could get enough information to think about whether or not that is in line with our values, I think that would be helpful. So,
are we good? Okay.
All right.
And then I think the last thing that I do want to emphasize is that everyone has agreed on a much shorter timeline, that this is not going to be we're not going into any deep exploration of anything. This is just to test some theories out.
Can we say 3 months? In the first quarter?
Yeah. Manager Ferguson, do you feel like that's reasonable to come back with something in the first quarter of 2026, which sounds like science fiction?
Tentatively say yes, and then I will update the council if after talking with staff, they convince me otherwise.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, that was one agenda item. Cross that off. 3 more to go. All right. Next is our next presentation, number 11. Our 2025 third quarter crime report. Gosh, I have 20 minutes for this one, Madam Clerk.
Well, it is now evening, so good evening, Council. I just want to take a moment to say welcome to Council Members Burris and Kopak, the men and women of the Durham Police Department. We look forward to working with you and working alongside you on some of the issues with the city of Durham. So welcome, looking forward to it. So good evening, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Caballero, Council, Manager Ferguson, city staff that are here in the room, and also our community members that are watching. This is your 2025 third quarter crime report. Next, please. All right, some of these slides you've seen before. There are going to be a couple different ones that you haven't, that we've created based upon some previous conversations that we've had, questions that you all have asked of us in previous council meetings. So as you know, our Part 1 violent crime for this quarter covers through September, so January to September 2025, and it covers homicide, rape, robbery, and aggravated assault. And so, as you can see, we are down in just about every category with the exception of our homicides. And as you've always heard me say, and I'll say again, what we are reporting here tonight is data. This is certainly not meant to convey feelings of the heart that occurs every time we have a violent crime. Let's look at our homicides briefly. So through the third quarter, there were 33 reportable homicide offenses. To date, we've had 36. Breakdown, it goes, we've had 29 of the criminal homicides. Unfortunately, 4 of those have been domestic incidents. We've seen kind of an increase in domestic violence related homicides in the third quarter to date. Or negligent manslaughter, so 3 of those are going to be traffic related. And then we had 2 justifiable homicides. So our forcible rapes are starting to trend down. Those are our reported forcible rapes. So 25%, as in previous years, 25% of our reported rapes generally occur in years prior, or they're very belated. So, and that's generally the trend for us. 17% of those reported offenses did involve intimate partners, so known partners. And then 13 of our 31 clearances, or about 42%, were cleared from prior years. And those are generally some of the hardest cases to clear. Now, looking at our robberies, we are noticing, again, a downward trend in our overall robberies. So robberies from individuals, those were down 5% from 2024, as were our commercial robberies. Those were also down, and they were down 17% from this same quarter last year. And then, we always track how many of our robberies involve the use of a firearm. So 51% of all of our robberies involved the use of a firearm, and then 8 gunshot wounds resulted from those. The average rate for the state of North Carolina, agencies in North Carolina in 2024 was 50%. So we are just above average to date. Our aggravated assaults, again, trending downward. So we continue to see fewer incidents. Now we are seeing fewer victims with those incidents. So 26% of those incidents that we did have were domestic. And again, that is trending down from quarter 3. 24 of our incidents were non-domestic. And then 57% of all of our aggravated assaults did involve a firearm. That's about 85 gunshot wounds. Next, please. And please, if I'm going too fast, just please tell me to slow down. So this is a graph that we prepared that you've seen before. It covers all of our violent crimes through the third quarter, but it covers it for a 10-year period. It's always interesting to see how we've trended over the last 10 years with respect to our violent crimes. So as you see, the blue line is homicides. We are typically trending about same length, same line all the way across for our homicides. Our sexual assaults or our rapes, reported rates, we start to have seen those trend upwards over the last 3 years. However, as you've seen, it appears to be a downward trend in the number of sexual assaults, rapes that are being reported. Our robberies and aggravated assaults are generally the ones that you'll see that are kind of all over the place, that have the peaks and the valleys. There were 44% fewer robberies this year than in 2016. So that was one of our highest years for our robberies. Our aggravated assaults, which is your purple line, you'll see that it is trending downward and very quickly. This year, we had the lowest total over our 10-year period, and intimate partner domestic violence incidents were about average, with 26% of those, of the total. And then our incidents with firearms, again, are about average. Next, please. This is a combined graph. So we've heard in previous councils that you'd like to kind of see how do our shooting incidents bode out? What does that look like citywide? Created side by side here. So what you see is by quarter, so quarter 1, 2, and 3, all of our shooting incidents and what that looks like, coded, depending on certain areas and where they are in the city. And then it shows you our shooting incidents, just breaking down the number of shooting incidents from January to September. So of all the violent crimes through the third quarter, almost 25% involved a gun being fired. Our shooting incidents did decrease, as I've said before, by 18.7%, as did our shot per incident. It decreased to 24.4%. Our fatal gunshot wounds, there was not a percent change in that category, but our non-fatal also are continuing to come down. So of note, and we do track how many firearms we are seizing every year, and also by quarter. So through the third quarter, we've seized 654 firearms, and those are all calibers of firearms. Now that is actually trending downward. So our seizures are going down. So either people are carrying guns less, or we're just not great. We're not getting them all right. They're getting by us somehow. And the seizures themselves did come from 495 incidents in which those guns were seized. So multiple guns still being seized in incidents. Next, please. Thanks. So this chart here does measure our cumulative gunshot wounds. So this is fatal and non-fatal by week. And again, this is calendar year 2020 through September 30th, 2025. So as you'll see, 2023 did have the fewest total gunshot wounds with 207. The most was in 2020, and that was about 318. We have seen year-over-year declines, though, since 2024. So we're starting to see, and this is actually on trend nationally, with a decline in violent crime, specifically gunshots. Next, please. So we talk about violent crime, but we also have to talk about part 1, property crime. So those are your big 3, the burglary, larceny, and motor vehicle thefts. Typically, what we have seen in these categories, we have seen our burglaries are starting to trend down, but of note is also the significant continued downward trend of our motor vehicle thefts. If you recall, a couple of years ago, we saw a huge increase, so in 2022, in the amount of motor vehicles being stolen, and that was driven by your Hyundai, Kia thefts. And so that is trending down. Our burglaries are also trending down. So our residential burglaries, as well as our retail businesses are trending upward. So we're seeing a lot more businesses that are becoming victims of burglaries. So those are your specialty stores, convenience stores, money tobacco products, and also merchandise are some of your biggest items that are being taken. Our motor vehicle theft, again, down almost 11% in this category. 87% of the vehicles that were stolen have been recovered. So we are still recovering stolen motor vehicles, and that's a good thing because stolen motor vehicles often are used to commit other crimes. 24% of those vehicles stolen, they were left running or unattended and had the keys left somewhere in the vehicle. So as we start to get the weather starts to get cold, people are leaving their cars running outside. Those vehicles, even if you bring the key fob with you, can still be stolen. All it takes is that key fob, that car to still sense that key fob to drive away with it. Next, please. All right, again, same chart as you saw with the violent crime. This is your property crime chart. So it's our lines, as you see. So our burglary is your blue line. That has trended downward steadily overall. With 2025, we've had the lowest total over the 10-year period. And then residential burglaries were slightly lower. And then again, burglaries to retail businesses were just a little bit higher. We did have a pretty significant series. I talked about it very briefly, first quarter, that drove some of our numbers up to our convenience stores. After beer and lottery tickets, those kinds of things. So that was a significant series that we made some great arrests in. So we should start to see that trending down and leveling out, hopefully. Our larcenies have trended upwards over the last 3 years, with 2025 is our highest, and it could be a sign of the times of what's happening, right? Larcenies are beginning to trend upward. Motor vehicle thefts is your...
On the
Yes.
larceny, so a burglar involves like going into someone's property.
Yes,
entering.
correct.
Whereas larceny simply means
I just take it, I take it and take it away, or it could be a theft. You break into someone's motor vehicle and you steal something or a larceny from a motor vehicle.
That would be larceny. That's not,
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that part of what's going on in those increasing numbers for larceny?
Yes, correct. Correct. We're
Maybe-
starting
maybe
to see
looking
that.
for
It's just so
handguns or-
easy. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's quick, it's easy. And typically those that are doing it can get away very quickly. And most of what they're looking for are firearms. They're starting to leave other things that they would have typically have taken and only taken the firearms. Okay. All right, so we want to just show you what it looks like, the guns stolen by week from calendar year 2020 through 2025, and those are again represented by color. And so 2025 is your yellow there, and there has been a year-over-year increase ever since 2024. 2024 experienced the most significant increase of 29% over the previous years. Of all guns stolen that were stolen in the first quarter, 73% of those were from motor vehicles. And that's pretty high. Now, here's the good news. There has been a reduction that we have noted. So in the second and third quarter, it was 61% of guns that were stolen from motor vehicles. So they're starting to trend. That's a good thing, trending downward. That's what we want to see. And then of all guns stolen from the vehicles in first quarter, 68% were by breaking a window. So that was definitely like 3 times our normal rate, which was about 23%. Now, in the second and third quarters, it's 24%. So we're starting to see a reduction, and we're hoping that that continues. Next, please. Okay, so this is something a little bit different. You often, when we report out to you all, we report on more of a cumulative trend. We want it to show you what it looks like actually quarter by quarter by quarter. So, and how sometimes if you start out really low in a quarter, you could trend upwards, and it does have an effect on what your numbers look like. So that's the intention of this chart, is to show you that we've experienced reduction in crime quarter by quarter, every individual quarter of the year. So for example, the aggravated assault was down 29% in the first quarter compared to the first quarter of 2024. So it was also down 17% and 23% in the second and third quarters. Now, if you have and this is, if you know that you have for homicide, we had 5 in the third quarter of last year. Now, this quarter, we had 13 in the same quarter this year. So that's where you have that that's where that 160% increase comes from, is you see the increase. And that does have an effect on what your overall cumulative year-to-date numbers look like. And that shows us where we're up 14%. Next, please. Thank you. All right, so this is our Durham violent crime rate. We put this in here because we had some conversation about it last quarter, I believe, during our crime report. And so this chart shows the number of violent crimes over the last 13 fiscal years, reflected as the rate per 100,000. So it's 700 violent crimes per 100,000 residents. So our target is to always we want to have below 700, which is, you can see that's like the orange line there, the dash. The blue shaded area shows that the range where the likely rate is expected to fall this fiscal year based on the prior period. So we're doing a little bit of what did it look like in prior periods? How did that rate start to come down? And obviously, we have not finished this year, but we're hoping that we will continue to trend downward in our violent crime compared to other years. Okay. So clearance rates is always one of my favorite things to talk about, because the clearance rates is where you actually see the result of the work done by our investigative teams and also our patrol officers and all of our units that really do the great work out there when a crime happens. So just so that you know that a clearance rate is calculated by dividing the number of offenses cleared in the period by the actual number of offenses reported for that same period, and that's where you get your clearance rate. So on the left-hand side, you'll see what the FBI national clearance rate is for 2024. So typically, they're about a year behind with clearance rates. And you'll see where we ended up last year, and then you'll see where we are now for third quarter 2025. So we actually are clearing higher. Our clearances are higher in homicide, rape, robbery, and we're clearing just lower in our aggravated assault category. But overall, we are just higher in violent crime clearances. And so when I talk about clearances, I'm talking about cases that are cleared by arrest, where we actually make an arrest, or they're exceptionally cleared. And so that means that there was sufficient evidence to support an arrest, but there was some element that was beyond the investigator's control that prevented that from occurring. And that could be anything from victims' willingness to cooperate with prosecution, or you could have something where, the suspect is known, but there just wasn't enough to tie the suspect to the actual crime, and we do have that happen from time to time. So 88% of the violent crime cases were cleared by arrest, and that was either by the Durham Police Department or by another agency serving that physical warrant. 98% of our property crime cases were cleared by arrest. Next, please. Thank you. Another really great thing I like to talk about is our staffing. And I'm extremely proud of this team, both represented behind me, but also in our recruiting and training units, as well as officers that are really talking about the Durham Police Department. I went back and looked, and right now, as it shows, we are 74.4% staff. That's to date. And that's upwards of where we started from a couple years ago. We were at 71%, so that's huge. We are carrying still a 25.6% vacancy, and we currently have 395 positions filled out of 531, but this also includes, we have 59 recruits that are somewhere in their training, whether they're in the academy or they're in a car, or they're somewhere in that whole training spectrum. We had 8 new officers that have graduated in Academy 61 in September. We started Academy 62, which is our current academy. That academy started shortly thereafter, and we started 36. And so we're moving forward. So we started at 36, we're now at 31. And that's generally, you're going to lose some along the way. Our goal is with this next academy that will be starting, I think, in March, is to have 50 starting. And so we are well on our way. Staff feels really good about hitting that number. And these are qualified, very qualified applicants. So I'm very, very proud, very proud.
Chief.
Yes, sir.
Can you remind me, about 2 years ago, those numbers, the starting academy numbers were? 12. Yeah, thank you.
Maybe, that's one of our highest. And we'd graduate 5. So it's a lot of good work. It's the pay. It's just how people feel. It's the incentives. It's just officers feeling better. And that also goes for our non-sworn too. We're starting to see more people coming to work for the city of Durham and the Durham Police Department. So we have a couple of recruiting initiatives, and certainly this is not an all-inclusive list. This is just the really fun stuff that these folks came up with that I wish I could take credit for. We continue to really work towards our 30 by 30 initiative. As you know, 4 years ago, we signed on to that initiative that says we would increase our women in law enforcement to 30% by 2030. I suppose we're almost there. We are, right now, we're 16.7% of our staff are female. And we're actually trending way above the national number, which is 12%. So we're trending much higher. We have a softball now this is all a part of recruiting. So they wear really cool shirts that have QR codes and all sorts of really stuff. And we like to go to other agencies and jurisdictions and show them up and win. So we participate in the Battle of the Badges tournament in Wilson. And then we have our DPD Run Club. That is a run club that's made of, yes, you got a great shirt out of that, and you're doing it. That is made of our sworn and non-sworn staff, and we also want to encourage also city staff to join us. We have staff that participate in 5Ks, marathons, half marathons, and they go around and they've got the shirts with the QR codes, and you can see people trying to scan the QR codes. So it's a really great way to get Durham's name out there, Durham Police Department's name out there, simply by just showing up.
The dates of the Blue Moon 5K or the Love Durham one?
Do you have it? We can get it for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get it for you. And if you participate, we'll give you a really cool shirt. So it's very cool. And there's no pressure at all. We also have, and I've talked about this before, we have one of our officers that is a pitcher for the Glowmojis. You've seen him. He'll go out first inning, I think, and pitch in his Durham Police Department uniform. And so people follow him and they follow the Durham Police Department, and he's been a big hit. I talked about our softball team, our lateral officer initiative. We're starting to see more officers coming from other agencies coming to the Durham Police Department. We swore someone in last week or 2 weeks ago from an agency who has now turned around and pulling in 2 of his coworkers from that other agency. So listen, it's a dog-eat-dog world out here. So
I just want to say, just 3 or 4 years ago, a gentleman came, I think he does recruitment, and he was like, I can't recruit with this. And we were getting criticized heavily. Mm-hmm. And, we were losing officers significantly. It was an exodus. And now, now this.
We've got a fun group. We have a good time. And it's nice to see, because the lateral officers, or the ALETs, they go through a few weeks and then they're ready to go. They're ready to be released out onto the street. So next slide. So we also want to show you what it looks like. So since Academy 49 to now, this is your blue line is where we started from, the number of where we start. Your orange line is where we end up. So as we increase, we know that we're going to have our officers that are not, our recruits that are not able to make it through, and we understand that. So we'll lose a few. But I do want to just shout out a groundbreaking program that our recruiting staff has started. When we do pre-hire, so when we hire you for our academy, you start in a program. It's called the Durham Police Pre-Academy Training, DPAT program. And so what we do is we prepare our recruits that have not yet started the academy, but we prepare for the academy. So they start their PT, we start really focusing on studying. And I wish I had that when I went through the academy, but different time then. So we figure out how do they study and how do they learn best. And then we help them with their studying and their study habits, and we really impress upon them. We also start pairing them up with officers that are currently working with the PD and really start the mentoring there. So it's produced some positive results, and really just very proud of this team. So next. All right, please follow us on all of our social media, Facebook, Instagram, and X. And that's all I have, and I'm going to stop for questions.
Thank you so much. Just one thing. An article came out this morning, I believe, or yesterday morning. I could be wrong, but I think 300, like unemployment amongst Black women across the nation is down, it's like up significantly. I think upwards of 300,000. And I'm wondering if there's any like renewed push for the 30 for 30 and where we can, grab their attention earlier.
Yes, so am I on? I can't, okay.
Yeah.
So I believe that we are starting to see people rethink where they are in their lives or their careers because of some of the instability that we're seeing. Unfortunately, this is where we are, but we're starting to see more people make that shift. But we are constantly trying to figure out really innovative ways in which to recruit. And that's still continuing to go to, our HBCUs, whether it's here or in other states, as well as really partner with the agencies here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Colleagues, any questions? Yeah, go ahead.
I just have one question on slide 3. That was the violent crimes reported through third quarter 2016 through 2025.
I'm sorry. Just real quick, by the way, the food is here if you want to just kind of step out, but not all at once, of course.
That's fine.
So on that slide, so obviously, as you said, aggravated assault's way down, robbery way down. The one that, and homicides, pretty flat, still numbers we don't want to see, but flat. But the one that stood out to me was the rapes, which had been between 2016 and 2022 was kind of in the 75, 90 range. And then the last 3 years, up above 100. Is that a change or is that a reporting thing? Like what are those numbers? Those seem like they've inched up. And
so it's a reporting thing. We saw a lot more reports. As even last year, we were seeing more reports. And then this year, those reports are starting to decline. I mean, I could speculate what I think it might be. I think people might just be afraid to attach their name to a report. But we want to continue to encourage people to report if something happens.
But you don't see a trend there in those numbers?
No, we have not seen any trends that drive our numbers focused around serial rapists or assaults or anything like that. There has not been a definitive trend with our sexual assaults here.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate the report.
Yes.
Hi. Thank you for your presentation. Sure. I just have a few questions that I'm just curious about the sort of follow-up from presentations past. We had a few times a conversation about guns per incident and also about the number of incidents versus the number of victims. And I was just hoping you could break those down for me.
Yes. Thankfully, I have a smart team that anticipated that. So, so guns per incident. So we were looking at 1.29 guns per incident. Is kind of the way it shook out.
That's like a slight decrease.
Yes, so it's a slight decrease. And then I also had the people per incident. The people per incident was about the same, but hold on, let me just double check here. So we had about 1.25 victims per incident through the quarter.
Okay, thank you. And then, are we still seeing a large majority of them surfacing at hospitals, or are we seeing any change in place reports?
Yes, got that too. So what we still have people arriving by private transport. So it's about 32 that we've had through the third quarter. I need to do a comparison and see what that looks like from the previous quarter. I think it's probably going to be around the same, but we do see those folks arriving, and it could be one of two reasons. It could be simply that it's just for them. They feel like that's the quickest way of getting folks to the hospital, or it could be wanting to tamper with evidence and not wanting us to find where it actually happened at.
Yeah. And then the sad question that I would love to hear an answer to is we had seen an increase in youth, both in perpetrators and in victims. Are we still seeing that increasing?
Yes, so we're still seeing our kids being involved at a much higher rate than we have before. And specifically, so we've got some juvenile offense information that does cover pretty much most of the Part 1 violent and property crimes, but what we see is the aggravated assault. So we're seeing from ages from January to September, specifically, the aggravated assaults are 11 between the ages of 11 and 17. And then homicides from between the ages of 14 to 17, 4 that were either involved or victim.
Wait, sorry, can you just do that one more time?
Sure, yeah. So, and I'm just pulling this information up. So our homicides from January to September 2024, the ages of either a victim or an involved person, a suspect, between the ages of 14 to 17.
14, 17.
We had 4 there, and then our aggravated assaults. So those are, the guns. So we had 11 between January and September. And that's going to be from ages 11 to 17. Now, I want to shout out and say, City of Durham and the Durham Police Department, we have been doing a lot. We have for years done a lot of work around diversion and participating in the misdemeanor diversion program. And so, when we started, we were diverting ages 18 to 21. But in 2019, basically we opened that and expanded that age up where they could be, and anyone can be diverted, but specifically focusing on those key ages. And so since October 2015 to September 2025, there have been 463 participants in the diversion program, and it's such an incredible program. Shout out to Kelly Andrews, that does a lot of work, and everyone else with Justice Services. So of those 463 participants enrolled to date, they have had a 99 completion rate.
Wow.
And or they were on track to successfully complete the program. So it works. I just wish we could get them a little bit younger, or get them so that we don't have the homicides or any of those things.
Yeah, thank you for that. I have only one more question, which is that previously power tools were the #1 thing that was stolen, and you mentioned other things, not power tools. Is it shifted?
Yes. Yeah, power tools is still up there.
Okay.
Construction equipment is a big thing because all of those things are hard to track. Now we're seeing, so we're seeing apparel, merchandise, sneakers, anything that you can grab and go. We're seeing, and those are easy things to move.
Yeah, and you mentioned like tobacco products and stuff?
Yes, so cigarettes, vapes, beer, kind of, sort of, but mostly it's the things you can quickly offload and get rid of.
I watched a very fast larceny that included beer one time, so.
It's quick, you can just go,
It wasn't actually that fast, but there was a long line and the cashier just was like over it, so.
Yeah, I don't have time today.
Anyway, okay, cool. And then just as an aside, over to you at the table, which is like, maybe we could revisit the X as one of our places that we are living on our,
I kind of committed, and I saw that, and I was like,
I know, it's okay. I mean, we're using it. We should be publicizing that, but just, just revisit that idea. Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
City Communications has stopped using X. I know there was a conversation in the police department just because we had a number of followers, but we'll continue that conversation and consider that position. Thank you.
Other questions? Yeah, go ahead.
With the diversion, we've had that program for a long time. What happens, is it because they're under 18 that they go through the juvenile system, and so it's just a very different?
Yes, it's a different experience, but they still go through a diversion program.
Have we done any analysis on like our like the success there versus the success for the 18 and over so that we can see, are there things that we're offering in the over 18 that could be beneficial, doing that kind of comparison? Because I think we're all aware that they're kids, right?
Yes,
They're not,
yes.
and as a mom of those age children, they don't make the best decisions sometimes. And so that's just something I'm curious about now that, because I know it's a super successful program.
Yes.
And just incredible results, right?
Yes.
Really changing the course of individuals who have made bad decisions and then the impact on community because of that.
Because everybody makes mistakes.
Right.
You know, everybody makes mistakes. I do know that there was a comprehensive report within the last 2 or 3 years about misdemeanor diversion. I need to see if there was any information in that. If not, I feel quite certain that Kelly and her team have that information. So we'll reach out. Yeah.
That's the only question I have. And then just, I know that we're in the middle of the big violence study and that y'all are deeply embedded in that and just looking forward to the outcomes of those conversations and what recommendations will come forward.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chelsea took my question, but I just want to thank you for your warm welcome and also commend you as well in the progress you've made in hiring, retaining, recruiting more officers for our force. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I just had some exploratory questions real quick. Do you know, I guess cities our size, do we have comparative data on how we're sizing up on where we are in these categories?
Yes, we do. I can get that for you.
Okay.
I can get that.
You have the data, the age range. I have been wrestling with this, whether we put this in our presentation or not. I'm not going to ask for it to be just placed in this presentation, but only because we're about to go into this major overhaul of a public safety strategy. And I'm looking forward to, like, the age data you just read off. In order for us to address it, we have to know about it, you know? And I just don't want it to become, I guess, so under the radar that no one realizes that we do have, you know, a bit of a problem in that area. Kids that age should be in school and being able to grow up, not out killing each other or harming people or being harmed. And it's just a silly question, I guess. Oh, well, also other demographic data, you know, based on, thank you for putting the geographical data in there, but like when it comes down to gender, just being able to follow the data to tell us what story we need to listen to so we can know what solutions to provide through policy.
I do have, I do have some demographics of shooting victims. We always kind of put that, we don't put it in the slides, but I do have it as supplemental information of the shooting victims. Do you want me to go over that now, or you want to?
No, you don't have to. I'm gonna look at it here. You can just make sure I have it.
Yes. I think you might have it in your supplement.
Yeah, it's in the items here.
If not, I'll look, and if you don't, we'll send it along.
Yeah, because it's really hard to create policy ideas without knowing the problem that the policy is trying to address. But I know we have it. And lastly, have we ever, do we have any cities that partner with, the location towel? Has a city ever explored, you know, like a program where you could maybe get a free towel to add on your car or a tag or something?
Oh, are you talking like a?
You know how we give out gun safety kits?
Yes.
So when it comes to stolen cars.
Yeah, we do. We have where we would do not wheel locks, steering wheel locks.
Yeah, the jacks. What do you call them?
What kind of nefarious thing?
The
are you
thing,
talking
yeah,
about?
the thing on
the wheel lock.
Yeah,
the wheel lock. Yes, we do. We actually partnered with, and we still might have some left over. When Kia and Hyundai having all of those things going on, they actually sent us a lot of wheel locks, steering wheel locks, and we did give some out, but those are free. Just like the gun locks are free, we can give those out too.
Okay.
We can provide those.
Because I know, you know, somebody steal a car, that towel will track where that car is, but I don't know if anyone's ever given those things out. Tile, yeah, T-I-L-E. I think that's
I
what
was
it's
like
called.
a towel.
Yeah, towel or
A tile. Yeah, like almost an air tag, but not. No, we don't have that. We've got the wheel locks.
Thank you, Chief. Just one other quick question, because you're talking about the lockbox. What kind of work do we do with the schools around that, and maybe partnering with them to get parents and schools? I just think that might be an opportunity.
With gun locks? Yeah, you know, we tried, we have not directly reached out to the school to have that conversation. We did try, and we'll probably start it back up again. We were gonna do it quarterly, which was have just a safety, you know, during evening time, just having just showing you this is a gun, these are the parts, this is how a lock is applied, and then everyone that participated would get a free gun lock. But yeah, I mean, I definitely think we could talk to schools. They're great working with us.
Thank you, and then just overall, I mean, it's always hard to see numbers, any numbers go up, but it's always great to see that we're seeing some great trends down too. So thank you for everything.
Yes, of course. Okay, thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry, one more.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you for being here, Chief. How many more years do we have you?
It's not years. It's not years,
Sorry,
it's
everyone.
months. Sorry.
Just want to say thank you. Thank you for all your work. And, you know, of course, as you mentioned, for every one of these numbers that we see, there's a horrific story and maybe the worst moment of somebody's life. And, of course, difficult and potentially traumatic situations for our emergency services workers. So, you know, deep appreciation for the work that happens there, and, you know, feeling heavy for everyone who is constantly in our city having these tragic moments. But yeah, just want to say thank you. Thanks for all the work that you do and for coming in and chatting with us, and for being available whenever I do have questions or want to have meetings, sometimes directly through you or sometimes through the manager. I appreciate that.
Of course.
Thank you.
Of course.
So I have to call someone and apologize because someone told me that earlier today, and I was like, "You're freaking lying."
I have not
That's-
officially announced yet, but you
Yeah.
all will be the second to know. I'll tell my staff first, but y'all will be the second. Oh, no, you will be the first to know. Sorry.
Yeah, I was like,
First and a half. Yeah.
Don't make up things like that.
Yeah,
And, okay, sounds good. Well, we're not going to talk about it. I deal with separation anxiety. So. All right. Well, thank you so much. And lastly, we have our final presentation before closed session. Yeah. Thanks to the whole team. Thank you, guys. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council. Christina Reardon, Budget and Management Services Director. I want to thank everyone. I know it's a bit of a long evening, so I will try and be as brief as possible. And I also want to welcome our new council members. This quarterly report is one that you will see. I usually follow the chief often, but we'll do it 4 times a year for council. We work with our partners in the finance department, and I know my colleague Sheila Fawcett is here from our finance department to help me out tonight in case there are questions that I'm not able to answer. But I will get started. So the first thing I want to talk about with the Q1 report is just to kind of make a few disclaimers. This is very early in the fiscal year. We only have 3 months of data, and as you can guess, 3 months. As we get further on in the fiscal year, we get better at predicting where we're going to be at the end of the fiscal year. But you will be receiving another quarterly report in February when we come back around the time that we are doing budget retreats as well too. So. I'll start out by talking about the city's general fund, which is where most of our departments sit, and it's the largest portion of our budget. This, as I talked about, this part of the year is the least indicative, but It also, just as a reminder, our general fund, the majority of the revenue source in that fund is our property taxes. So those we do not receive any property tax or do not receive many property tax until December and January because those bills are not due until early January. Also, sales tax, which is our other largest revenue source in the general fund, we don't receive a payment until our first payment is in October. It's on a 3-month delay. So that makes predicting revenue sources a little bit trickier for the general fund. But this chart will give you kind of a sense of where we are. I want to compare where we were with Q1 last year to Q1 of this year. You'll notice that there is we have more property tax this year at this time of the year than we did last year. That is also, I think, I would caution that we also had a tax increase last year, so we were anticipating more property tax this year. But we do feel like we're on track to meet our property tax budget for the end of the year. The other big revenue sources that we have is Powellville, which is a state funding that we receive to do street maintenance. Charges for services, which are the charges that our departments collect. And then we have intergovernmental revenue, which is a majority of that revenue source comes through our Durham County. And so that is sometimes a timing issue. So if you see a difference between one quarter and the other, normally we expect that revenue source to come in at budget. But sometimes the timing of it may be less in one year than the next. And then occupancy tax. So you'll notice that there is a decrease in occupancy tax from FY 25 to 26. That is because occupancy tax is, that revenue source will be kind of moving from the city to Durham next. And so that's something we budgeted for. So end of year projections, you will notice that we project that property tax will be on budget by the end of the year. Occupancy tax, it is going to be at budget as well. Our Powellville is going to be slightly under budget, but that is really not something that we control. That is really something that is set by the state. And then intergovernmental revenues we expect to be on budget. And then charges for services we are seeing are coming in very strong in our first quarter. A lot of that is due to some changes that our planning and development department had made to some development fees. And so those are coming in very strong. And so we do expect that revenue line will be come in over budget. So all in all, good news. We expect there to be kind of a positive budget variance in revenues in the general fund. So moving on to expenditures, we have kind of, obviously we look at expenditures, personnel, and then operating and capital costs. We are anticipating that we will be $3.7 million under budget for our personnel and operating. Personnel, we are expecting about $1.8 million, and operating and capital about $1.9 million. The personnel number is slightly less than where we were last year at this time. Last year at this time, we were projecting to come in under budget by $3.9 million. And I think that what that is telling us is that we are seeing a really strong kind of hiring, and we are also seeing a lower vacancy rate. So I think that's really good news. It means that we are hiring more people and we are keeping them in the city. This is just a comparison to show you from one quarter, last year's Q1 to this year, and there's not much of a story here. We are seeing similar we are expending money at the same rate as we were last year. And then this shows you a breakdown of expenditures for the general fund. These are a compilation of all our departments. We are not anticipating any departments to go over budget, and we are expecting to have kind of a positive variance at the end of the year. So moving on to our enterprise funds. The first fund I want to talk about is our water and sewer fund. And this is our largest enterprise fund. So for this fund, revenues, we are projecting them to come in slightly above budget, and personnel expenditures are expected to come in around $863,000 lower than budget, and that over budget, but that's due mostly to vacancy rate. Their vacancy rate is lower than we expected when we budgeted. So that is good news. That means that they are also keeping their people. Operating expenditures are expected to come in at budget, and so there is a slight negative budget variance of $232,000. And this is a snapshot of the fund, the revenue sources in the fund. You'll notice that the largest portion of the fund are operating revenues, which are kind of the fees that people pay for their water bills, and they're doing well. Looking
Ms.
at
Reardon, can you remind us, there's also a significant fund balance, isn't there, for water and sewer, if I'm not mistaken?
They do maintain a significant fund balance, and you'll also notice that there is a, they do, when we go to the expenditures, you'll notice that there is a transfer to other funds, and that is mostly because they are doing capital funding that is funded out of a different fund. So this fund, they need that fund balance in order to do some large capital projects that they will be putting. So moving on to expenditures, this is the expenditures for the water sewer fund. As I talked about, they've had really strong kind of personnel, and so we do expect them to probably, it's early in the year, so this projection may change. We are expecting them to be slightly over budget with personnel. Okay, moving on to our transit fund. Revenues in this fund are expected to come in close to budget. Personnel expenditures are expected to come in slightly over budget, and then operating expenditures are projected to come in $1.7 million over budget. This is due mostly to a contract that council has approved earlier in the year related to the access, paratransit. And so we will be making a budget amendment to kind of correct for this in the future, but this is something that we were kind of aware of. There was, that contract came in when they went out for bid higher than we anticipated, but they will have the fund balance to cover it. There is an overall negative budget variance of around $2.1 million. As a reminder, this fund does receive a portion of the tax rate. For this fiscal year, it's 2.4 cents, and that's about $16.6 million. And also, this fund also receives funding from our Durham County Transit Plan. It's $17.8 million in this fiscal year, and that funding is kind of on a reimbursable basis, so we have to kind of perform service enhancements in order to receive that funding. So these are, and you have all of these exhibits in your packet, but this is just showing you the exhibit for the revenues, which we expect to come in very close to budget. And expenditures, talking about some of those negative budget variances that I kind of talked about before. So the next fund I want to talk about is our solid waste fund. Revenues are currently projected to come in slightly above budget, and personnel expenditures are expected to come in at budget. Their operating expenditures are projected to come in under budget, and that's due to some contract encumbrances that they have. They are not expected to kind of spend all of the amount that they had encumbered for a contract. And then I do want to also kind of point out for this fund, this is another fund, our solid waste fund, that receives a portion of the tax rate. So we dedicate 4.11 cents of a property tax as about $28.4 million into the solid waste fund to provide solid waste services. So this is showing you the revenue sources in the solid waste fund, and those, you can see the top is the operating revenues, which are projected to come in slightly over budget. The rest we are predicting that they will come in at budget. And these are expenses. As you can see, we are expecting the operating to come in slightly less where they had budgeted. Or, sorry, they expected to come in about $3.8 million under budget. So that's a positive budget variance of about $4 million. Is it
projected for year end, or is that?
That's for the year end. So by the end of the year, so they had, expected to, sometimes contracts don't, they may have to have some savings depending on what, and they're projecting at this point to have some savings in some contracts. Okay. The stormwater fund is the next fund I want to talk about. Revenues in this fund are projected to come in at budget. The expenditures for personnel are projected to come in under budget by $282,000. And that is due to some vacancies in this fund. Operating expenditures are currently projected to come in at budget, and so that leaves the fund with a positive budget variance of $282,000. This fund provides for the maintenance and operation of the stormwater activities in the city, which includes street cleaning, and the fund is self-sufficient, so that means it does not receive any tax support. So this shows you the revenues in the stormwater fund, operating revenues being those fees that residents pay for stormwater services. And these are the expenses. As I said, they are expecting some savings in personnel, but for the other expense categories, we're expecting them to come in at budget. So parking fund is the next fund I wanted to talk about. This fund, operating revenues are currently projected to come in below budget to the tune of $527,000. Some of that has to do with some parking violations that are coming in a little less, and some special event revenue that they were anticipating that they don't anticipate to have by the end of the year. Personnel expenditures are projected to come in $41,000 below budget, and operating expenditures are also projected to come in under budget to the tune of $406,000. And this fund is also subsidized with a portion of our debt service fund pays for some of the debt obligations for parking.
And does that show up as transfer from other funds on the revenue side? Is that what those payments?
Yes, because it shows up as a revenue source, yeah. And so this shows you some of that operating revenue. This is showing that negative budget variance that I talked about. And then looking at the expenditures, this is showing you we have a positive budget variance in expenditures, but with the negative budget variance in revenues, you're seeing an overall negative budget variance for the fund of $83,000. The next fund I wanted to talk about is the inspections fund. So the revenues are currently projected to come in over budget by $925,000. Personnel expenditures are projected to come in slightly over budget at $348,000, and operating expenditures are projected to come in at budget. So this kind of looking at those two numbers, that leaves you with a positive budget variance of $585,000. And this is the fund that provides for the support of the building and safety department. And so it is looking good, and that is a positive thing. So their revenues are positive, and this is just showing you some of those license permits and charges for services that they receive in that fund. And then this is the expenses. They are expected to come in slightly over in personnel. Again, strong hiring and retention, and so, but there is still a positive budget variance in the overall for the fund. Okay. So those are all the numbers that I wanted to talk with you about tonight. The one thing I did want to highlight as part of our packet is our CIP stoplight. So we spent some time talking last time about we provide a quarterly stoplight as part of the financial update. And so we have kind of done some work in the budget department to kind of update that report. So what you're seeing currently in your packet, and it's posted online as well too, is that we have made some slight improvements. And of course, this is a work in progress. So I want to, emphasize that this is something that we will be kind of continuing to work on. But right now, you're seeing that you're getting. In the past, we were reporting on projects at what we call a major project level. So you were seeing large projects were not broken out. So a lot of times, department will break projects out into what they call sub-projects. So we're trying to provide you with this information on a sub-project level, which means that you're getting about 250 additional projects that you weren't seeing and getting more information on. We're also collecting spending forecasts, which is something that we were kind of doing on an annual basis. We're going to start doing it on a quarterly basis. So this is really important, especially for our friends in finance who are going out to debt. And so knowing when we're going to spend the money is very important to kind of predict how much cash flow we have and how much capacity we have for other projects that we have going on. We have also standardized our stoplight criteria. So you will see a red, yellow, and green, which you've always seen. It's based on the phase that the project is in. So, if a project is, each phase, you're only going to see the green, red, yellow. It depends on the phase that they're in. And what we have standardized is the ability, in the past, it was project managers who were based on some kind of loose criteria choosing whether something was red, yellow, and green. This spreadsheet itself has kind of a formula base in it, so there is no choice. You kind of put in the dates and then it will tell you whether you're red, yellow, or green. You'll see a lot of green right now because we have asked, it's kind of a reset. We've asked people to start with what phase they're in and what the deadline is, but we have also collected what they believe the other future deadlines are as well for other phases of the project. So as they move forward, you'll also see that. So if you get really behind in one phase, it may show up red when you enter the next phase because if you've gone too far beyond something. So that's one of the improvements we're making. For ongoing for FY27, there is still some work to be done. So we're going to be filling in some data gaps that we have, some things that we didn't get to or some things that we would like to improve on. We're also going to be looking at the project update text, so the kind of information that you're getting from project managers and kind of giving some more guidance on that. And then I think what we also realize is that this quarterly stoplight is really just one piece of information and that there are probably many ways, especially on really big, very visible projects, that the stoplight cannot provide you with all the information you might need. So we have also been working with our communications department. We're going to be making some changes to our website so that we'll have more information on some of these projects. And I know that you also have been getting updates in your meetings, and so we're going to try and work to make sure that you have more. We know that this one report can't do everything. And then the other thing I did want to mention is that we do have some new systems coming online, which I also think will help with some of the CIP reporting that we're doing, but also just some of our financial reporting. My staff has been spending a great deal of time working on kind of our Oracle implementation, so we're expecting some of that to start going live for both budget and finance. And so as those things come online, I think we'll have more ability to do more forecasting and some other things some other improvements that we're really excited about. And then I do know that some of our project delivery departments are also working on getting some project management software. That's kind of in the early stages. So how those things work together, I think that's something that we're looking forward to and think that will have a big impact on how we present information to both council and residents on where we are with especially our big CIP projects. So, and that is all I have, so I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you so much. And council has no questions.
Great.
No, I'm joking. Let me look to my right to see. Let me check with Councilmember Cook first. No.
I never escape going first, no matter where I'm seated. I am actually just curious about, and we ended right on the stoplight, got some things emails that have come in. I think everyone's read them, so I'm sure we're all kind of wondering the same things. But as you were just talking, you said that there was a reset. We've got now almost all of our projects at green. The community is like, how is that a reflective tool if we're like sort of doing this reset? So I was hoping you would just like talk a little bit more about why we chose to do that reset and like how the...
Well, I mean, we've asked people to put what their phase that they're in and the date that they think that they're completion. So not every project is green. There are, but there are a majority of projects that are, I think, on the stoplight that are green at the moment. And so I think that we ask people to say, what's your best guess right now as we kind of start this new process.
So when you were saying earlier that if they are behind when we move into a new phase, that the red might roll over, but we're not rolling over anything right now. We're not looking at past deadlines.
No, we've asked people to give us their best estimate right now.
Right now.
Yeah.
Okay. And then people have questions about some specific projects, which I think we can probably forward to y'all and get answers on.
Yeah, I am probably not the best person to answer
totally.
A specific project, but we can definitely get that information for you.
Okay, so the whole thing is that on the project managers have now set a date that they think the project will be finished as of.
Well, not finished. It's what when they expect to finish that phase.
The phase.
So
When the
it's what
phase will be
percentage
finished.
of the phase is finished and the date. And then we do have, but we also have asked them to give us the phase dates for the other phases. So we're showing you still the phases.
Okay. And do we have anywhere like the past history of those projects? So I think that was kind of one of the parts that people were worried about last time, was that they felt like there wasn't a lot of transparency because the dates kept changing. And this feels like we've kind of done it again a little bit. So
Well, I mean, we do not, we have made a commitment to not have dates changed. Since now we have them, we'll know what the dates are for all the different phases. So I don't think we had all of that information in the past, in the system that we had, anyway, at least. I wouldn't say that that's, it's budget. So, but now we have collected all the dates for the phases. Is that?
Okay, I'm gonna leave it, as if anyone else wants to follow up, they can. I have just one other question, which was that you gave us fund by fund, which was awesome and very detailed. Can you give us like an overall variance feeling about the budget?
So I don't look at the budget like.
As a whole?
I mean, not in that way. We look at different funds, I guess, is because each fund has a different revenue source, so the budget variance will depend on the revenue source. We balance each fund.
That makes sense, yeah. I guess when I think about it, I'm like, okay, the general fund is like so much bigger, right, than some of these other funds, and so it's hard when I'm like, oh, a small variance here and a large variance here, but I'm like, I don't know what that means in terms of
I think
overall.
it depends on the different funds. So and probably their health, the health of their fund balance as well too. Sometimes, but I think overall things are trending good, is what we would expect. And so what I do like to point out is the places where we have property tax, because that is something that goes across all funds and so would affect a lot of different places. So if that, or if a different particular revenue source is having an issue, that is something we look at on a citywide basis.
Gotcha, and I know we'll know more next quarter, so thank you for the report.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Two questions. So first, and this goes back to the stoplight report, because we did get emails about that and talked to a number of folks. So the first thing is on the standardized, so it sounds like you standardized that process, right? Yes. And I was looking at the report, and it seems like, especially, I think this is part of what people are responding to, a lot of the trails, sidewalks, greenways are all kind of green. And we know there's some that have been on the books for a long time. I noticed that some on the water management side, actually, there were probably more reds in there, maybe even bigger projects. So I'm wondering if, when you say it's been standardized, does that mean that project management staff across, or there must be some standardized criteria for evaluating what's red, yellow, green, right? And is that also standardized across departments, or do they maybe look at these somewhat differently in different departments?
Well, it's standardized in that it's based on the phase, and it's based on, whether you're kind of by the completion date that you've given us, and then whether you've gone beyond
Whether you're on
that.
track for that or
whether
not.
you're on track for that or not.
So it should be standardized across departments, I guess.
It should be, because it's now built, in other words, it's built into the kind of the spreadsheet that we put.
I guess my other question was more for the manager. So just as a management tool, if everything, and I know we've reset, which we just talked about, but what does it mean for you, either as a city manager or for department heads, if something's red, what does that trigger, right?
So, I mean, I think, department by department, our project managers leading up to their DCMs and to myself, our expectations are to understand when things are falling behind and to figure out if there are barriers that we're supposed to be working on or removing. I think the use of the report by those departments is probably secondary to the regular updates that supervisors are having. I haven't been in the details of the reset of the report, so I don't want to speak specifically how department directors are using the green versus yellow versus red. I think that is more an attempt to show sort of organization-wide information to the council and to the public about where things stand. So I would say that the primary accountability tool is between supervisors and project managers, who should be talking about these projects on a weekly basis or more often than that. If, to the extent that the report doesn't capture or reflect original dates of the project, I mean, I'm happy to ask our staff to continue to see if there's a way to capture that. I think what I understand, and I don't want to put words in Director Reardon's mouth is that this was an attempt to sort of say, this data was not standardized. We need to start from a fresh standpoint to keep the same process going forward, but that going forward, we will not reset deadlines that will show as yellow and red going forward. So I think this is their attempt, and correct me if I'm wrong, Christina, to try to get back to a place where that is managed centralized as opposed to by departments, because I think the frustration we heard last time is a department would update a target and then everything would get changed. So that has been taken away, such that now going forward, this represents the best estimate from departments about when things will be completed, and that we will now have a better centralized tool for seeing across all projects whether or not they're falling behind.
That's helpful, and maybe important, because that data, the stoplight appears in the appendix to your report, right? Does it also appear somewhere on the city website?
So we do post it on our budget and management services website, and so we've been doing also, that's why I mentioned we're talking with communications to also kind of flesh out that site a little bit so that it's not just the stop, so that we have more information about projects there as well too, and can link people to more other sources of data on different projects as well too.
That's helpful, and I might recommend to Ms. Blaylock and you and the manager also like providing some context, because I think when people saw that, they're like, okay, it's been updated and standardized and everything's all green, and we know there's some projects that have been like taking years to finish. So I think having some kind of clear messaging about the new system, that we've reset this, and yet, as you're just saying, Mr. Manager, that part of this is that we can't then continually just kind of push back deadlines, and sort of just somehow appears that it's a way to fix this. And even though right now it looks like everything is on target, which may feel a little bit off for folks who've been tracking these projects for a while. So, appreciate that. Great, thank you. Yeah.
Is that all? All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Colleagues, at this time, actually, do you mind reading the closed session language so that I can entertain a motion, please?
Absolutely. Sophia Hernandez with the City Attorney's Office. We'd ask that the council hold a closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3 for attorney-client consultation concerning a yet-to-be-filed federal suit.
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Cook, seconded by Councilmember Rist. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right, thank you so much. We are going to, at 6:40, we're going to, Madam Clerk, it's 6:40 p.m. We're going to go to the council chamber suite, and we will dismiss from there with the time being recorded to you, Madam Clerk.
Oh, yeah, we got settle the agenda.
Oh, yeah, gosh, that's right. We will proceed with what I just stated after settling the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. To settle the agenda, we have consent items 1 through 9 and 11 through 13 from GBA public hearings. Items 15 through 20. Item 10 was referred back to staff.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to settle the agenda.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and probably seconded. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right. We're now proceeding to closed session. What a short day. Ronnie, were you just bored? You want to just hang out with us?
No, he's in closed session.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Oh, boy.